in the bed to kiss her. She turned again, sliding out of the bed and padding across the polished black basalt and stark white Schwarzstar fur rugs to the auto bar. She returned with a bottle of champagne and 2 tall flute cones of carved glass, smoking with chill. He admired the grace of her arm as it curved to pour the priceless Terran wine. "We are good together, aren't we?" she said, slipping back into the satin tangle. "Especially at times like these," he murmured, winding his arms around her. The bed rotated and tilted to face the wall that was a single sheet of crystal, giving a view of stark, airless white mountains, and the banded blue and aquamarine of the gas giant beyond. Eventually they leaned companionably against the head of the bed, and each other, quietly sipping chilled champagne, filling each other in on their doings. "I think I may have found a new agent for the organization," Silken confided. "Oh?" "I met the most amazing young woman on Schwarzstar. She's about my age and owns her own ship. Well, she and her bank. Her reputation is crystal clean. She's considered a fair dealer, and she gets her cargo to destination on time and in good condition. She's discreet. She's smart." She glanced over at Nomik. "She's got guts." "Would you believe it? She went eye to eye with me over something and didn't blink." "And you did?" She laughed. "Yes, I did. I couldn't help it. The woman was right." "You gave in to her just because she was right?" Nomik had turned to look at Silken, amazement written all over his face. "I don't believe it. What is this woman? A witch?" "No," she chuckled. "Maybe a kindred spirit. And she did have the whip hand." Silken shrugged, and he kissed her shoulder. "The thing is," she tapped his nose lightly with one slender finger, "she's got a massive debt to New Destinies. They fined her 120,000 credits. He frowned. "What did she do? Poison the water? Blow a hole in the station? Ram a passenger liner?" "According to my source, she took an unauthorized spacewalk and entered the station through an emergency repair hatch." "That's it?" "That's it," Silken shrugged, grinning delightedly. "Now here's my idea. What you could do is buy up her debt to New Destinies and offer her the opportunity to work it off." "You think this paragon will go for that?" Nomik raised an eyebrow. "What about that pristine reputation?" "I think she'll go for it. She's sure to lose her ship if she doesn't, and then what good will her reputation do her? Believe me, Nick, she'll repay that debt almost double before she's free. Just keep it light until she's in too deep to turn back. After that, who else is going to ship with her but you?" "You're always thinking of me, aren't you, Silky?" He kissed her and gave her a squeeze. "Mm-hmm. She'll be with us in a day or so, and you can check her out for yourself." "Why don't I check you out just one more time?" he asked. "Make sure you got home in one piece." Silken giggled as he rose over her. The Weil dropped into normal space. Joat blinked at the scanners. For a moment she thought that transition stress had finally gotten to her after all these years. "There's nothing here," she said. "Correction. Interstellar gas and micrometeorites," Ram's voice said, "and an F-class star 3.7 parsecs to the galactic northwest." "Identify yourself." Alvek pointed silently to the screen. A ship had been waiting, stealthed, engines on minimal standby, to reduce the neutrino signatures of the power plant. Now it was coming online. Joat glanced at the data. Nothing standard. Not a central world signature, but the emissions were enough for a very large merchantman or a light cruiser. "Kolnari?" she thought. The tiny hairs along her spine crinkled, erect in atavistic reflex. I have visual, Joseph said from the navigator's seat. His voice relaxed from tightly controlled fear to mere tension. Not Kolnari, I think. Guardship, Alvek said. The image on the screen was the conventional cylinder and globe of interstellar ships not meant to transit atmosphere, but with a hacked and haggled look. Rand spoke. A modified fast freight carrier, it said. Mass reduced to increase delta V, shield generators, lasers, particle beam weapons, and missile launchers here. A dot appeared on the image. Here. A more precise estimation of capabilities is impossible without information on the craft's computer installations. Joat pursed her lips. Highly illegal setup, she said. And why didn't Silkin, a lying bitch, give me the right coordinates? Alvek cleared his throat. They always do this, Rohan does. Gives them a chance to make sure you're not a ringer for the fleet. You knew about this arrangement, she accused, unmollified. Yeah. Been around here, a while back. Joat glared at him. Al was their pilot just now, and he didn't look up from his screens. Ask no awkward questions, get no fibs. So, you know anything about Rohan itself? It's a big moon, he said. Big enough to hold atmosphere if it had one. Be a nice livable planet if they terraformed it. Cold, though, a long way from the primary. Why have they not done so? Joseph asked. Alvek laughed. They're pirates, folks. Building things isn't their strong suit. Besides, keeping habitation restricted makes it easier to control traffic. That's why Joat family picked the moon in the first place. Wait a minute, Joat said. The Joat family runs Rohan? Yep. Then why would they give Society a base there? He's their competition. They've gotten a little fat and lazy, from what I hear. They let the freelancers do the scut work and rake a percentage off the top, plus selling information, repairs and stuff, all at fantastic markups. He looked over at Joat. You can probably fool around with Gnomic Society, boss. But whatever you do, don't mess with the family. They're way too powerful, and they have zero patience. Joat grinned a wolfish expression. And I bet they have no sense of humour. I wish I could say yes to that, Al said with a sigh. Attention, Weil. Stand by for transition. Microjump. Slave your control system to ours for approach. Rand maintained an injured silence. Do it, Joat ordered. It's only for a couple of minutes. How would you like to turn over control of your legs and arms for a few minutes? The AI asked. Buddy, I managed to write a program that can be sarcastic. Egeland was visible in the view screen, and she keyed it to a higher magnification. A bright disk sprang into view, blazing against the velvet black of space with the gem-clear blue of an aquamarine. There's a thick haze of hydrogen-methane atmosphere, Rand said. That accounts for the blue coloration. Lovely colour, Joseph added. How many moons? Joat said. 7 that I can detect, not counting planetissimals, Rand said. Several are water ice. One is mostly sulfur compounds. The others are rocky. The largest is approximately Mars-sized. Odd, Joat thought. None of them had ever been to Terra, but humanity still used the original system for comparison. Rohan swung into view. A yellow-grey dust speck against the great jewelled surface below, trailing swiftly above clouds and storms vaster than worlds. Closer, it became the size of a tennis ball, tiny and sharp-edged. Dendritic patterns of craters, paler flatlands, no significant atmosphere then. Joat swallowed and rubbed her palms against the legs of her coverall. Gnomic. The knowledge lay in her mind the way a stodgy dinner did in the stomach, making her thoughts feel logy and slow. Too much conflict, too many warring fears, hatreds, needs, memories. And I'm holding things back, she thought, glancing at her friends. It's not fair to them. I should tell them everything. She knew that, but her mind refused to process the data. Her mouth could not speak the words. This is a lousy time to suddenly need psychotherapy, Joat thought sourly. Attention! The voice of the escort vessel broke in. Relinquishing control. Enjoy your stay. Sarcastic muddling, Joat muttered. She locked the restraints around herself and lowered her hands to the controls. I'm taking her in. She ignored Alvek's surprise and Rand's silence. This was something she could control. The main dome of Rohan roofed over a crater 1.5 kilometers in diameter. She could see through the transparent cover down to the surface. Most of it was open space, vaguely seen greenery and trees, small lakes. Sensible, not to waste open, breathable space on buildings. Those would be under the crater's surface, or burrowed into the mountains on either side. The cruel peaks slid upward on either side as the Weil descended, jagged against Egland's brightness. Banded patterns of shadow and coloured light slid across the empty wastes of rock, down into the pulsing strobes of the landing field. The ship slid into its cradle like a hand into a glove, only the faintest ringing tock of sound as contact was made. Almost immediately it began to move, trundling them to a docking ring in the side of the great dome. Nowhere else did they have this system of hauling ships to and from the landing launch pad. Only the family would have felt it worth the enormous expense. By crowding ships together around the station's rim, they made it too dangerous to launch independently, ensuring total family control of arrivals and departures. "Grabs off," Joat said. They all felt a buoyant lightness as they switched over to planetary gravity, about 4/10 standard. "Connections on." There was a slight subliminal difference as the ship plugged into station-side power and life support. Joat took a deep breath. "Time to hit dirt side," she said. "Time to find Uncle Gnome." The representative of Joat Security looked bored as he lectured. He was a slight, dark man with a small clipped moustache that looked as if it had been painted on his upper lip, dressed in a utilitarian dark-brown coverall. A few assistants stood behind him, one in a suit of powered armour. The visible ones looked as if they were close relatives, which they were. Joat family had started off as a crime family planetside, and moved out of the central world sphere several generations ago. They married in clan, a standoffish bunch. "Right, you've probably heard this before, but listen carefully anyway," the enforcer said. "This is Rohan. Joat family owns Rohan and everything on it. We have rules. You obey those rules and you can get what you want here. First rule, nobody offers offence or violence to a member of our family. Punishment, death." He made a gesture. Behind him, the wall flashed to hollow. It showed an iron cage, hanging by a chain from a massive oak tree in the underdome. Inside it was a human figure, incredibly emaciated, like a skeleton held together by strips of dried gristle. It moved. Joat swallowed as the image disappeared. The enforcer went on. "Second rule. No stealing, no destruction of clan property, no unauthorized assault, no welching on debts. Punishment, penal servitude." He smiled, a neat, contained little expression. "You may have noticed how clean we keep things." The three from Weil looked around. The waiting room was extremely tidy, with an almost painfully scrubbed look. The only messy things in its broad expanse, were some of the other spacers. The security operative gestured again. This time, the holo showed a man operating a vibro-scrubber machine along a walkway. He was naked except for a brief pair of shorts and a thick, pain-compliant collar around his neck. Haunted eyes turned towards the pickup for a second, and then the man's body jerked, muscles crawling under the skin. He gave a thin scream and turned his attention back to the task. Joat had never seen anyone working with such concentrated attention. That was a thief. The security man smiled more broadly. Now, don't get me wrong. This isn't a tight-butt sort of place. You can get anything you want here if you can pay, or anyone. You want to cut someone, just challenge them to a duel. The family puts it on the holovid and takes a cut on bets. Want someone dead? You buy a license and hire a family assassin. Standard rate, 150,000 credits, with extras depending on the target. The smile never touched his eyes. You can even get privacy within the doors of your lodgings. Standard rate, 150,000 credits down, and 20,000 for standard month. Everything else is under constant surveillance. Every corridor, every cargo line, every bar, every bathroom, every closet. Nothing gets by us. And yeah, by the way, we don't go in for all that evidentiary stuff. We arrest on suspicion, narco-quiz, and sentence the same day. No appeal. More teeth showed. So enjoy yourselves, ladies, gentlemen, beings. Do a profitable business. But watch it. All functional, Rand confirmed. Good equipment, Joseph said judiciously, slipping the tiny button into his ear. As good as the naval intelligence material we got from the military aid package. Sure it's not readable, Alvik murmured. The other two heard him twice, a chorus of angels effect from the air and from the little transmitters tucked into their ears. I'm modulating it through the internal power lines, Rand said. The encryption code is jiggered to look like the sort of random fluctuations you get there. Excellent, Joat murmured. I know the virtual reality net here is legendary, Rand, but I need you to spend some time trying to crack Society's computer. I have a sense of responsibility, Joat, Rand said testedly. You programmed it into me. But you can make good contacts in VR, so I intend to start there. I should have some news for you on your return. Just remember the expense, Alvek warned. Our expenses are being covered by Sensec, Rand reminded them. I intend to take full advantage of that. Even if they will not pay the fine, they can be billed for ordinary outgoings. Alvik's face went thoughtful, then lit up. Like a kid in a bakery told he can have 6 of anything he wants, Joat thought. Fardels, Joat said in awe. I forgot. She hoisted a travel case containing the crown rubies, still disguised in their laser crystal boxes. Rand is right, Joseph said. We must not become distracted. Amos's life is in the balance, and with it the well-being of my people. Yeah, sure, of course, Alvek said to his departing back. But that doesn't mean we can't go to dinner. It wouldn't be right not to take advantage of Sensec's generosity just a little. They'll expect it, Joat assured him. They do things in person here the old-fashioned way, Joseph said, slightly surprised. On Bethel, virtual presence was all the rage. Newly risen from stagnation and backwardness, the Bethelites put a premium on modernity. Would you trust the public net here? Joat asked. Joseph grinned, although his eyes remained wary. You have a point. That was logical, given that a moderately talented tech could produce a holo of anyone doing or saying anything, and no one could tell the difference between an actual recording and one that had been faked. Therefore all transactions were real-time, face-to-face, with multiple witnesses. Offices might be obsolete elsewhere, but not here. Society's was located in a quiet neighborhood, just off the Underdome surface, which was the prestige area on Rohan. They walked through eerily elongated groves of trees, past flower beds and greenswards, beneath the clear dome and the blue sky that was the great banded jewel of the gas giant. Despite the growing tension that knotted her stomach, Joat was still struck by the beauty of it and the air of quiet and peace. Nursemaids and children were the commonest strollers. She saw a dog make a long dolphin-like low-gravity leap after a ball and pinwheel off through the air. "The family do themselves proud," Alvek said sourly. "Who says crime wouldn't pay if the government ran it?" Joseph looked about. "I am surprised the Central Worlds tolerate this," he said. "They won't forever," Joat said absently. "But it's a big galaxy. If they mopped up the Joat family now, they'd just be replaced by someone younger and hungrier and cruder. Eventually the frontier will move out past this area, and the family will go legitimate, or move again to get outside the sphere of settled law. This is it," she said. They walked through a tall archway, carved into the rock of the crater wall. The blast doors that would seal it in an emergency were hidden behind the glowing mass of bougainvillea that carpeted the walls of the corridor behind. It was wide enough to be a street, but only slow floater platforms passed them, and a scattering of well-dressed pedestrians. No bars or sex shows were advertised here. Every office presented an inscrutable face of one-way glass, adorned with a discreet sign announcing the name, but not the purpose of the business within. No doubt that explained the sense of being somewhere very expensive. "You have to ask, you can't afford it," Joat thought, and read aloud. "Anxiety, Research and Development." She made a little moue. "I'd say he's a cynical man." "I would say he is scum," Joseph said quietly. "He deals with the Kolnari." Joat glanced at him in concern and then at Alvek. He met her eyes with the same concern she felt over Joseph's intensity. She grimaced. "I'm one to talk." "Joe," she said quietly, "maybe you should wait outside." He turned to glare at her. "You insult me, Joat. The fact that this criminal offends me does not mean that I am unable to deal with him. I would kiss the soles of his feet if it would give me the information I need to find Amos. Look to yourself, girl, and leave my behavior to me." Joat choked down the urge to apologize and opened the office door. "Whoa! Is this the Uncle Joe who was always telling me to control my emotions?" But then again, she was grown up now. He didn't need to put on the mask of infallibility with her any more, which was both flattering and disturbing when you thought about it. The reception area was a very soothing room. The visible color scheme had been carefully chosen to please all of the species known to the Central Worlds. No doubt those who saw in the ultraviolet spectrum had been considered too, judging from the telltale signs in the paintings and fabrics in the room. In place of background music, there was the sound of ocean surf. Again, a choice calculated not to offend any species, whether their oceans were methane or water. The furnishings looked expensive and inviting, if you liked the minimalist style. Joat herself had always thought desks and chair seats looked better with legs beneath them, rather than floating in suspension fields. The human receptionist who greeted them was as polished as the decoration. "Good morning," he said pleasantly. "How may I help you?" "I'm Captain Joat Simeon Happ, and we're here to deliver a consignment," Joat said, "for Silken." "Ah." The man raised a golden brow. "Please take a seat while I inform Miss Silken that you've arrived. Would you care for some refreshment?" "No, thank you," Joat said. Behind her, Alvek and Joseph shook their heads. The three then retired to a furniture grouping for humanoids and sat down to wait silently. After a few carefully calculated moments, the receptionist looked up with the distracted air of someone listening to an earphone. "Captain Simeon Happ, Mr. Society would like to meet you personally, and has asked me to bring you and your party up to his suite. If you would follow me, please." He turned and started off towards an apparently blank wall, obviously confident that he would be followed. Joat clenched her hands into fists to hide the fact that they were shaking as badly as her knees. "Get a hold of yourself," she thought fiercely. "This is what had to happen? This is what you hoped would happen?" Blood pounded in her ears. The wall parted to reveal a lift, and the golden-haired receptionist entered and turned to smile invitingly at them. Joat wondered if he was some especially pretty species of bodyguard. The lift accelerated smoothly. From the weight and time, Joat guessed that they were several thousand meters up into the living rock of the mountains that ringed the crater. When the doors opened, across from them was an ornate double door of some highly polished satiny wood, each side featuring a plate-sized brass doorknob embossed with a single initial N and C. Tacky, Joat thought, but impressive. She had to admit that. The wood itself was expensive, that was obvious, but chipping it here must have cost a fortune, and not a small one. Uncle Gnome had come up in the world, since he was a tramp freighter skipper and fringe world grifter. Their guide crossed the corridor and knocked discreetly on the enormous doors. From within, a resonant male voice called out, "Come." Joat licked her lips surreptitiously and wiped her palms on the legs of her ship suit. Al and Joe were behind her, and the knowledge of their solid backing gave her strength. The door swept open. Joat gave a small, incredulous gasp before she could stop herself. The walls were sheathed in a geometric design of polychrome marble. Texture matched subtly with colour, from craggy red to smoothly polished alabaster white. The furnishings were rich beef leather and pale wood, austerely simple so as not to distract from the impact of the room itself. Directly across from the door where they stood was an enormous fireplace, complete with blazing fire. Cedar logs filled the air with their fragrance. "Burning," she thought. "Burning wood to generate heat. You'd expect that on a live planet, a barbarian planet. Here it was barbaric in a completely different way." Above it, a display film in proportion to the fireplace offered a complex work of randomized hollow art, swirling ceaselessly into almost recognizable patterns. The mantel was held up by carvings of humanoid figures. Then one of them moved. Joat flinched, recognizing them then as low-life bioconstructs, zombie-like things also known as realities. "Land on every planet in Central Worlds," she thought in disgust. "We're a long way from civilized space." A man had risen from the couch before the fireplace to smile pleasantly at them. He gestured, urging them to enter. An attractive man, slender and of middling height. His longish ash-blonde hair was expensively cut in a style that knocked 10 years off his age. His appraising eyes were a cool blue, set deep in a narrow, fine-boned face. But his eyes passed over her briefly and onto her companion. He gestured again, perhaps with a touch of impatience, and said, "Come in, don't be shy, I won't bite." Obscurely disappointed, Joat looked down, carefully watching her feet descend the 3 shining marble stairs that led to the living area. "So much for the ties that bind," she thought grimly. No recognition at all. Of course she'd been a child. When he sold me. Society reached out a hand for her to shake, and she steeled herself to take it. Alvek accepted it too, but Joseph, bowing, kept his in the sleeves of his tunic. "It is not our custom," he said smoothly. Society continued smiling and bowed politely back, but something reptilian showed in his eyes. Silken lay upon the white couch, dressed in an emerald satin dressing-gown, sipping from a cut crystal goblet which she raised in salute to Joat. "You've made it in good time, Captain," she said. "No thanks to Central World Customs," Joat answered. "They went through almost every minor treasure in my hold. I thought we'd never get rid of them." Silken's gaze sharpened, and she sat up abruptly. "You have my jewels," she demanded, combining statement and threat. Joat placed the travel bag on the low table. Silken ripped open the fastener and tumbled the laser component boxes onto the intaglio surface. "Where's—" Then she opened one of the boxes. "What the hell is this?" she snapped, as she pulled out a dull red, irregularly shaped crystal. "Dye from a red cargo marker," Joat explained calmly. "It'll wash off with a little elbow grease. The inspectors found 3 of these before their commander called them off." Silken laughed in relief, and caught Society's eye proudly, as though it had been her own idea. "Why, you clever girl," she purred. "There, Mick, didn't I tell you she was sharp?" "Yes, you did," he agreed, and stroked Silken's cheek with one finger. She rubbed her face against his hand like a cat. Nomek took the jewel out of her hand and weighed it in his own. His eyes met Joat's. "You are clever," he said. "I can use that kind of initiative in my organization. Silken vouched for you." He turned slightly in her direction to indicate her, and Silken smiled pleasantly at Joat. "And, of course, that's good enough for me, but this—" He tossed the stone and caught it. "This is good. I'm impressed. So, would you be willing to discuss taking a place with us? You wouldn't regret it, I can promise you that." "I can't believe he's trying to offer me a job," Joat thought desperately. Conflicting emotions tore through her: disgust, amusement, rage, and a vague pleasure. "This is too much. I've got to rethink my strategy. I've got to get out of here, right now." What most horrified her was that she was reacting to his unexpected charm, that she felt herself wanting to please this sleazy crook, who just happened to be the uncle who had sold her into untold misery, added to her confusion unbearably. The moment stretched. We... She could almost feel Alvek's concerned puzzlement, Joseph's unquestioning support. "We're an independent outfit," she said at last. "We're happy with that for now." She paused to put a polite interval between her refusal and the next order of business. "There's an outstanding balance due on this shipment. If you could just give us a credit chip, we'll be on our way." Nomek and Silken stared at her. She felt a little relief at the sight of Nomek staring at her like an animal who'd been hit between the eyes with a sledgehammer. Doubtless it had been years since anyone had flatly turned them down, particularly not a rag-tailed freighter captain like Joat. Society's eyes narrowed. "About that," he said coolly. "Silken told me about your problems with New Destinies. That little debt you incurred there, remember that?" Joat nodded slowly. "Well, it probably won't surprise you to learn that I have good friends there, and they were amenable to coming to an arrangement with me. It'll relieve you, I'm sure, to know that instead of 40 Earth Standard days, you have an unlimited length of time to pay up." Joat blinked, and Society nodded smugly. "To me. I've bought your debt." He folded his arms and regarded her with a narrow-eyed smile. Joat drew in a long, shocked breath, and felt her body go numb. Beside her she was vaguely aware of Alvek and Joseph stirring uneasily. "So what we'll do," Society continued, "is put the amount outstanding for this shipment against your debt. leaving you 114,000 credits in the red. He grinned. Don't worry, this will go faster than you're expecting. I'll take care of your expenses, food and fuel and docking fees, and I pay well. Anyone will tell you that. You'll be clear in no time. He held out his hand to her. So, welcome aboard. End of side 4. Change side selector switch. This book is continued on the next cassette. Side 5. The Ship Avenged by S.M. Sterling, continuing on page 184. Joat stared at his offered hand and then at him, and her vision narrowed, focusing like a laser beam on his smirking face. "You don't remember me at all," she said in wonder, finding it absurdly difficult to speak. He studied her for a moment, and then shook his head indifferently. "No," he said with a shrug, "can't say that I do." Joat slapped his hand aside violently, overwhelmed by an anger so hot that for a moment she didn't feel at all. She watched her own fist fly out to strike her uncle on the point of his chin, and he went down with a ridiculously surprised expression on his face. She lunged for him, and Joseph caught her, holding her back. Alvek moved between them, and the golden-haired receptionist, who now held a weapon trained on the three of them, waiting for orders from Society. "I'm your niece!" she screamed in fury, struggling to climb out of Joseph's unyielding arms. She had to. Crush that face, see it crumble, stamp it under her heel, and feel the bone crack. "Stop it, Joat," Joseph whispered calmingly. "Joat, contain yourself." After a few moments his voice penetrated the hot fog in her head. Colour began to return to her white face and sanity to her eyes. She was breathing little panting grunts. "I'm your brother's daughter," she said, taking control of herself. "You were a dream dust addict." She gave a loud, mocking sniff. "You just had to have it. I remember going hungry all the time so you could have your little fix. Then you lost me in a poker game to a tramp freighter captain." She shook herself free of Joseph's grip as it relaxed in horror. "And you can't imagine the nightmare living with that soulless scum was. But you don't remember. Lucky you. I can't forget." She spat on him where he lay on the floor. "I have no debt to you," she said, in a voice rich with loathing. "I owe you nothing." Joat turned and stalked out. Even the receptionist bodyguard was too frozen in shock to stop her. Chapter 11. It was silent in the room after her departure, as though someone had switched off an erupting volcano. The silence seemed to ring. "Is it true?" Joseph asked, his voice gone husky and quiet. Gnome Society's face was still fluid with shock for a moment, then hardened again. "I swear that I never saw that woman before in my life," he said. He cleared his throat, looking at the Bethelite with wide, innocent eyes. That is a dangerous man, he thought. The evaluation was automatic. In this business you had to be able to size someone up quickly. That crazy bitch's lover or something? No way to tell that. There were some who'd kill anyone who'd done what she said he'd done. Had he? Behind his frown of concern he searched his memory. It was excellent since he'd been through the treatment. Back when he was dusting, there were holes you could fly a naval assault carrier through. He'd done some crazy things back then, no doubt about it. Nowadays he would have sold her, not lost her in a game. He sat up, and Silken went to his aid, helping him to rise from the floor. "I had a brother," he said in confusion, "but whether he had children or not—" Society brushed his hair back and tenderly touched his chin. "She's wrong about one thing, though, and about this I am dead certain. She owes me 114,000 credits, So you, my friends, had better go after her, calm her down and put her in a better frame of mind. Or I'll take her ship just as happily and just as legally as New Destinies would. He glared at them both. You got that? Both men nodded. But if it is true, Joseph said in a quiet, deadly voice, then the matter must be dealt with. You understand this? Look, stranger, Society barked, his patience at an end. I have no living relatives and I don't want any. So if your little friend has some wild idea of running a con on me, you better straighten her out. I'm one of the powers around this place. You are nothing. He made a chopping motion with his hand and looked into Joseph's eyes. Blue met blue, equally cold. Now get out. You're both crazy, Alvik said, after the door of Society Research and Development had closed gently but firmly behind them. The captain is this guy's niece? And you, what was that? You were calling him out in a duel or what? And what about... He caught himself and leaned close to Joseph. You know, he didn't find out Jack. Joseph sighed and stopped walking. He looked around at the sylvan beauty of the dome, inhaled the odours of cut grass and flowers and running water, folded his arms and stared at nothing. To state the obvious, he said, this has gone badly. The last thing we wanted to do was incur this man's hostility, but we have. Joat should have accepted his offer of employment. It was a perfect opportunity to find out what we must learn. She did not. Alvik brushed a hand distractedly over his hair. Yeah, he muttered. Isn't like the captain at all. Joseph shrugged. Exactly. You know Joat. I know Joat. Was that? He jerked his chin back at the tunnel mouth. And the least like the Joat we know? What'll we do? We must play the dice as they fall from the hand of the god, he said. To begin, let us find Joat. I have, he went on, and a slight chill settled in Alvik's stomach. Some questions for her. Joat threw herself into the captain's couch. Rand, she barked, if you're in VR, pull yourself out. I need your help here, and it's going to take all your attention. Her hands flew over her comp, pulling up Rohan's computer address system. What is it, Joat? I was engaged in a most diverting... We've got to break into Nomic Society's data system. I want to know who he's been talking to for the last 2 months. I don't much care about content just now, but I want to know who and where from. And if there's anything specially encrypted. All of his incoming messages are encrypted. All of everybody's messages are encrypted on Rohan. I wouldn't be terribly surprised to discover that they think in encryption here. Rand paused. Your instructions are the same as when you left Joat, but your attitude is decidedly more urgent. What happened? Joat lifted her hands from the comp and looked at her fingers. They were long and graceful, with the slightly used look of someone who worked with her hands on delicate, but sometimes hot or sparking, instrumentation. She folded the hands into fists and leaned back into her chair, closed her eyes, took 2 deep breaths. Then she spoke without opening them. I just lost my mind, Rand, she explained. Her voice had a weary tone. I almost got us all killed, and at the time, she shook her head slowly, I didn't care. She pushed her hair off her face with both hands. I don't believe I did that, she said. Where are Alvik and Joseph? Rand asked. Looking for me, most likely, she said. Tell them I need time to regain my composure. That's true enough. Tell them I'll be in touch shortly. Tell them to relax and take advantage of Sensec's generosity, but don't tell them where I am. She turned to glare at it. You got that? It's done, Joat. Joseph says to tell you that you and he need to talk. Did he ask where I was? Yes, I told him that you hadn't said. Rand's voice sounded strained. I don't understand how you humans can do that so casually. I find it very disorienting to make statements that are contrary to the facts. Joat smiled gently at it. Thank you for lying for me, Rand. I know you don't like it. What did Al say? Alvik says he'll bring you home some takeout. Joat smiled wanly at that. I belted gnomic society in the chops, she said. Then she smiled faintly in satisfaction. I knocked him right on his ass. After a moment, Rand asked, Was that wise? She sighed. Certainly not. But I really needed to do it. Rand's lights glowed yellow in puzzlement. I believe I have insufficient information, it concluded, because based on what you've just told me, I would be forced to agree that you have indeed lost your mind. Oh, I did, she assured it, but it's back now, and we have work to do. What have you found out so far? The Kolnari have apparently never actually visited Rohan, it told her. Joat waved a hand dismissively. Not surprising. They're uncomfortable off their ships. They like to have a ceiling over their heads and walls around them. Looking up through that dome would just about drive them crazy. Besides, they don't exactly enjoy socializing with other races. She shook her head. They'd use go-betweens or tight beam communications. My bet is the latter. See if you can find anything unusual in ship-to-port messages. Meanwhile, I'll try and get into Society's cyber house through a back door. The two worked intently for a while, and the quiet soothed Joat's jangled nerves. There's nothing like working out a technical problem to get yourself centered, she thought. I'm in, Joat called. Congratulations, Rand said. Then, or perhaps not. Her head snapped up. What? Something's wrong. Something's gotten in. What is it? She demanded. I don't know, but it's eating me. Chapter 12. Sal? Yeah? He looked up from the Anvil's accounts of his secretary. That fine that Mr. Varigues wanted paid? Yeah, he said again with exaggerated patience. This particular employee seemed incapable of just saying what was on his mind. Can't do it. Mr. Varigues's account says insufficient funds. Sal grunted and reached for the note screen in his secretary's hand. He skimmed through the banker's jargon until he reached the amount of the fine. Oy vey, he exclaimed. That can't be right. I double-checked it, Sal. That's the right amount. 120,000 credits? You've got to be kidding me. What the hell did Simeon Hap do for a fine that size? I couldn't find out. The secretary shrugged. It's confidential. Sal just looked at him from under lowered brows. Get me Dyson, he said at last. Now. Graf Dyson shrugged. She had to be fined, Sal. She entered the station illegally. Sal gave him a look. 120,000? he said. Dyson threw up his hands and leaned forward. Look, he said. Clau Varigues says to me, make it a big fine. Use your discretion. And she ticked me off. He leaned back and shrugged. So I did what he said. Sal rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Well, he told me to pay it. But his account says insufficient funds. I don't think he expected it to be this much. He gave Dyson a hard look. He didn't set a ceiling? Graf didn't like Sal's attitude. This wasn't even his affair, and he was getting really pushy. Besides, Graf's dealings were supposed to be confidential, and this conversation was lasting way too long. Look, maybe you're right. Maybe there's been a misunderstanding. Have Varigues call me. We'll straighten it out. He's not here, Sal grumbled, still looking like he was waiting for a concession. "What is this?" Dyson snapped, suddenly angry. People were supposed to come to him hat in hand, and to say thanks when they left. He'd had dealings with Sal before, and hadn't gotten the respect he thought he deserved. "I don't discuss your business with other people. I won't discuss Variguez's business with you. He has a problem, have him get back to me. I don't hear from him, I figure he wants this fine to stick. You," he snapped a finger toward Sal, "I don't want to hear from." And he disconnected. He leaned back thoughtfully. Maybe I should reduce it, he thought. Mr. Variguez had told him no more than 20,000. Yeah, but if I lower it now, Sal will think he's scored one off me. Dyson grimaced. Then again, if Variguez has gone missing, then maybe he never intended to take care of this. And Dyson was experienced enough to know that to an operation like Joat's, 20,000 might as well be 120,000. So, I'll leave it. If he contacts me, I'll say I misunderstood. If he doesn't, New Destinies gets a little richer. He grinned. And Sal gets a message. Don't mess with Graf Dyson. Sal leaned back in his chair. He wasn't happy about not being able to follow Variguez's orders. The man was a good customer, and he represented another, more shadowy, good customer that Sal had been doing business with for years. Besides, he'd learned early in life who was safe to cross and who wasn't. Dyson, it depended on the circumstances, but basically he was a lightweight. But Clau Variguez, that was a dangerous man. I'd better put a message in the pipe, he thought unhappily. That way I'm covered. If it was important, Clau or one of his associates would get back to him. If he heard nothing, then I'll assume no action is called for. The Chadragupta Rao's hull gave a shudder as the dockside connectors went home, and Rohan's gravity took over. Metal and composites crackled and sighed in reaction as weight and pressure altered. Fresher air poured in. The Rao had problems with life support, red line maintenance no company ship or chartered freelancer would tolerate. Ross Ferren stood easily on her command deck, adjusting to the lighter gravity with automatic ease, equally easy with the hostile glare of the Rao's captain. For that matter, the only eyes on the wedge-shaped deck that weren't hostile were the 4 Sondi orbs right behind him. They were probably bright and shiny. Far as I'm concerned, Sperrin, you cease to exist when you walk off my deck. You got that? The spacer was a pale, flaccid little man. He smelled like a locker full of sweaty clothes. But then so did his whole ship. The bridge went darker as screens powered down, only the monitors and standby readouts still active. Ross nodded, his eyes cool. The little needler in his cuff was ready, but he didn't think he'd need it. All debts are paid, he said evenly, and in the event that you find it necessary to alert the family to my presence— The little man stiffened. You can tell them I'm here to find a friend in trouble. It's a personal thing. The spacer's pale brow furrowed in confusion. But of course, Ross said gently, I'd be very disappointed if you did tell them I'm here. The spacer jerked his head in a negative. All debts are paid, he said sourly. They were in the shadowy reaches where organized crime brushed and merged with the fringes of intelligence work. It was the only way to keep things functioning at all, the old lex talionis, eye for an eye. Thanks, Ross said with a smile and a slap on the back that staggered the little spacer. I knew I could count on you. He hefted his duffel to his shoulder and walked out, deck gratings ringing under his magnetic boots, each stride a little sticky. Seg Tercel trotted after him. I still say we should be disguised, he whispered. Ross smiled for the monitors and put an arm around the alien's bony shoulders. They felt warm under his hand, hotter than a human metabolism, and the pattern of bones was more like a lattice than a framework. "Think of it this way, Seg," he said between clenched teeth. Natural, and it also activated his scrambler. That was a system sophisticated enough to feed a false conversation to the audio pickups. "How many Sondi do you see around here?" They were out of the docking bay and into a concourse full of crowds skipping on and off slideways or calling for little robotic shuttle cars, heavy with the scent of ozone. Most of the crowd were humans of various types, the odd ursinoid, a scattering of other species. "One or two," Seg said. "And how many of them are wearing eye patches or wigs or walking with canes?" Seg opened his mouth, then shut it with a snap. The bony plates within went tock. 9 humans out of 10 can't tell one Sondi from another unless there's something unusual about the Sondi. On your home world, you get seen as you. Here you get seen as a Sondi. Grasp the principle?" A wordless grunt. "But you should be wearing a disguise." "Damned if I'm going to wear a rubber nose either," Ross thought. He shrugged. "Disguises are more trouble than they're worth unless you absolutely need one." "But they'll recognize you." "Who is they?" Ross asked. "Well," Seg temporized, "who are we looking for?" "At the moment, Joat, Simeon Hap. Ultimately the Kolnari. Joat's on our side, mostly, so we want her to recognize me. The Kolnari will kill you, whoever you look like. But the family will want to know what you're trying to hide. So they'll take you aside and ask you questions until they're satisfied. And Seg, they're very hard to satisfy. So our best disguise is to look like ordinary spacers." Seg nodded solemnly, and then nearly fell flat as they stepped onto a slideway. Ross clenched his teeth again and put a hand under the Sondi's not quite an elbow. They'd left the docking area behind. The tunnels and arcades beneath the crater floor engulfed them. 2 more anonymous spacers in worn coveralls carrying the record of their lives in their duffels through the jostling crowds. They passed innumerable cheap hostels burrowed back into the rock, cheap rooms and clean beds blinking in holographic colors outside their barred doors. The drab hostels gave way to chandler's offices, advertising electronics, software, graving docks, power systems. "It's not quite what I imagined a pirate haven would be like," Seg whispered. "Piracy's a business," Ross said. "Ships are ships. They need fuel and parts and maintenance. A lot of other business goes through here, too, some of it even legitimate. But I thought it would be something more like—" The slideway divided around a drop shaft. Ross took them off and into the open darkness. They drifted downward, and images played before their eyes. "Any species, any combination for—" It was hard for a member of another species to be shocked by human tastes in erotic entertainment, but Seg managed it. All 4 eyes bulged slightly, then blinked in unison, a disconcerting sight. "Come one, come all, contestants welcome." This time the naked shapes were muscular and lithe, sheened with sweat and blood, long curved knives in their hands. "Nothing too exotic at the torture pit." Ross closed his own eyes, wincing slightly. "This is the entertainment level," he said. "Want to stop and see the sights?" "Oh, no." "Good. Let's get some business done, then." Seg cocked his ears at a cacophony of voices, human and alien, clashing music from various bars, and an assortment of street sounds from air scrubbers to ground cars. "Still, what energy there is in that sound!" Seg exclaimed, as they stepped out of the shaft into a more placid level. He turned to Bross, his eyes shining. "I'm working on an opera in my spare time," he confessed. What Sondi isn't? Sverrin wondered. "One day I will work this," he gestured with both hands towards the street before them, Into my overture. Sperrin smiled and nodded. Not bad kid, Seg. And how I wish he wasn't here. We better get moving, he murmured in Seg's ear wall. We look like a couple of rubes standing here. I thought you said Rohan was fairly safe, Seg protested. Safe is a relative term, Ross said. If we were in a Sondi swamp, for example, we'd probably be safe from wild animals, since they're generally shy around people. But even there, smearing yourself all over with beef gravy might be considered putting too much temptation in their way, if you get my drift. Seg's ear walls coloured slightly, and he nodded. Which way? He asked. We'll check the bars along here, Ross said. I've no idea where Joat might be, but my information is that her crew has a fondness for dockside bars. These entertainments do not seem too raucous, Seg said. Well, the one with the two girls and the Neurusian lizard was a little much, Ross thought, scanning the crowd. On the other hand, the really unpleasant places were unlikely to attract Joat's crewfolk, which was a relief. You had to wade through sewage often enough in this business. Seg made a grand gesture. Garçon, he called. Madder music and stronger wine. He blinked diagonally when Ross looked sharply at him. Classical reference, the Sondi said. I read Dobson too, Sperrin said dryly, and Seg's ear walls flushed a deeper blue. The waiter brought a bottle of surprisingly good port from Ceres, the planet, not the asteroid, and Ross gave a realistic wince as the display on the tray showed the deduction from his account. In actuality, the expense account was one of the few real perks of the trade. He sipped at the smooth, nutty flavour. The best of everything ended up in Rohan, at a price. A bowl of raisins, pecans, and dried gnung went down beside it. This tastes much better. Sweeter. Seg threw back his glass and poured another. Great fardling voids, as Joat is wont to say, Ross thought. This time his wince was genuine. For one thing, that was a lousy way to treat a fine wine. For another, Sondi metabolized alcohol faster than humans, but not that fast. For a moment he thought that Seg had burst into song, but the voice was deeper and more gravelly. A human voice, one he recognized, singing La Vie en Rose. Alvek had his head together with a brawny blonde wearing a shy, enraptured smile as he crooned. Things can't be too bad if Alvek's out picking roses, Ross thought. He motioned Seg to remain seated and moved up behind Joat's crew. Al, he said, and slapped the man on the shoulder. Al looked up questioningly, his eyes blank. Alvek dear, Ross insisted. Yeah? Alvek agreed slowly. Who are you? I'm Joat's friend from New Destinies. I'm the guy who told her to check this place out. Hey, listen, buddy. Ross pulled out a chair and sat down, leaning towards Alvek confidentially. I'm looking for a berth. You think maybe Joat can help me out? The woman was looking at him and scowling. Ross saw recognition flicker in the other man's eyes, but the face remained mildly friendly, if you could say that about something that looked like it had been pounded out of rough-wrought iron. I dunno, Alvek said. We're kind of full up right now. Ross kept smiling and ground his foot into the reinforced toe of one of Alvek's boots under the table. Come on, you imbecile. There's no time for let the spook twist in the wind games here. Well, why don't we let the captain decide? Ross asked reasonably. I'm good at what I do. You can always use a good hand, right? What's the Wild's berth number? I'll go ask her. Alvek's smile grew wider, and he let his hand drop to the blonde woman. Why don't you tell me where you're staying? He asked. I'll have her get in touch later. I'm sort of busy. Not that you're not welcome or anything, old pal, but... Oh, come on, buddy. I can get the number from Central Registry. I just wanted to save the credits. And keep the family watch programs from getting tripped. The blonde shifted nervously, aware of the undercurrents, and not sure she wanted to be around them. Ross thought that decided Alvec. SJ467Y, he said, but the captain isn't there right now. Ross grinned. I'll take my chances. Maybe she'll be back by the time I get there. Thanks, buddy. And he slapped Alvec's shoulder one more time. Alvec watched him leave, his eyes speculative. Who's that? Rose asked. Oh, friend of the captain's, Alvec said, and gently took her hand. You were telling me something about yourself, he said, and kissed her fingertips. I think that's much more interesting. Ross withdrew his credit chip from the meter and dragged Seg out of the ground car by his sleeve. Then he leaned the young Sondi up against the docking mechanism while he activated the wireless comm to announce their presence. Seg began to sing snatches of his opera in progress in a light and very pleasant baritone, much to the amusement of passing spacers. Wonderful, Ross thought in exasperation. Nothing obvious about you, is there, Mr. Wannabe? On the other hand, it could be worse. He could be in disguise. Nobody was really surprised when a drunk started singing, and a Sondi just couldn't sing badly. There'd been no answer to their hail, not even from Joat's elaborate AI. That had to mean something was wrong. After all, it wasn't as if the thing could go on shore leave. He moved to the lock, and shielding his movements as best he could with his body, placed a small and very illegal device above the lock mechanism. In seconds he was able to enter the Wyal, drawing Seg in after him. Joat cut off the connection with Gnome Society's data link and turned to Rand. Did that? Before she could finish asking if the cut-off had helped, they were reconnected with a sharp clink. She turned and cut the link again. Again it reinstated itself. As far as she could tell, something was flooding rapidly into her comp, but nothing was going out. At least not yet. And there was only one way to do anything at all. No human brain-reading code could deal with this in the sort of time frame necessary. But the alternative was hideously dangerous. If you linked yourself directly, your software was vulnerable. Her hands danced across the console. Cutting the link only delayed the worm program's progress for seconds at a time, but she continued to do it. Yet it continuously broke through everything she could throw at it. Subtle stuff. Whoever thought this up knew their hand from a hacksaw. Cold sweat flowed down her forehead into her eyes and beaded her upper lip, tasting of salt and despair. Her hands grew tired and clumsy at the controls, and her fear for Rand distracted her. More than once she'd regretted being human, never more so than now. She wasn't fast enough. She wasn't calm enough. She was losing Rand. Here I had to go and design an AI that was my friend. It wasn't even a real person, just a very good imitation. Fardel! Her hands picked up the interfacer unit and snapped home the connector. It settled over her head, blocking vision and hearing. She was alone in a world of darkness. Execute! Standing on a featureless plain that stretched to infinity in every direction. The air smelled dead, with a sterile metallic tinge. The ground underfoot was some grey metal, grooved in endless parallel lines. Scattered about were boulders, each a geometric shape, squares, polyhedrons, eye-hurting things like angular Mobius strips. Overhead the sky opened its eye. Threads dropped from it towards her writhing, sentient eyelashes like velvet serpents. They wound around her wrists and pulled her upward. Behind her the metal plane suddenly collapsed, turning sandy and friable, then melting into a smooth bath of liquid that smelled sickly sweet beneath her. The thick, sugary surface moved, sluggish and smooth, as things squirmed beneath it. Exterior interface compromised. Off-on circuitry compromised. The eye blinked closed around her. Within was a garden, green and yellow and purple, in bright primary colours that looked too artificial to be tangible, yet she could feel the grass beneath her bare feet, smell the cinnamon scent of the flowers. A figure walked towards her with jerky quickness, a figure shaped like a man sculpted out of living water. "Help me," it said in a breathy whisper. Something stirred in the middle of its forehead, between blank, silver eyes. Joat reached in and grasped the tendril, pulling it out into the light. It came easily, and then slid through her fingers. The end of it split and split and split again, into hair-thin threads that reached for her eyes and ears and mouth. A knife appeared in her hand. Where the edge moved, the stuff of space split, and bled chaotic patterns of moving light. She used the knife to section the onrushing tentacle, then again, so that there were 4 ends. Those she wrapped around her wrists, moving hands and arms in an intricate pattern that tied the tentacle into a huge knot, whose convolutions led the eye down and away along a path with no ending. More and more of it flowed out of the water sculpture figure, turning it clear and transparent. The silvery fingers came up, and began to knot and twist at the body of the tentacle themselves, and she fell forward into the figure's open mouth. Stone jarred beneath her feet. She was in a library, an ancient library of leather-bound books in shelves that reached towards the dark coppered wood of the ceiling. Gilt flaked from their spines, shining in the light of the burning logs in the big stone fireplace that occupied one wall. A stranger in a plush smoking robe was sitting in an overstuffed leather armchair beside the fire, eating books. His mouth stretched as each folio-sized volume was pushed home. Then he belched slightly and took a sip from the snifter of brandy in his other hand, before reaching for a new volume. Gaps stood on the shelves like raw wounds bleeding sorrow. There was another chair and table on the other side of the fire. Joat sat in it, and opened the book lying closed. The page was blank, but columns of figures and letters appeared as she ran her finger across it. Pages flipped forward, and then she was standing with the book held open before her. "Perhaps you'd like to eat this," she said. There was no mind behind the eyes that looked up at her, only hunger. The figure's hand snapped out and dragged the book near. She braced her feet and hauled backwards, but the strength in the fetcher's arms was beyond her. The book plastered itself across the avid face of the eater. His lips parted in a vast, dolorous gape to take it in, but the book grew faster. Joat could feel it sucking at the skin of her fingertips as she released it. The leaves closed around the eater's face, and now his hands were scrambling to pull it free, but the book wriggled forward, growing, licking hungrily at his skin. The head began to squeeze forward into the jaws of the book, and the figure rose and staggered off across the library. As its substance flowed forward into the pages, it dissolved, matter breaking up into a whirlpool of off-on, off-on, off data bits, streaming into their new matrix. The walls of the building shook as the book finished its task and fell to the floor. Joat stooped to pick it up and... Ross stood, watching the figure slumped in the chair. He could see the sweat running down from below the padded rim of the interfacer unit. Figures scrolled by on the screen before her, blurring in their speed. His teeth clicked together in shock. Direct interfacing like that was illegal, outside carefully supervised research settings. There was no telling what could happen when you linked your brain's own operating code with a comp system like that. And there was nothing he could do. Interrupting would be more dangerous than leaving her be. He felt an enormous upwelling anger, and wondered at it even as the muscles of his neck and shoulders tensed in rage. "What's it to me if the idiot kills herself? A waste of potential, yes, but... Joat started convulsively and threw the interfacer helmet aside. Sweat darkened her flax-coloured hair and plastered it to her skull. Dark circles stood out like bruises beneath her eyes. Ross opened his mouth to speak, or bellow. "Get out of here," she growled, turning back to her work with obsessive intensity. Her fingers blurred across the keyboard. Gotta be sure, she muttered to herself. Got it. Ross craned his neck, trying to make out the flying stream of data. Joat did something, and its progress slowed enough that the individual characters could be made out. They were some sort of encryption, vaguely familiar. He leaned forward for a better look and thoughtlessly placed his hand on her shoulder. The punch was so unexpected that it almost connected. His hand snapped up to catch her fist, moving automatically to clench and stab at a nerve junction. Joat sprang to her feet then, putting the coiled strength of her body behind a headbutt, aimed at his jaw and strong enough to shatter bone. Ross yanked her off balance and spun her around, twisting her captured hand up behind her back. But gently. He didn't want to hurt her, and he sure didn't need to add to her hostility. That nearly cost him a broken pubic bone as her heel drove backward. He staggered away, curling around the pain in his lower gut, and Joat writhed free like an eel. Is she on drugs? He thought, breath wheezing out behind clenched teeth. Blank ferocity met his eyes, and he forced himself into the ready position. Seg watched in astonishment as the two Terrans wrestled. Why are they fighting? Ross had assured him that Joat was on their side. He glanced at the screen where she'd been sitting, and his attention was caught by a familiar symbol. Ah, yes, he knew this one. Flexing his fingers to loosen them up, Seg took Joat's seat and began to work. Query, identity. He entered it, and continued, all 12 fingertips hitting the board microseconds apart. Yes, it was the program, and very neatly tied up in mid-operation, if in an unorthodox way. But it was all there, ready to come out the minute the AI's own defense program relaxed. Better to deactivate it completely. Thank you. Seg looked up, blinking each pair of eyes in sequence. A voice program, too. Very good. Perhaps a little flat on the intonations. You're welcome, he said. That ought to do it, and this will set it to eating itself. You can let it go now. Joat froze. The cable-strung arms that pinioned her relaxed. Will you stop trying to kill me, please? Ross said in her ear. And you stop trying to break my arm. They rolled free and stared at each other warily. Spook, Joat muttered, disgust in her tone. Maniac, Ross Ferren replied, then smiled at her. The grin caught her unawares, and she found herself smiling back. It was crooked, but genuine. Is that another spook? She said, moving towards her control couch. And what the fardling void is Et doing with my AI? Yes, I am a spook, the Sondi said. Seg to sell male, weapons development specialist. I'm clearing up this infiltration program. I helped design it. It was stolen. It's all on a need-to-know basis. Ross smothered a snort at the sound of the phrase. I do really, really need to know, Joat began dangerously. Yes, I think we do, another voice said from the entranceway. Joat and Ross turned. Joseph stood there, arms crossed. In his right hand was a compact, chunky-looking weapon. Ross recognized it. Chemical energy sliver gun. Messy, but very effective. The length of Duramet tubing Alvec was holding in one hand and tapping into the palm of the other probably would be too. How long have you been there? Joat asked. A few minutes. And you just stood there?" she demanded in disbelief.
"Watching you, as long as you were winning," Joseph said. "Mr. Sperin is, in a sense, our employer, and has valuable information. About a man who may well have dealings with the Kolnari."
"Right," Joat said. "You can tell—" The comm chimed, and the three of them looked up in quick surprise at the forward screen. The respond yes-no blinked on for a second, then the screen went to two-way in a manner supposedly impossible. A thick-set man in late middle age was staring back at them. "I've seen corpses with more expression," she thought.
"Good evening, Mr. Sperin," the stranger said in a mellow, cultured tone. The small hairs bristled on the back of her neck.
"Good evening," Ross said pleasantly. "Joat, this is Chief Family Enforcer Vand Joat." Vand nodded, his heavy face wearing a neutral expression.
"Captain," he said quietly, "and Mr. Tussell. I'm a great admirer of your work, sir," he told the young fondee. "It's a pleasure to have you as our guest."
Seg turned to Bross and whispered, "See? I told you I'd be recognized." Van stared at him for just a moment, as though put off his stride by that simple statement. Then he turned to Bross and Joat.
"You're all friends, I take it?" he asked with a raised eyebrow and a sardonic glance at Alvek's club and Joseph's sliver gun.
Joat blushed and shrugged, moving herself out of Bross's vicinity. "I've never met Mr. Tussell before," she said, "but Bross and I are well acquainted, and any friend of his, as they say."
"Mr. Sperin broke into your ship, Captain, with a device so illegal that I believe Sensec is the sole owner of the remaining few. We don't allow that on Rohan."
"That's a sort of challenge we've made to each other," Joat said, laughing nervously. "He breaks into my place, I break into his, and we try to keep our security arrangements ahead of our creativity." She couldn't seem to figure out what to do with her hands when she was through speaking. She wanted to cross her arms, but was afraid that would look too defensive. She dropped them to her hips, then settled for clasping them behind her back. Oh, go a family enforcer. No, make that the chief family enforcer. Sperin had been back in her life under 10 minutes, and already she was looking death in the face and lying like a trooper on his behalf. Sensec intelligence was building up a heavy account of favors owing.
"That's fascinating," Van said slowly. "My information reports that you two had no contact prior to a meeting on New Destinies."
"Actually," Ross said, "we've known each other for some time. I first met Joat on SSS 900C, just after we drove off the Kolnari." The enforcer's eyes lit. "Ah," he said, "how very interesting. The Kolnari." That was a clear request for information, one to be denied at Bross's peril. He decided to take a chance and ignore it, offering only part of the truth. "I'm here on a personal mission," he said. "I heard about Joat's trouble on New Destinies and came to offer her my assistance. I'm hoping she'll go back there with me so that we can get this thing straightened out." "And the presence of Joseph Ben Said on her ship? This is an accident?" "The Bethelite head of security comes to Rohan, visits Nomek Society. This is unrelated to you in any way." "That is between Joat and Mr. Ben Said," Ross said grimly. "I assumed he'd returned to Bethel, as I had strongly urged him to do." "What about this evening's attempt to break into Nomek Society's comp?" Van asked. His face closed now. "That is personal," Joat declared vehemently. "Very. A family matter." She stressed the word family, and the enforcer raised a brow. "I'm inclined to believe that, at least," he said smoothly. "Only family can provoke that degree of bitterness." He paused and sat considering them for a time. "All right," he said at last. "I'll let the matter drop, for now. But I warn you,
Do not interfere with our respected citizens." Only a slight pause drew a line of irony under the phrase. "No mixtiety enjoys the family's protection while he is our guest on Rohan. None of you will in any way interfere with his business here." He looked directly at Joat. "There will be no further attempts to break into his comp. Is that understood?" The three of them nodded. "Be good children," Joat thought to herself sarcastically. It was a while since she'd been scolded. She'd forgotten how unpleasant the sensation could be. "Excellent. Then this interview is at an end. Don't stay on Rohan too long, Mr. Sperrin. You're liable to prove too great a temptation to some of our more impulsive guests. And frankly, as my staff is somewhat overextended at the moment, we might not be able to adequately protect you." He reached out and cut the contact. The three of them drooped as though someone had cut their strings. Breath went out in a communal sigh. "Rand," Joat called. "Shh," Seg whispered, waving his hands, palms out at her and Bros. "Shh, shh, shh." Then, for good measure, he placed one upraised finger against his sucker-like mouth and turned to the comm. His fingers flew over the controls, and then, following a graceful whirl of his wrist, he pressed his forefinger with dramatic finality on the cut-off switch. "Now," he said, "we may talk." Joat stared at him for a moment, then turned to Bros. Bros was staring at Seg with a speculative glint in his eye. "You're sure he's gone?" he asked. "Oh, absolutely," Seg said comfortably. "And locked out, too. That is until the next time we access the comm, or someone calls in, but then we can just lock him out again." He folded his arms across his chest and looked smug. "Can't we?" "Rand," Joat called, her voice tight with anxiety. "Present." Its voice was flat and abstracted. Joat frowned. "Are you all right? You sound different." "Regrettably, I am different. Several sections of my memory were infected by the worm program and partially destroyed. I decided to simply erase those sections and reboot them from storage. I've lost a great deal of my personality and a small amount of vocal inflection. On the plus side, I was able to erase the infected sections without tripping any eggs. A worm program this aggressively vicious often leaves a small bundle of encryption that can start the whole business over again." "I took care of that," Seg volunteered, raising his hand. "Thank you," Rand said. "Joat, I was able to find and hold onto a transmission from Society's files before the worm's attack became too overwhelming. If you like, I can concentrate on decoding it before repairing my other programs." "Yes," she said fervently, "please." Then Joat turned to Seg, where he still sat at the comm. She took his hand in both of hers and looked him in the eyes, two of them anyway. "I'm in your debt," she said softly. "If there is ever any way that I can be of service to you, you have only to ask." Seg's face and ear walls suffused with colour, and he began to stammer in embarrassment. You're perfectly welcome, Captain. I'm a weapons specialist, and as an adjunct to my usual interests, I sometimes develop worm programs like this one. That one, rather, since it's gone." He laughed inanely and hurried on. "I helped to develop it, in fact. That's how I recognized it so fast and knew how to neutralize it." Joat blinked, a little taken aback by that revelation. "Yes," Rand said. "I thought it had a certain sondy subtlety to it, almost a rhythm." "Precisely," Seg exclaimed, and began an earnest conversation with Rand. Joat turned to Bros. He stood with his feet apart, arms folded across his chest, watching her with an unfathomable expression in his dark eyes. Thank you for bringing him, she said, indicating Seg. Ross smiled. You'll have to excuse him, he's not at his best. We did a pub crawl halfway across the docks looking for you or your crew, and my young friend imbibed pretty heavily. If I can forgive him for writing the fardling worm in the first place, I can forgive him for anything, I suppose. She turned to smile fondly at the young Sondhi. Then she glanced at Bross from the corners of her eyes. So, what are you doing here? One of the things I like about you is that you don't beat about the bush, Joat. He fought the urge to smile, knowing she'd think he was being condescending. I've come to call you back, he said. Your part in this mission is cancelled. Oh? She raised her brows. Perhaps I'd better bring you up to date. As I've already indicated, I know about your debt to New Destinies. 20,000 credits, Joat. How in blazes did you manage that? Joat studied him. His face expressed annoyance, but his eyes were amused. She wondered if he'd found out about her relationship to Society, or if he was recalling her because of the debt. Though he'd gotten the amount wrong. Sperin was really going to squeak when he found out it was 120,000. She suppressed a wistful sigh. Irrelevant now, she thought. I'm afraid the situation has grown just a little more complicated, she said, holding up her hand with the thumb and forefinger almost joined to indicate a tiny amount. No Society bought my debt from New Destinies. I can't leave until I work it off. Ross felt his jaw start to drop, and clenched his teeth so tightly that tendons danced in his face and neck. And, she flinched from admitting it, but forced herself to continue, I lost my temper and knocked him on his ass. Ross closed his eyes and sighed. Oh, well, it could be worse. You might have killed him. Joat began to shift her weight from foot to foot, not sure if she was embarrassed or annoyed. So, I can't just leave, she said with a shrug. No, he agreed in a voice gone leaden. It went without saying that Sensec could hardly buy her debt from Society without blowing the operation completely. Damn. It wasn't the first time he'd thrown an agent in much deeper than he intended. These things happened, but they always bothered him, and this time more than most. Meanwhile, the Venusaur Amos remained lost, and the Kolnari was still at large, and it was going from a probability to a certainty that they had the Sondhi bioweapons. There were larger issues at stake than his highly personal concern for one woman. Whoa, boy, Ross thought, startled. No more complications. Admiration, that's all. Avuncular admiration, that's all you feel. Rand broke in. How will we answer Gnomic Society when he asks us why we were trying to break into his comp? Joat shrugged, and with some relief, broke eye contact with Sperin. I'll tell him that I was looking for the debt contract to erase it. And what about why you were looking for coded transmissions particularly? Ross asked dubiously. I'll just tell him that I didn't think New Destinies would want it known that they're selling honest merchant captains into virtual slavery to criminals these days. So I figured it would be in a coded transmission. How diplomatic, Ross remarked, brows raised. Blow it out your ears, Sperin, Joat suggested through clenched teeth. The comm chimed. Joat threw herself into the couch that Seg hurriedly vacated. At her wave they all moved back, out of pickup range. Silken appeared, looking crisp in a jade-green blouse, her hair pulled severely back, her expression remote. I need to speak to you in private, she said. I've sent some of our security people to escort you here. They'll be there shortly. It's a little inconvenient, Joat said. Something flickered like lightning in Silken's eyes, anger or amusement, or perhaps both. I'm sure it is, she said. That's not my problem.
We need to talk. Don't keep me waiting or you'll experience whole new levels of inconvenience." She cut off the transmission, and Seg once again locked down the comm before anyone spoke. "Well," Joat said, "looks like I'm going visiting. If we ever want to see Amos again or find those Kolnari." Joseph opened his mouth and then closed it again. He made a quick, complex motion, and the weapon in his hand disappeared. Ross tried to ignore the leaden feeling in his gut. "Do you think it's wise?" he said. "I think it's necessary or the mission's gone," Joat said. She looked back at him. "And that's what's important, isn't it?" "I hate this job," Ross Barron thought. "I really do." Chapter 13. "Well, well," as the boring machine said, Joat thought. No Uncle Gnome chewing the carpet and frothing. Instead, Silken rose from the couch and welcomed her in, gesturing at an elaborate antique tea service laid out on the low table before her. "Come, join me," she said affably. Silken was wearing a forest green suit, silk, of course, with a silver belt and several ornaments that Joat thought were probably control devices. She pressed a cup of tea on Joat, handing her a cup and saucer as delicate as a fond memory. "It's Darjeeling," Silken said gaily. "You'll like it, I'm sure." It was good. At least one of my last memories will be pleasant. Joat decided to follow Silken's lead, and relaxed as best she could while she waited. "Do you follow the theatre?" the other woman asked. Joat blinked. "I'm more of an opera buff," she said, courtesy of Chanahap. 15 minutes of idle chat later, Silken put down her cup and saucer and leaned forward earnestly. "You must know why I've asked you here," she said. Joat looked at her and waited. "I was under the impression you were going to order me killed," she said at last. "I assume you didn't simply want to get my opinions on classic tenors first." Silken sighed and smiled. "Perhaps you didn't notice it, but you perpetrated a security breach on Nomic's comp. An accident, no doubt." "Not at all," Joat replied. "I never attack anyone by accident, real or virtual. I was trying to find my contract of indenture to destroy it." "Oh, don't be so dramatic," Silken said, waving a dismissive hand. "If you play your cards right, you'll come out of this way ahead of the game." She raised her brows and leaned back. "Actually, I think Mick's kind of—" She made a little moo and rolled her eyes as she searched for the proper word. "Charmed by the idea that he has family left. All you have to do is be nice," Silken coaxed. Joat put down her teacup. "You don't know what you're asking," she said. Silken leaned forward eagerly. "That's where you're wrong," she said. "You'd be surprised. You've had a hard life, Joat. I do understand that. I was adopted too. Only my adoptive parents were religious fanatics. You wouldn't believe the way they dressed me." Silken shuddered prettily. "They made me practically shave my head, and my shoes were so heavy they'd have held me in place in 0G. Her eyes took on a remote look, as though she was searching her memories. They were strict about everything, meaningless things. There were endless rules, and every breach was punished, especially by my foster father. When he wasn't beating me, he starved me. I got skinny from being so defiant. Many a night I cried myself to sleep from hunger." She looked up at Joat. "So yes, I do understand." "Did you find it in yourself to forgive your adoptive father for beating you?" Joat asked. "Well, after I accused him of raping me and he got convicted and hanged himself in prison, yes, I did. After all, who needs to carry all that emotional baggage through their life?"
She smiled at Joat. "You and I are survivors." She touched Joat's knee lightly. "We know how to travel light." Joat considered her. Then she said, "You have had a hard time, and I'm sorry that you have. But there's a difference between your story and mine that seems insurmountable to me." Silken cocked her head curiously. "Your adoptive father is dead. When Society is dead, maybe I'll be able to forgive him too. But I think that's what it's going to take." Silken sighed regretfully. Then she frowned. "I can't allow you to kill Nomic. He means too much to me. I mean to marry him one day." "You're going to change your name to Silken Society? It sounds like naughty underwear." Silken's green eyes narrowed thoughtfully, and she stood. "Joat, I would very much regret having you killed. But I will if you endanger my meal ticket," Joat thought. "Associate." "On that note, let us part," she said. "You'd be happier if you could forgive and forget, because you are legally indebted to your uncle, and the past has no bearing on that fact." "It ought to," Joat said grimly. "Thanks for the tea." "Oh," Silken called out when Joat had reached the door, "we'll have an assignment for you soon. Don't leave your ship until you've heard from us." Joat nodded crisply and left. Nomic entered the room frowning, and Silken reached out to him from where she sat on the couch. "I'm so sorry, Mick." He hastened to take her hand and gave her a reassuring smile. "It's not your fault, Silky. You did your best." "I know, but I brought her here." "Well," he sat beside her and cuddled her against him, "you couldn't know she was my niece, and you had no way of knowing how unreasonable she'd be. Did you? Silken laid her head on Nomic's shoulder. "No, but I'm also sorry because I know you must be disappointed." He shrugged, then smiled. "I guess it's a good thing I didn't buy her debt after all," he said. Silken's fluttered laughter. "Oh, that's wicked," she said, "and I was so sure you had." "After the way she acted yesterday, I thought maybe I'd better feel her out before I did anything drastic." He grinned. "Even you do not fathom the full depths of my duplicity, my sweet. Your natural innocence, no doubt." "You're so smart." Silken pinched his cheek and kissed him. Then she grew serious. "It might be best to consider her entirely disposable," she said. "In fact, I recommend it. It's a pity, but some people just don't take to teamwork." "I agree." Nomic looked thoughtful. "She's a lot like my brother, and I remember well the time I decided he had to go." His mouth tightened to a thin line. "I've got a little job she can do for me. I was asked specifically for someone expendable." He smiled puckishly. "And I think she'll be perfect, eager even, if I offer to write off the whole debt. The danger will make that credible. And since I'll also send along one of those please execute bearer messages, well—" They looked at one another in affected shock. "Ooh, that's bad," they said in unison, and then embraced each other, laughing. Joat put down the micro-manipulator and sighed listlessly. The plasma shield was an intriguing concept, but she couldn't generate any real enthusiasm. Mechanically, her fingers picked up scattered parts from the table and slotted them into the pockets of the hold-all. The galley lounge of the Wyal was crowded with all of them, and the Sondie kept humming. She felt too apathetic to work, but not enough to avoid irritation at the minor key melody. Joseph looked up from the chess he was playing against one of the AI's subroutines. "I believe I've found something useful," Brawn said. "What have you got?" she asked wearily.
The transmission I obtained from Society's comp said nothing more than goods received, balance deposited. But it came from a ship that transmitted from a different quadrant of space each time it sent a message to Society. "Hey, that's helpful," Joat said sarcastically. "However," Rand continued, "within a few days of sending their messages, never more than 2 weeks, Earth standard, its passage was recorded by the same buoy, indicating that somewhere in the vicinity of that buoy is its point of origin." "Well, that only leaves us a few billion parsecs to worry about," Ross said. "This is a very good beginning," Rand insisted. "We can leave a drone there with instructions to follow this ship sending the messages. Even if it's not Kolnari, it could lead us to them." "Not a bad plan," Joat said, perking up. "Congratulations, buddy." "How did you find these connections so fast without raiding Society's comp?" "They were a matter of public record," Rand said. "And I am a computer. Humans do not notice patterns of that sort. I simply searched Rohan's routine reports from their marker buoys and matched the call signs against the message we stole from Society." It paused a moment, then continued, "Which I couldn't have done very effectively if I hadn't erased that frustration subroutine you gave me." "You erased that? After all the time it took me to write it?" Joat was a little hurt. That program had taken real ingenuity. And she'd written it at his request, so that he could learn why it was that humans became so easily bored by repetitious tasks. "Why not? I believe that I very quickly got the point, and I now really understand why humans invented computers to do this kind of work. I even understand why they practice slavery. I, too, would not suffer so unless compelled. That accomplished, I saw no reason for my efficiency to be degraded further." "You're starting to sound like your old self," Joat said, relieved. "I am reconfiguring from ROM backup," Rand said, "with a few alterations." The comm chimed. "Can you filter that?" "Yes." Joat nodded. Now the pickup would show only what Rand wanted it to. In this case, herself. Gnomic Society's face filled the screen. Silken was curled on a settee behind him. She supposed it was their private quarters from the hangings and rugs. "I'm relaying instructions regarding your first assignment," he said. A light on the comm lit up, indicating that her comp was processing incoming information. "Wait a minute," Joat said. "I intend to protest the sale of my debt to you. I'm not going anywhere until I've heard back from New Destinies." Gnomic folded his hands before him with an exaggerated calm. "I have all the rights in this case. You make a stink, you try to leave, you give me 1 more minute of aggravation, and I will have the family's enforcers remove you and your crew from that ship and dump you on the dock with just a change of underwear and the clothes you stand up in. And if one of you gets hurt in the process, you'd better believe that no one on Rohan will shed any tears over you." He stared at her for a moment before continuing. "Are we clear on that?" Joat chewed her lower lip. Her hands opened and closed, and her breathing deepened. "I'm waiting," Gnomic said. "Clear," she said at last, near choking on her humiliation. She tried to remind herself that the whole point of this exercise had been to get Society to use her like this. "It's a fairly difficult mission. If you'd been more cooperative, I'd have given it to someone else. As it is, do this and we're quits. I don't think we'd work well together." Joat nodded jerkily. "Good. Now get your crew on board and get out of here. Oh," he leaned forward, one finger raised, "if you don't show up to meet my clients, say you decide to go plead your case on New Destinies, I won't kill you, but you'll wish I had." As Society leaned back, the screen cleared.
After a moment, Rand spoke. "It's safe to talk now." "I regret getting you into this," Ross said with genuine sympathy. "I can see that it's hard on you." She turned to him, one eyebrow raised, lips pursed, and studied him a moment. Then she turned back to her station and moved her hands rapidly over the controls. "Damn," she said after a moment, her voice sharp with disbelief. "I'm locked out. I can't access the orders he just transmitted." "It's time-encrypted, Joat. Right now, all it has released to the navigation terminal is a point in space," Rand said. "I believe we can assume that when we reach that point, we'll receive more information." "This is incredible. That scumsucker expects me to fly out of here blind?" She turned to face the others. "Ready to leave?" They nodded. So did Bross and Seg. "Why are you really here?" Joseph asked Sperrin after a moment. Ross drew himself up to his full height and put his hands on his hips. "I came to call Joat off of this mission," he said wearily. "It wasn't until long after you'd gone that I discovered an important piece of information." Joseph looked sidelong at Joat. "You are referring to Nomic Society's relationship to my young friend?" he asked wryly. "Uh-huh." Joat felt a flash of temper. "I don't especially like being discussed on my own bridge as though I were a runaway child," she said sharply. "I didn't know about Society myself until I saw what was on that datahedron. And by then I had to go through with this thing. So okay, I didn't cover myself with glory. I could have done better, I admit it. Now we can discuss how we're going to handle this situation without casting knowing glances back and forth." "Your behavior endangered my mission," Joseph snapped, "and my mission is the safety of the Benisur Amos. If you suffer a raised eyebrow or a knowing smile as punishment for the offense, Joat, I think that you are getting off very lightly." "Joat," Rand said. "What?" "Rohan Control has informed me that we have a window in 12 minutes. Joat stared at Rand's blinking face. "What are they talking about, 12 minutes?" The Weil trembled as it was released from the docking mechanism, and a station tug began pulling them into launch position. "Apparently Society has enough influence to clear our departure before schedule," Rand said. "Out of my way!" Joat barked at Seg as she took the captain's chair, nearly knocking him off his feet. She keyed up Rohan Control. "This is Joat Simeon Hap of the Wyal," she said crisply. "We haven't asked for clearance, and we are not prepared for takeoff." The controller frowned and consulted another screen. "We were told to give you clearance on an emergency basis," he said. "You're fully fueled and have loaded consumables. I'm afraid you're committed to a launch in 10 minutes. "We cannot be ready in 10 minutes. I repeat, we cannot be ready for departure in that time. No such request came from the Wyal." The controller stared at her for a moment. "Our request came from Nomic Society, Captain, and your options are to lift off in," he consulted the time, 9 minutes, 39 seconds, or to stay and explain exactly why you didn't. He offered her a superior little smile. "I know which I'd choose." Then he was gone. "Damn the man," Joat said, and began to work frantically at pre-launch tasks that hadn't been attended to. Albeck stepped to his station and began working. Ross and Seg watched their concentrated activity for a few moments. "Is there anything I can do?" Ross asked. "No," Joat said shortly. "Joe, could you find these guys a berth, please?" "Yes, Captain." "Damn," Joat thought. "He usually doesn't call me that." Joseph was really angry. Chapter 14. Dana Sherman frowned at the message she'd just been sent by Sensec's contact on New Destinies. What the hell is Sal trying to pull, she'd thought at first, and had sent for confirmation. A quick check through some eyes-only files had revealed that the Clau Varigues Sal was referring to was, in fact, one of the old cover names for Prosperin. And a return message from New Destinies confirmed that he really had ordered Sal to pay this exorbitant fine for a ship named Wyal. Prosperin is retired from field work, she thought, puzzled and annoyed. So what's he doing on New Destinies playing Lord Bountiful with his department's budget? This didn't seem right. In fact, I think it stinks to high heaven. If Sperin was in the field, then he should have a controller, someone who was overseeing his endeavours. And who else would that be but Bross's superior, she asked herself cheerfully. With the click of a few keys, she rid herself of a potentially loaded situation. Joat groaned and began to beat her head against the edge of her console. Then she leaned back and covered her face. When she took her hands away, she was smiling dazedly. "This is unbelievable," she said. "Are you all right, Joat?" Rand's voice tones indicated concern. Its lights flickered yellow. "Yes," she said, shaking her head. "Get the spy master up here, would you, Rand? I've got some questions for him." Rand hesitated. "Do you mean Joseph, Bross, or Seg?" it asked. "Seg?" Her voice deepened with amazement. "He is very knowledgeable on the subject." "I meant Sperin," she said. "He's the one who got us into this." "To be fair, Joat, I'm sure that your commitment to Joseph and the Benisor Amos is what motivated our participation in Mr. Sperin's scheme." She shrugged. "Who wants to be fair?" She keyed up Sciaty's instructions and read them again. She sighed again. She didn't want to be fair to Sperin. He made her uneasy, and that irritated her. It also irritated her that she was taking pains to avoid him, not an easy thing to do on a ship this size. She'd finally banned him from the bridge to give herself some space, which I needed. There was a limit to the number of times you could watch a face with that "I know something you don't know" look, at least without rearranging the face with a multi-tool set to weld. "Captain." Sperin was leaning both hands against the hatch, his head thrust through the hatchway. "Permission to enter the bridge," he said. "Oh, don't be an ass. I sent for you, didn't I?" He smiled and came to where she sat. "Not that it isn't nice to be asked for a change," she snapped. This man has the patent of smug, she decided, watching his cool half-bow. "What did you want?" he asked, leaning against the console. "Society's orders just became available, and surprise. You remember the marker boy we were discussing just before liftoff? The one Society's mysterious contact kept passing?" He nodded. "Well, guess what? That's our destination. But wait, it gets better. Our assignment is to pick up a cargo and deliver it to a third party in a place to be named by the shipper." She cocked her head at him. "How does that sound to you?" He shrugged. "You're the captain, you tell me." She made an exasperated noise. "It sounds to me as though we're about to meet the Kolnari," she said. "Or possibly their minions," he agreed. "So, what do you want to do about it? Are you going to inform Central Worlds, or what?" He grimaced. "What do you want me to say, Joat? I can hardly call out the Navy on this. I don't actually have any hard information. For all we know, this is a minor drug deal or some smuggling job." He held his hands out helplessly. "It could be the Kolnar. It could be a loyalty test. Like you said at the beginning, we're flying blind here." "Then
Why would society offer to wipe the debt?
Obviously, it's either worth it to him, or he has no intention of paying, or both.
Isn't there something we should be doing? Don't you have someone waiting to hear from you?
Yes, to both questions. To the first, we're doing it. We're heading for that rendezvous, and we'll have to wait till we get there to decide what to do next. To the second, yes, I have someone waiting to hear from me. But I'm not about to blow my cover and tell the universe where I am for no reason. I have nothing worth reporting, Joat. Until I do, I'm just going to keep my mouth shut.
She sighed. So I guess I should too.
I didn't say that.
I didn't say you did, sheesh. All I meant was that I wouldn't pester you about it.
Very well. He stood up.
All right.
If that answers all your questions, he asked very politely.
Yes, thanks.
How long before we reach that boy?
Not long, she said, a few hours. Tell the others for me, would you?
He nodded sharply and left. Joat turned her chair to watch him go.
Bartles, he's testy, she muttered.
So are you, Rand told her.
Maybe it's those shots Sed gave us, Joat suggested. She'd been uneasy about taking them. Experimental drugs have their place. That place is not in Joat Simeon Happ's veins.
I don't believe so, Rand told her. No one else has these particular symptoms. You and Mr. Sperrin seem to strike sparks off each other. It paused thoughtfully.
Why is that?
Joat frowned.
It's 'cause he's a pushy-offsco and he doesn't like being called on it, she snarled. And he's too damned attractive and too damned cocky and on my mind too damn much.
I shouldn't have equipped you with a metaphor function.
The same could be said of Joseph, but you've never reacted to him this way. Well, I trust Joe, she said unhappily. I trust him with my life.
Rand was silent for a moment. Then it said,
He doesn't trust you, though, does he?
Joat blushed and her mouth twisted ruefully. She schooled herself to be patient with Rand, who didn't understand how much the rift between herself and Joseph hurt.
That's very perceptive, she said quietly. It'll take a while to win back his confidence, if I ever do.
He is fair, Joat, though harsh in his judgments.
Eventually I believe he must concede that if you were on good terms with Mr. Society, you probably wouldn't have pulled this assignment.
Joat smiled slowly.
You know, you're right. Society didn't exactly wave us off with a fond farewell, did he?
That's very perceptive, Rand murmured, and Joat began to chuckle.
Although that doesn't mean that giving him the finger was the right thing to do, she said. But it worked, and Joseph attaches high value to that quality. Ross moved down the corridor quickly, his brow furrowed. I just can't seem to find the right tone with her, he muttered to himself, as he swung into the tiny cubicle. On Weil, it was normally used for stores, but a little work had made it habitable, just. He automatically tested the stick-tights and monitors. No, Rand and Joat hadn't managed to bug it yet. That he was aware of. He had the best tools Semsec could produce, but she was a wild card as far as technics went.
As far as anything goes, he snarled.
He'd worked hard to maintain an attitude of aloof friendliness, watching his words to avoid any hint of being judgmental, keeping his expression a polite half-smile intended to show confidence in her.
I never know what she's going to say or do.
It was too long since he'd been a field agent full-time, too much time as a controller. He was used to being in control, manipulating things from a distance. Am I losing it? There was a time when he wouldn't have bucked the middle command this hard over the Kolnari matter. Sure, he was right.
But he also didn't have the strategic information the command did. Central Worlds ran a big operation. Maybe he was being a loose cannon and nothing more, yet he couldn't stop himself. The enemy appeared to control the game, and he felt like one of the little powerless pieces, the kind that are given up with a good-natured shrug. Meanwhile, virtually every player on his team was annoyed, to one degree or another, with everyone else. The only real asset he had was that Gnomic society didn't know he was involved. He smiled wryly. Even Seg had deserted him to follow Joseph around like an eager puppy, much to the Bethelites' chagrin. End of side 5. To continue, turn the cassette over. Side 6. The Ship Avenged by S.M. Sterling. Continuing on page 232. Joseph's people were uneasy with aliens, to put it mildly. There was no place for non-humans in the rather conservative religion that permeated every moment of life on Bethel. So finding one of them worshipping at his feet was making Joseph very queasy. Ross stepped through the hatchway into the galley to hear Seg asking, "But why would you rescue the Lady Rachel, when she had just betrayed all of you?" This was too much for Joseph, who burst from his chair and strode to the hatch. Ross leapt out of his way. Then Joseph spun round and snarled, "I am not at the end of my life, boy. I cannot look back and see a pattern, because there is no pattern. Sometimes you react to life as it happens, just as we are reacting to this situation we find ourselves in. Or are you perhaps planning everything you will be called upon to do in the next few days?" He glared at Seg for a moment. "No, I thought not. I will ask you to stop your annoying habit of questioning every decision I have made in my life before I compel you to do so." He turned and stormed off. Seg sat at the table looking crestfallen. His large, fine eyes were tragic. The smaller ones were closed. His little sucker-like mouth was sphinctered shut, but trembled querulously, and his ear walls were quite pale. The young scientist might not be quite as upset as he looked. Sondi just weren't equipped by nature to show a poker face, but Ross felt moved to offer some comfort. "You've got to remember, Seg, that what one person perceives as a moment of glory, another might see as just a really bad day they'd like to forget. That question is probably a sore spot with Joseph because he married the Lady Rachel." Seg slumped down farther in his chair. "I don't know if you were aware of that." "No," Seg sighed. "I didn't know. The thwarting of the Kolnari raid on SSS 900C is so famous, though. An adventure that will live forever." "Adventure is somebody else in deep Coca, far, far away and a long time ago," Ross said. "Wishing for adventure is like praying for bad luck." The Sondi looked shocked. But this is adventure," he protested. "No, it'll be adventure if somebody makes a vid play about it after we survive," Ross said. "Joseph's been there and done that, so cut him some slack." Silence fell for a moment. "Still," Seg looked up at Ross, "you'd like to treat me like that, wouldn't you?" Ross raised his brows. "What makes you say that?" Seg looked condescending. "I'm not stupid, Ross. Far from it, in fact. I'm a brilliant scientist. I know that because I know who my competition are, and they're so smart it takes my breath away. I'm a better than average musician, and coming from a Sondi, that's saying something. And I probably pull in more credits in a year than the whole bunch of you put together could in 2. So where do you people get off looking down on me?" He was sitting up straight now, his eyes bright, his ear walls flushed with colour. "Hey," Ross said, holding up his hand palms out. "Calm down. Why are you yelling at me? Because you're here and you're guilty. He scowled. At least Ross assumed he was scowling. So I'm socially tone deaf. So what? I'm young, and I'm not human. I'm not as bad as this with Sondi. He paused. Not usually. If that's important, I'm sure I can learn what I need to know. In the meantime, I just thought I'd point out that you haven't got all that much to be smug about. Ross sat down beside him and studied his young charge, one finger stroking his upper lip. I didn't realize I was being smug, he said quietly. Seg slumped in his chair again. You don't want me here. Ross nodded. You're right, I don't. But not because I look down on you. It's because I'm fully aware of what a valuable citizen you really are, Seg. His eyes narrowed. Even though I checked it myself, I still can't believe Clenched would put you in the line of fire like this. I insisted, Seg said quickly. I felt responsible for the loss of our work. I made them see that I should go. I still don't like it, Ross said. It divides my attention. You may be brilliant. No, I'll be honest, you are brilliant. But this isn't your line of work. How would you feel if somebody forced themselves on you as an assistant during a crucial experiment, without training? Seg wilted with guilt. You've been useful so far, Ross conceded. But I don't believe in tempting the gods of luck. We've had too much good luck so far, and I'm afraid you may be the straw that broke the camel's back. Seg looked interested. What camel? He asked. Like the ones with silver bells? Chapter 15. Planlord. Speak. Belazir didn't raise his eyes from the screen he studied. Your contact on Rohan has confirmed that he has found shipping for us, and has given us an ETA for a vessel named Wyal. Belazir nodded thoughtfully. How long? He asked. 2 hours, Clanlord. The young Kolnari hesitated. Belazir noted it and said again, Speak. The captain's name is Joat Simeon Hap. Belazir's blazing eyes rose from the screen like some merciless sun. The crewman's pupils expanded in fear, and he visibly shuddered, but held his place. Belazir bared his teeth in a parody of a grin. His body began to quiver slightly in arousal. No, it is a joke. That scum vermin dares. Society had been arrogant from the first, confident that he was irreplaceable. Even the Joat family would draw the line at the sort of dealing society had agreed to, and he thought that made him the master. He dared to taunt Belazir with unsatisfiable desires. Simeon, he breathed. Society dares to taunt me with that name. Get him, he said, glaring into the other's eyes. Society and his doxy, and bring them to me. The young crewman stared at him like a bird fascinated by a snake. Go! Belazir roared, and the crewman fled with a clatter of boots. Belazir sat down slowly, his golden eyes wide, staring at scenes that never had taken place, scenes that soothed and pleasured him. In his mind he saw Chanahap kneeling, her spirit broken, offering up to him the male child she'd borne him. He sat in a throne-like chair, looking coldly down upon her bent head, and gently informed her that as a male it must be castrated and made a slave. Licking his lips, he imagined Channa flat on her belly, clasping his ankle and kissing his feet, her tears leaving streaks on the polished ebony of his skin as she begged for mercy for her child. Next, he imagined Simeon's voice, begging to be allowed to serve the Kolnar, pleading with him not to be left in the dark. And then there was Amos. He grinned. Yes, there was Amos. Zerak, Take some troops and prepare our guest the Benisur for departure."
Behind him, a brawny, scarred woman smiled and rose, beckoning to 2 troopers in powered armor to follow her. They genuflected to the ship's joss behind the command seat, and left with a tread that shook the deck. Carrack cleared his throat, and his father's eyes fell on him like an accusation. "You wish to speak, my son?" "What of the Benisur scum-vermin companions?" Carrack asked. Belazir made a little moo and shrugged. His eyes wandered back to his screen. He gestured idly with 2 fingers. "See to them," he said. Carrack rose and bowed to his father, and then forced himself to leave the bridge calmly. Belazir smiled like a man suppressing laughter. Then he too rose. "Kiris, Clanlord, you have the bridge. I will be in my quarters if I am needed." "Yes, Clanlord." As soon as he was clear of the bridge, Carrack lengthened his stride. By the time he was near Sir Mosa's prison, he was running. He stopped just before the turning to the brig to calm his breathing. Then he approached the guards outside her door at a measured walk. "I am to take the scum-vermin girl to the Clanlord," he said coldly. "She will not be coming back, so you are to report to your unit commander for reassignment." "No one has informed us of this, petite heir." The woman guard stared at him, obliquely contemptuous. He gritted his teeth at the title. Officially, he should be Magna Heir, as his father's only living son, although Belazir had never found the time for the ceremony. "Enough. I renounce him." "I am informing you, just as I shall inform your unit commander that you are desperately in need of a punishment drill." He paused long enough to watch her struggle through her resentment. "Does the petite heir require an escort?" the other guard asked. Carrack narrowed his eyes as he studied the man, not certain whether the trooper was sincere or joking. "Fearsome as she is," he drawled sarcastically, "I doubt the prisoner will try to overwhelm me. We have her beloved Benisur in our clutches, you must remember, to ensure her good behavior." He looked at the door and waved his hand in one of his father's casual, dismissive gestures. "Go," he said, bored with them. They saluted and moved crisply off, contempt and resentment leaving an almost visible wake behind them. Carrack watched them until they disappeared around the corner, and waited until he could no longer hear their footsteps. Then he keyed open the lock on Sir Mosa's door and entered her cell. She rose with a startled gasp, then frowned when she saw it was him. "You frightened me," she said a bit crossly. Then she rushed to him and threw her arms around his massive chest. "But I am glad to see you." She smiled up at him, waiting for his kiss. He looked down at her, tenderly cradling her blonde head in his big hand, and sighed for sheer delight in her sweet innocence, leaning down to award the kiss she expected. Then he held her against him, gently stroking her bright, soft hair. "I have come to take you away," he said. With a sharp intake of breath, Sir Mosa pulled away from him, looking up into his face excitedly. "We are going to rescue the Benisur Amos." Her blue eyes shone with a fierce joy. Carrack closed his eyes and swallowed hard. "That is impossible," he said in a toneless voice. "My father has ordered him to be taken to the technicians, who will prepare him for his journey." He watched her brow darken, and her eyes begin to sparkle with outrage. Grasping her upper arms, he gave her a little shake. "He will be safe, little one. It is your people that are in danger, and they are in danger from him. We must get away to warn them." He watched, and saw her face harden with resolve. His back relaxed in relief. This arguing was more trying than just giving orders. "You are right," she said reluctantly. "It is what the Benisur himself would say to me." Then another idea took hold, and she started as though struck. The captain. If we cannot bring the Benisor Amos away with us, then we must save Captain Sung.
The captain is... He trailed off. He felt a queasy sensation in his stomach, something unfamiliar that grew worse when he thought of what had been done to the man.
You told me that he was still alive,
Soamosa protested. Her face showed her puzzlement, and her eyes regarded him uncertainly, as though she had just realized that this could easily be one of the famous cruel jokes the Kolnari loved to play. He is alive, but not in any way that he would wish to be. It would be a mercy to leave him to be killed, Soamosa. No one should have to live as he is now. She backed away from him, frightened and furious.
What have you done to him?
I have done nothing to him. This I swear by my love for you. My father put him in with the Benisor to be sure that his plan would work. In just a few hours the captain took infection through simple contact with the Benisor, and now he is mindless. He is incontinent, Soamosa. He drools and weeps like a baby, and he is terrified of the Kolnar. If I go near him, he will scream and howl and run away. Karak threw up his hands in exasperation at the mulish look on her face. How are we to escape while we are hauling around a man who is screaming and trying to escape? She bit her lower lip and looked down, her brow furrowed in thought. Then she sighed shortly and looked at him with confidence.
You can knock him out, and we will carry him, she said.
The unfamiliar sensation in his gut turned to one he recognized easily. Fear. Not quite the same sort of fear that his father's whip or his sibling's knife would cause, but similar. Because I am going to do it for her. It would be much easier to knock Soamosa out and carry her off to Bethel, but she would never forgive him, and he couldn't bear that. In all of his life, no one had befriended him but his brother, and even he had never understood Karak. In all my life, he said, looking into her blue eyes with his brass-yellow eyes, only with you have I felt at home. Therefore I will do this thing for you, even though it is dangerous and makes no sense. Losing her was inconceivable, death far preferable. He closed his eyes. All right, he said. We will take Captain Sung with us.
Oh!
She threw her arms around him and hugged him tightly enough to surprise an oof from him.
Let us go, she said brightly.
Belazir took a sip of the zers he'd prepared for himself and sat down before the screens in his quarters. He stretched out with a contented sigh. His strength and speed had not fallen off, not much, or he would be dead at a rival's hands. But his bones ached. He dug his hand into a bowl of raw meat chunks and threw one to a plant. Spined leaves gripped home around the morsel, and a thin humming filled the air. Tendrils groped towards him, and he threw another piece. It was doubly satisfying, a remembrance of lost Kolnar, and a fitting end for the man who'd annoyed him so. The finger bones were in a necklace around the shoulders of his personal joss over in the corner. His eyes stayed on the screen. From here, as on the bridge, he could view any place on the ship, and a few selected places on the other ships as well. Hoping that he hadn't missed any good comedy, Belazir called up Soamosa's cell, and found it empty. A little thrill of something like alarm flashed through his middle. He gave an irritated grunt. He'd missed a great deal, obviously. Where were the young lovers? He instructed the monitors to show random scenes throughout the brig area, and waited impatiently as he watched various Kolnari at their daily tasks. Then he came upon a scene from a farce. Captain Sung ran around the small cell he'd shared with Amos with incredible speed and agility, hopping from bunk to commode to the floor, screaming all the while like a lost soul. Or like a pig in torment, Belazir thought. He had seen pigs on several of the planets the High Clan had sacked, back before the attack on Bethel. After him, looking eager to do murder, came Karak, muscular arms outstretched, long-fingered hands curled to grab. Following him came Soamosa, her bright hair flowing in the wind of her own passage, speaking breathlessly but softly, urging gentleness and restraint. Her little hands reached for Karak, ready to restrain him. Belazir laughed out loud. The damned pursued by a devil pursued by an angel, he thought. It just keeps getting better. At last, with a desperate lunge, Karak got hold of the captain. The man tried to fight him off, batting ineffectually at Karak's hands and keening in a high-pitched wail. "Be gentle," Soamosa insisted. Through gritted teeth, Karak told her, "Little one, it is impossible to knock someone out gently." "Captain," Soamosa said, "Captain, listen to me." "He no longer knows what a captain is, Soa. Call him by his name." He just wanted to hit the man, but Soamosa obviously wanted to calm him down first. Though what purpose that would serve he couldn't see. "His name, James, no, Joe, no, Joshua, Josiah. Is that your name, Josiah?" She looked hopefully at the captain. The man calmed slightly at the sound of her voice, stopping his futile jerking at the iron grip. "You must be very brave, Josiah. We will take care of you, but you must help us." Sung watched her fascinated. He reached out and took a lock of her hair. Then he tried to put it in his mouth. That's when Karak punched him, and Sung dropped like a rock. "Oh," Soamosa said, "you did not have to do that. He would have come quietly." "Perhaps, but he would not have stayed that way. Think of him as an infant, Soa. He will react emotionally and loudly to whatever frightens him. I frighten him. We cannot take the risk that he will suddenly decide to mention that at the top of his lungs." He hoisted Sung over his shoulder. "Stay by my side," he told her. "Act frightened, pretend to weep." Soamosa glared at him and opened her mouth to speak. "My people will expect it," he said through gritted teeth. "If you walk by my side like a queen consenting to be escorted, they will wonder what is going on, and we do not want them to start thinking. I know how brave you are. Surely that is all that matters." He leaned over to kiss her lightly on the lips. "And after all, we have Bethel to consider, do we not?" She managed to look both chagrined and flattered. "Yes," she muttered resentfully, "but I do not like it." That said, she opened the door of the cell and allowed Karak to grasp her slender wrist in his great hand. Her head drooped, and her shoulders shook with muffled sobs. Belazir watched the scene unfold in vast amusement. At some point, however, he realized that his son was facing the highly infectious Captain Sung without any protective gear. He'd seen him immunize the girl, but not himself. No doubt he never even thought to protect himself, Belazir thought. Despite the death from the great plague that left us so weak, he never even thought that he might become infected. Belazir wondered if all the Kolnar still dared to be so arrogant. Then, with an almost regretful sigh, Belazir decided that fate had given him a backup plan, and at the same time had punished his son's treason. He glanced suspiciously at his joss in its niche. Or perhaps it is some punishment for the disaster of the SSS 900C. Karak was, after all, the last of his children still living, and it was custom to cull the children of traitors. "No," he shook his head, "not this time. I will not sacrifice all of my seed, especially given their precious immunity to the Great Plague." However, Karak could bravely serve the Kolnar as a sacrifice to expediency. Belazir smiled. "Yes, I rather like that." He called up Kiris at the command post on the bridge. "Great Lord," Kyrus said, bowing his head respectfully. Clear and seal all corridors between the brig and the hangar until further notice. And be prepared to sterilize those areas. Yes, great lord. Carrack will be taking a fighter and our 2 prisoners. Let them go unmolested. Yes, great lord. Belazir could almost feel Kyrus's curiosity, well hidden behind an impassive face. Kyrus waited for further orders. That is all, Belazir said, and cut contact. It wasn't quite all. Carrack would contract the mind-wasting disease as surely as the captain had, though not as quickly. That would leave the girl to pilot them to Bethel, assuming she could pilot a spacecraft. Whether she managed to get to Bethel or was lost in space to be picked up by the Central World's Navy or some hapless freighter, his own goal would be accomplished. The mind-wasting disease would be unleashed on the enemies of his people, revenge accomplished, and honor sustained. And it cost them very little. 1 fighter, and a traitor already on his way to a form of living death. It had a certain symmetry that pleased him. Then an idea struck him. It is something I can tell the scum-vermin Amos. He smiled wickedly, golden eyes bright with mirth. After all, he had plentiful deposits of Carrack's seed frozen. There were Kolnari girls enough who would be eager for the prestige of bearing it. Your captain's son and the young lady have fled in one of our small craft, he said aloud, liking the sound of the words. Surely it will give him hope. Belazir showed his teeth and threw another gobbet of meat at the plants. Their tendrils waved in the air, clicking in rhythm with his deep chuckle. Amos lay stiffly upon a cold metal table. He struggled to move, to open his eyes, and could not. There was no light, not even the swirling patterns behind closed lids. Anything, he thought frantically. A finger, a toe, an eyelid, something move, damn it. I call upon the god. But nothing did. His body was utterly indifferent to his commands. He could feel. The technician had proved that by plunging a needle into various sensitive areas, and had seemed quite pleased by Amos's lack of response. Excellent, excellent, he kept murmuring, continuing his probing long after there was any possible necessity of doing so. Amos wished that he could at least glare at the man, but he was helpless even to do that. There is no dignity in helplessness, he thought. Now there is a useful thought, he told himself bitterly. What a pity I cannot write it down. He railed at himself for allowing things to come to this. Why did I not kill myself and take this weapon from their hands? How could I let myself live to be used like this? He thought of heroes he had read about that chewed through their own tongues rather than betray their people. Why did I not do so when they brought me here, when I knew what they meant to do? Too late for such thoughts. Too late to do any good at all. Amos began to pray. That at least they cannot take from me. The god was a loving, forgiving god. There was a sound by his side, a rustling like that of the technician's sterile suit. He remembered the man's smooth, dark face through the faceplate of the headgear, sweating slightly, his dark bronze eyes fearful of the threat Amos represented if the suit should in any way be punctured. If I had that probe, you pirate swine, I would puncture more than your suit. The sound came again, closer now. Then Amos sensed something huge looming over him, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He tried desperately to open his eyes, feeling at last only the barest quiver, so slight it might have been imaginary. After a terribly long wait that scraped away at the last remaining shreds of Amos's self-control, a cold voice said quietly, "I have news, scum-vermin." The sweat beading his brow slid down his face and into his hair. Belazir watched the evidence of his enemy's distress disappear slowly into Amos's thick, dark hair. He smiled, sighing sensuously. Of such little pleasures are the best memories made, he thought. He glanced around the sterile box of a room, his eyes resting for a moment on the kneeling, shivering medtech. He wondered if it would be best to have the creature spaced after handling the scum vermin Amos. No, he thought, that would express doubts about the efficacy of these suits. And here am I, wearing one. It was unwise to put such ideas into the heads of ambitious subordinates. "Leave us," he said to the medtech, and waited till the creature had scurried from the room. "Once," he said, leaning over Amos's unmoving form, "we had no need of such rooms as these. It does not please me that I am responsible for making them necessary. Or perhaps I should say we. Such rooms as these are common among the scum vermin races," Belazir continued, "but they are probably rare on Bethel." He watched Amos with a downward quirk of his lips. For all his enemy's responsiveness, the Benesseur could have been asleep. This grew tedious. Still, there was no reason to discard his plan. He leaned close and whispered in Amos's ear. "The little blonde girl. She has rescued the captain and has fled the ship. I knew you would wish to be informed," he said in mock sympathy. "There is no telling what might befall her, a young woman all alone, with only the pathetic remnant of Captain sung. Tisk, tisk, tisk." He watched Amos, hoping for some sign that he heard, but there was no response. Save, yes, the scum vermin's heart was accelerating slightly. "I considered pursuit, of course, but then I realized that it would be unconscionably rude to force hospitality on an unwilling guest. I do hope she will be all right." Belazir straightened and began to walk heavily around the table, one hand trailing lightly along its edge. "In any event, we must discuss our immediate plans for you. Soon you will be placed in an escape pod. I thought that a particularly nice touch," Belazir said with satisfaction. "Then you will be taken aboard a ship that we have arranged to take you home. By the way, interestingly, the captain of this ship is named Joat, Simeon Hap. Ironic, is it not?" This was useless. Belazir contemplated the paralyzed body of his enemy in disgust. "Why did I not think of this before I had him prepared?" He sighed. It would have been good to watch his enemy try to hide his feelings. These untrained scum vermin were so blatant in their emotions. Ah, well, it would have to be enough that he knew the Benesseur had heard him, and that every word had left teeth marks in the scum vermin's heart. "Enjoy your journey," Belazir said softly. "I have been pleased to be your host." So Amos has escaped. Amos's heart leapt for a moment. Then, but with the captain she'll be infected. He visualized her vibrant young face slack and drooling. The effort of will needed to control the tears was as terrible as anything he had ever done. And Joat is here. If I needed proof that this is a nightmare and not truly happening, that would be it. For how could things possibly go so smoothly for this devil outside of his own mad dreams? Amos felt his body being lifted and dropped unceremoniously into what felt like a coffin. It was cold, and his flesh wanted to shrink from the clammy surface, but could not. Yet this is no nightmare, he thought, his mouth dry with fear. It is happening, and I must find a way to warn my people. Mustering all of his concentration, he began to work at getting his eyes to open. The Wyal dropped into the sidereal universe. Alarms began to ping. "Detection," Rand's voice said. It was a little louder than usual. "Multiple power plant neutrino signatures. Details follow." Joat stared at the readouts and shut her mouth with a click. She gasped, fighting against the steel band that seemed clamped around her chest, feeling the clammy trickle of sweat down her flanks. "What am I seeing?" she whispered. "Between 95 and 100 ships, depending on your definition of that term," Rand said. "Classes?" Schematics came up on the screen. One of the ships was enormous, in the 250-kiloton range, a bulk carrier, or possibly one of the seed ships used to found planetary colonies back in the old days. The others were a wild mixture, but far too many for comfort had the neutrino signatures of huge power plants and drives, and the sleek build of warships designed to transit atmosphere. Constructs and habitats floated among the ships, and the comm channels were buzzing with activity. "Trouble," Ross said, leaning over her shoulder. "That's what you're seeing." He pointed to one ship's image on the screen. "You recognize her?" "I do," Joseph said grimly. "By its outline it is the dreadful bride, Belazir's ship." Joat nodded with a quirk of her lips. "Well, good," she said firmly. Both men straightened and looked at her. "That is what we wanted," she explained. "No sense in complaining that our plans worked out just the way we expected them to." Her hands danced over the panel before her, broadcasting her identity. "They're coming into visual range," Rand said. "Shall I put them on screen?" "By all means," Joat said. "Let's be thoroughly intimidated." "Ah, boss!" Alvec's voice came over the auditory system from the engineering spaces. "I can squeeze maybe 3-4 more lights out of this rust bucket, if you need 'em." The dreadful bride, Belazir's own ship, sprang into view, heading the vast armada of smaller warships. The ship boasted new weapons pods, and showed signs of having used them, often. Long star-shaped ripple patterns, damage from beamers firing at extreme range, slashed the hull, and irregular patches laid over the worst damage marred its sleek length from stem to stern. The marks only added to the bride's menace, like battle scars on a human face. Several of the warships were slovenly looking, probably freelancers come pirates. Behind them loomed the vast bulk of the freighter, its great round belly blocking from view any other ships in Belazir's fleet. "I can understand they'd need freighters," Peg muttered, "but that thing has to be a liability. It's completely vulnerable, and look how slow it is." He shook his head. "I don't get it." "That's the mothership," Ross explained, "where the Kolnari keep their children and their pregnant wives. They breed like rabbits. That's not a joke. They're incredibly fertile, and they never stop reproducing. Twins, triplets, and the gestation period is only 4 months. They start breeding at 10 standard years, so if that thing isn't full of baby pirates yet, it soon will be." Seg looked mildly disappointed. "Well, if they've got their children with them, they obviously don't want to make trouble." The others stared at him. "I mean, they wouldn't put their children at risk." Everyone turned away, gazing studiously at the boards before them, into the forward screen, anywhere but at Seg. "Well, we could be dangerous," he snapped in exasperation. "And what are we going to use to hurt them?" Joat asked sweetly. "Cutting remarks?" She smiled at his mulish expression. "They're barely armed, kid, which is more than most freighters can boast. But if you look out there," she indicated the forward screen, "you'll see the latest and best weaponry available on the black market." "In other words," Ross said, "they don't have to make trouble, they are trouble." "They're hailing," Rand told them. "Forward screen," Joat said tensely, bracing herself in expectation of confronting a Kolnari. The face on the view screen was human standard. A woman's face, bony, sallow, with the eyes of a dead fish, but human, Joat realized. More or less human. Not only a pirate, but willing to work for the High Clan of Kolnari. Captain Joat Simeon Happ, cargo ship Weil. We are here to pick up cargo for Nomic Society, she said as calmly as she could. Stand by for cargo transfer, the woman said, her voice as expressionless as her eyes. And travelling instructions. Al, Joat asked, will you and Rand take care of receiving those? I'm going down to supervise the loading. Will do, Alphic said crisply. Ross, Joe, she said, will you come with me, please? Her heart was hammering in her chest, but her voice was flat calm. They were being treated like just another underworld courier. But they weren't just another anything, and Joat was scared. Her name alone would be ringing up flags on board the dreadful bride. Velazir Tamarid would be glad to see her, if not quite as glad as Chenna or Simeon would make him. She was in the hatchway, Ross and Joseph bunched up behind her, when an all-too-familiar voice filled the bridge. "One moment, Captain." Joat could feel the blood draining from her face, vision dimming, her tongue thick enough to choke her. She turned to the screen. "This is a most valuable cargo," Velazir said, with a gentle smile. Joat leaned against the hatchway casually and raised an eyebrow. It was better than falling down, and she hadn't the strength to speak. When she'd known him before, she'd had places to hide. Here there was nowhere to run. He looked much older than she would have expected. Dangerous still, but much changed. Yeah, they aged quickly, too. The face had lost its fallen angel beauty, but none of the strength. And the golden lion's eyes were utterly mad. "I've never damaged a cargo yet," she said at last. "Still," Velazir said, steepling his hands before him, "I must ask that you leave one of your crew here as hostage, to ensure that you will effect delivery with all care and speed." Joat crossed her arms and walked forward, towards the smiling face in the screen. "No," she said calmly, "that's unacceptable. I need all of my crew. If that's unsatisfactory, I'm sure Mr. Society can find you a shipper more to your liking." She took her seat and looked up at the screen with her arms crossed, face a mask. "I'm glad he can't smell me." His yellow eyes rested briefly on Joseph, then passed over him to linger on Brawn. "That one," he said, as though she hadn't already refused. "The dark one. We'll take him on when the cargo is brought to you." "No," Joat said firmly. "Yes," Velazir said equally firmly. His eyes widened slightly, and his lips lifted from his teeth in a snarl. "Captain Simeon Happ." "He knows," Joat thought, and her heart sped again, and her mouth went dry. "You will do as you are told, or you will not be leaving this place. Do you understand?" "Yes." Master and God, her mind supplied treacherously. She gripped the console, resolved to tell him that she understood, she just wasn't going to do it, when Bross's hand came down on her shoulder, making her jump. She glared up at him, and he surprised her by the regretful tenderness of his smile. "I'd better go," he said softly. "But—" He was out the hatch before she could continue. "Most wise," Velazir murmured approvingly. "Very wise indeed." The screen went blank, and Joat was on her feet, rushing after Brawn. Chapter 16. "This isn't right," Joat insisted. She'd caught up with him at the cargo bay hatch. He stood looking back at her, hand on the dogging wheel. "I don't want you to go." Ross smiled down at her. Would it surprise you to know that I agree with you? I don't want me to go either.
Then don't!
He cocked his head and looked at her affectionately, reaching out to brush her cheek with the back of his hand. Joat started and flinched away from his touch, then scowled at him. Is that a look to send a man out to battle with?
You're not going to battle, she snapped. You're going to commit suicide. I can talk him out of this, Ross. You don't have to go.
He'll kill us all, Joat. He knows who you are, and he wants you dead. Ross leaned close, trying to catch her eyes. Seg and Amos are too important as Central Worlds to risk, and I got you into this. There was the sound of the caterpillar lock grappling on and filling with air. Ross snapped forward and kissed her lightly before she could protest. He straightened and glanced at the lock, then back down at Joat. And you're too important to me, he said, as the lock opened with a hiss, and a pair of black-clad mercenaries stepped out. It's a far, far better thing I do, he murmured, as they led him away. Joat watched him go. He never looked back as he was hustled along between his guards, and his step was firm and springy. She could still feel the soft warmth of his lips, and it was as though his kiss had sealed hers shut, for she couldn't speak. She could only watch with wide eyes as more mercenaries dragged an escape pod down the tunnel that linked their ships. Joseph's touch made her gasp, and she spun round in shocked surprise.
Don't do that, she snarled.
Why is everyone sneaking up on me today? Joseph suppressed a smile. Sometimes, Joat, you are more like my Rachel than you would care to admit. How shall we stow this, Captain? Alvek asked. Joat closed her eyes for a moment, grateful for Al's understanding. She led him into cargo hold C. Here, she said, and indicated a rack which would accommodate the rescue pod's awkward shape. They were busy for several minutes securing it to the mercenary's satisfaction. The non-com in charge checked with finicky care. See them out, would you, Joe? She asked. I want a few words with their captain. Get me Belazir, Joat said to the dead-faced woman on the screen. Who? The woman asked.
Belazir, you bitch! Do it, or I'll open fire on the mothership.
Belazir's face appeared on the screen, his golden eyes laughing, though his face was stern. You wish to speak to me, Captain?
I'll be back for my crewman, Joat said tersely.
Will you? Belazir asked with a raised brow. Ah, very nice. You may be sure I shall look forward to seeing you again, Captain Simeon Hap. He paused, considering. So much do I wish for such a meeting, that I will caution you most strongly, do not open the rescue pod. On pain of death, he said, his voice firm with sincere warning. Then he was gone, and by default the screen returned to the view of Belazir's fleet. Only a Kolnari could or would say on pain of death, Joseph said with disgust. Even then only Belazir could say it and not sound ridiculous. Come with me, Seg. Let us see what the Kolnar have entrusted to us. Wait, Joat said. Let's get a little distance between us. They might have some kind of telltale attached to it. Joseph sighed impatiently, but nodded and took his seat, while Joat checked out the flight plan the Kolnari had given them. It's what we expected, she said, her throat dry and tight. Our course is set for Bethel. I am sorry, Joat, Joseph murmured. I would rather he had chosen me. Don't be sorry and don't be stupid, she snapped. This isn't finished. But it was, she told herself. Finished before it was begun. A freighter with a single laser cannon and a few illegal sidearms was no match for the Kolnari mercenary fleet they were leaving behind. And while they ran like cowards, Belazir was taking apart the first and only man she'd ever felt something for. The fighter was designed to do one thing, fight, and it offered few amenities and little comfort. Carrack was at the apex of a 3-seat triangle, overseeing the other 2. None of the seats were movable. They were designed to put the occupants within touching range of everything essential, and Kolnari ship designers made even fewer concessions to comfort than the Central Worlds fleet. It had been part nightmare and part comedy getting everyone suited and out. He'd handily connected the unconscious Sung to the various catheters and waste tubes built into the space armor, but Sir Mosa had refused to let him help her, even though she obviously had no idea how to proceed. Carrack eyed her worriedly. From time to time she shifted in a way that spoke of discomfort, but she didn't complain, and he felt a little glow of pride towards her for that. "I have laid in a course for Bethel," he told her. "We can expect to arrive in 4 days." Sir Mosa started. "So close?" she said, and she asked herself what the Kolnari were going to do that required their fleet to lie so close to her home. "Fool," she told herself. "The disease, of course. They will want to come and gloat." She wondered if they would be content with what they saw, or would they amuse themselves by bombing the helpless people of Bethel, the way they had before. "At the end of 4 days, my love, it will not seem close, I promise you." His voice was tinged with amusement. Captain Sung began to stir, and in moments a thin, heartbroken wailing filled the small cabin they shared. Sir Mosa leaned towards him and began to murmur soothingly, reaching out for his shoulder. The captain batted ill-temperedly at her and increased the volume of his weeping. 4 days, Carrack thought in despair. It will be an eternity. "Seg," Joat said, "put on an EVA suit, grab your bag of tricks, and report to cargo hold C. We're going to lock you in and put the air in there on a sealed cycle." Cecile looked surprised. "How is it you can do that?" "The hold's designed to ship live cargo. Why else do you think it's got a double lock?" "For sterilization procedures, of course," Seg murmured approvingly. "And Seg, take everything you can think of. Once you're sealed in, I don't want to keep opening that outer hatch any more than necessary." Cecile nodded solemnly. "I understand and approve, Captain." "I will accompany you," Joseph said. "Didn't ask my permission this time." He'd always been careful of such courtesies before. "You will also wear a suit, Joe." He glanced at her in mild surprise and then nodded once. "Meaning it's still my ship?" "Yes, Captain," he said, and followed Seg. "Rand, give me a multiple close-up on the pod." "Yes, Joat." Rand flashed 4 different views of the Kolnari escape pod. Then he brought each view to maximum magnification. The surface was some pebbled synthetic. "Good," Joat said. "Polarized?" "Most probably. From the composition, single-molecule silicon and carbon composite," Rand said. "So far we're in the clear," Alvik said, watching the Kolnari fleet on his screen. "No one's following. No weapons firing. Looks like we're safe." His voice had a flat, low-effect deadness to it. "We're not leaving him there," Joat said. "We got Amos out. We'll get Sperrin out." He turned his chair around, his face like a lugubrious hound's. "Boss, they wanted us to take Amos," he said gently. "I know that." It was moments like this that you realized Alvik was a very dangerous man. Joat turned to watch the pod. Behind her, Alvik smiled slowly as he studied the set of her face and the way she held her shoulders. He could almost feel sorry for the Kolnari fleet. Ross was escorted down long, narrow corridors, smelling of dry, recycled air and the metallic, spicy Kolnari body scent. The light was harsh enough to make him squint, and the gravity was tangibly heavier than Earth standard. The temperature varied wildly, from chilly to a more common dry baking heat. He was uneasily aware that things he couldn't sense might well be killing him slowly. Heavy metal salts, strong UV, radiation. The Kolnari's ancestors had adapted to them on their hell planet. But that had taken generations, and they were still a short-lived race. By the time they locked him into a Spartan cell, he was panting slightly, and a fine sheen of sweat slicked his brow. He turned to take in his surroundings. 2 bunks that folded down from the wall, a sink and a toilet. The light was recessed into the ceiling, well out of his reach, even if he tried for it from the upper bunk. Clever. He assumed it would never go out. Ross examined the bare walls, looking for the surveillance equipment. It was there, he knew, but it certainly wasn't obvious. Clever, he murmured to himself, running his fingers over the slick metal fibre composite. Not quite state-of-the-art, but they're good engineers in their way. Probably spy eyes and hollow projectors combined. He went to the tap and drank deeply, ignoring the unpleasant chemical smell and taste of the water and the high salt content. The latter at least would be beneficial. He could feel the dry heat wicking moisture out of his skin. Hands on his hips, he turned and looked at the closed hatch. Then, with a wry twist of his lips, he went over and tried it. Locked. Oh, well, it was too much to hope for, he thought. The Kolnari are big, but they're not dumb. Not that he could easily escape anyway. They'd made him strip down to his underwear, even taking his socks. Weirdly enough, though, they'd let him keep his boots. He went over and pulled down the lower bunk, sat and leaned his bare back against the cool white wall. With a harsh snap, a jolt of electricity sent him leaping from the bunk. As he reached for the burn on his back, a woman's voice said calmly, "Sitting or lying on the bunk is forbidden until lights out." "You bitch," Ross muttered, gently touching a rising blister. There would be no lights out. Of that he was absolutely certain. Clearly Belazier had long-term plans for him. He wondered if he dared to sit on the floor. Then he sighed. "Oh, I'll wait until I'm tired. No sense in getting a burnt butt before I have to." He glanced at the commode. Oh, no, not unless I'm desperate. There was no reason to start that phase of his torment before he absolutely had to. Ross stood in the center of his cell, breathing deeply, his eyes closed, attempting to put himself into a trance state to make the time pass more quickly. A little corner of himself wondered how long it would take for him to want to die. Zeg leaned closer to the life pod and read the bio-display on the capsule's external screen. It showed that the being within was alive, conscious, and in good health. Naturally, the computer couldn't show if Amos, assuming it was Amos, was infected with an unknown disease, but encouragingly the brain scan showed no anomalies. Joseph swore softly, unused to reading through the restricted view of an EVA helmet, and not certain he fully understood what he was reading anyway. "It looks good," Zeg told him. "His brain scan appears normal." "Let us open the capsule, then," Joseph insisted. "I must know that it is the Benisor Amos." "Joe!" Joat's voice halted him. "Check the capsule for booby traps first. They might have rigged it with explosives. Perhaps that's how they intended to spread the disease." "And what harm to us could that be in this chamber in these suits?" "Amos might get hurt," she said reasonably. He cooled down instantly. Joat was right. He must not let his emotions destroy his caution. He would proceed slowly. Amos's life was in the balance. Joseph examined every inch of the outside of the capsule. Zeg worked with him, using a sonic scan and circuit tracer. A cable snaked out of the wall and put Rand in control of the internal circuits. "Non-standard design," the AI said, but simple and straightforward. The controls are exactly what they seem to be. Unless they contain a trap so subtle, Joseph thought, then forced his mind away from the infinite reduction series. Seg was having better luck with the bio-readouts than Joseph was with his devices. Life pods were constructed to be impervious to virtually everything an unfriendly universe could throw at them, including probes, some of which could be deadly to living tissue. By connecting his own diagnostic devices to those contained in the pod, Seg was able to determine that Amos was in very good health. Whatever indignities he'd suffered at Belazier's hands, gross physical torture hadn't been among them. "No damage to the myelin sheaths," Seg said. "His nervous system has not been overloaded." "I have done all that I can," Joseph announced at last. "I can find no evidence of trickery here." He ran his hand over the top of his helmet in a nervous gesture, as though stroking his blonde mane. Surely it would make no sense for them to do something violent. If they had planned for the disease to spread by stealth, they would want people to rush in to see Amos, to touch him, and each other. His lips thinned. "Let us open this and see what they have done." "I agree," Joat said, smiling wryly as Joseph gave a little start at the sound of her voice. "Poor Joe," she thought. "He's freaked. This is so hard for him." Seg nodded and stepped aside, allowing Joseph to open the pod. The seals released with a hiss of air, and the unit snapped open along its length. Within, Amos lay still, eyes closed, breathing peacefully. Amos heard the seals release and sensed the lid rising. Light pressed against his eyelids with an almost tangible weight, and he expected his eyes to open of their own accord in response to it. A sense of free space surrounded him. He could hear air pumps and the sound of a ship's engines. The need to open his eyes was an overwhelming frustration, like an unscratchable itch. "Elevated heartbeat," an unfamiliar voice said, unfamiliar and inhuman, like words produced by some beautifully made musical instrument. Inside himself, Amos cringed away from the hand that suddenly touched him. The brief sound of movement he'd heard, a strange crunching sound, hadn't prepared him for the cold, hard touch of the gloved hand. "Amos," Joseph said, in a voice high and tight with tension. "Benny, sir," he attempted when Amos lay still and unresponsive. "Joseph?" Amos went alert, tensed within himself to the point of pain. "My brother!" he thought joyfully. Then horror filled him. "I am death, my brother. Do not touch me. Leave me. Leave me." He thought the words with all his might, with all his soul, as though he could force them into his friend's mind. Joseph reached out and grabbed Seg, flinging him hard against the open life pod. "Do something!" he snarled. Amos felt the life pod rock as Seg's body struck its side. "Another," he thought. "How many?" he wondered desperately, imagining a room filled with victims and Kolnari laughter. "I'm a bioengineer, not a doctor, damn it," Seg snapped. "You said he was conscious," Joseph said, his eyes narrowing menacingly. "Does he look conscious to you?" "The bio-readings on the pod said he was conscious," Seg objected. "Just back off so I can attach my diagnostic equipment to him directly, and maybe we'll see what's going on." "Could he be drugged?" Joat asked. "Of course. There are dozens of drugs they could have used that would leave him conscious but immobile. Or they could have pithed him," Seg chattered on, unaware of the thunder in Joseph's eyes. "They wouldn't be needing him after this. And there are ways of doing it that are so subtle they wouldn't show up on these scans." "Pithed him?" Joseph repeated, shaken. "No, only drugs," Amos silently reassured him. There's a certain strategic value in essentially destroying your planet's religious leader, Seg pointed out, though catastrophe-wise it's lame for the Kolnari. Who is this fool? Amos wondered indignantly, reflecting that it was no surprise that Joseph threw him around like an ill-mannered cur. The creature actually was an ill-mannered cur. It's drugs, Joat said positively. Look, Joe, there's no need to glare at Seg that way. If there's one thing I'm sure of when it comes to the Kolnari, it's that they don't do subtle quietly. Whenever one of them actually manages to be subtle, they throw a party and boast about it. But why do this? Joseph asked wildly. So that he couldn't warn anybody, Seg assured him grimly, tapping the screen on his diagnostic unit. Because he is definitely a carrier. He is unaffected, so he must be immune, but he is positive. They paralyzed him so that he could only lie there knowing that simply by breathing he was destroying his people. Then, when the drug wore off, he'd be one of the few able to help. Seg was unusually solemn, as though he'd just discovered the real meaning of what he was involved in. He looked up into one of the cameras. I'd say there's a great deal of subtlety in that, he said. Well, Joat agreed, they know all about cruelty. Joseph leaned close to Amos and quietly said, Venezuela? He paused, his mouth tight, his eyes suspiciously bright, and once again he grasped Amos's arm. I am here, my friend, Amos thought. Be at peace. I am with you. Joseph took a deep breath and tried again. My brother, we know the Kolnari plan, and we are prepared. We are immunized and cannot get the disease you carry. Even so, we are in EVA suits. You need not fear for us. Amos felt tears of joy roll down his cheeks. They were safe. His people were safe. Ah, bless the God that gave me allies like Joseph. My thanks, my most heartfelt thanks. Venezier sighed contentedly as he watched Bros Sperrin standing in his cell and drank deeply from the glass of cane spirit in his hand. Then he frowned and reached over to add a pinch of salts of mercury and a dash of copperas and lead oxide. Ah, better. The scum-vermin spy had been standing for approximately 18 hours now, and still stood rock-solid. But a sheen of perspiration glistened on his hard-muscled body and darkened the waistband of his shorts. Belazier hoped that he'd be watching when the Central World security operative eventually fell over. He grinned. How he loved to watch them hop around when the electrical charges hit them. Perhaps if he lowered the temperature, shivering would wear him out faster. No, it will be more informative to see just how long he can last. Besides, even in one's pleasures one should exercise a modicum of discipline. His eyes sparkled with amusement. It builds character. No Central World's fleet, he said aloud. Fool. He'd been prepared to run again, to scatter the painfully accumulated strength amid the dead stars. The High Clan did not need living planets, not since their exile from Kolnar. But 18 hours after he'd captured Sperrin, the mercenary escort he'd sent after Joat, Simeon Hap reported that the Weil maintained its silence and its course for Bethel. Belazier raised white-blonde brows. Perhaps her crew did not know his identity, he mused. Somehow he doubted that. Society has a lot to answer for. Belazier's brow snapped down. First, the insult of Simeon's daughter thrown in my face. Next, a professional spy is among her crew. He was pleased that he'd sent society. Never mind that his reasons had been less than rational at the time. He and his wench are either traitorous or stupid. If the former, I shall kill them. He smiled as imaginative images swept through his mind. If the latter, I will punish them. That should give them an incentive to be more alert in future." Even the most minor members of the crew had to maintain discipline. Without it, all was chaos. "Rand, I want you to tight beam this message to the nearest Central Worlds naval facility." Joat began entering the Wile's coordinates and a mayday. They were now far enough away from the Kolnar fleet that such a message should be safe to send. "That's probably not a good idea, Joat. We're being followed. If we alert the Kolnari, they'll be gone by the time a task force can get here." There was no way to track a ship on interstellar drive from more than half a light-year away. Once the pirate fleet had scattered, only sheer chance would let the fleet intercept even the slowest. No doubt they had a rendezvous arranged for just that eventuality. "Followed?" The head snapped up. "Show me." "Indicating." Rand opened a screen onto the rear view of the Wile. The view showed a corrected view of the sidereal universe as it would have appeared to an object with the ship's pseudo-speed. Even at FTL, only the nearer stars showed any apparent movement. Space was big. A point of light strobed, and a line of figures ran down the screen beside it. "Less than 100 tons mass," the AI said, "but high-powered. Fighter equivalent. Non-standard." "How long has it been there?" "I first noticed it 4 hours after we left the Kolnari fleet," Rand said. "I didn't know just what it was at first. I thought it might be just a probe. The pilot has been careful, and for the most part was able to stay just far enough away to be unidentifiable. But occasionally, like now, it strayed just this side of the line of scanning range, and over time I've been able to determine that it's a small fighter." Rand showed her a composite picture of a fighter, small and fast, and exceedingly well armed. "I'd suppose it's probably crewed by a mercenary." "Yeah," Joat murmured, nibbling on her thumb. "They're not likely to risk one of their own on what could turn out to be a suicide mission. From the size of their fleet, it doesn't look like they've got any Kolnari to spare. That thing looks just barely large enough to go interstellar." She raised one brow and smirked with satisfaction. Channa would tell her that she shouldn't feel so pleased about it, but Channa was too soft-hearted for her own good. When you came across a killer disease, you eradicated it. You didn't let it live out of pity. "I'm going to guess," she said, "that his job is to make sure we go where we've been sent. The pilot has been sending periodic communications in the direction of the Kolnar fleet, but they were tight-beamed, and I couldn't catch anything." "Don't sound so embarrassed, Rand. We're not a spy ship." "We're really not," she thought with amusement, "even though we've been spying." "He's there to ensure that Amos is delivered to Bethel. Maybe Belazir is afraid we'll grab the life pod and go running off to the nearest Central Worlds outpost screaming for help. But I think his real fear is that we'll open it and be wiped out by the disease before his revenge plan has a chance to happen." She tapped the screen. "And this poor fool is to board us and take over the piloting if we show signs of going out of our minds." "That was my assessment, too," Rand said. "So let's get him over here," Joat said. "Let's ask Seg for a complete list of symptoms." Skating along the narrow edge of his scanner's capacity, Craig Rendino Dupere followed the Wile's trail. He was bored to the point of pain. He reckoned that fighters were made to be uncomfortable so you couldn't go to sleep on duty, and you had to stay in your suit, which cut down on your options for personal fun. You couldn't even open the helmet in vacuum, so you couldn't get at yourself, for good or ill. Mad. This particular assignment was agony. The ship ahead of him did nothing but proceed quietly on its way. Damn Kolnari paranoia, he thought sullenly. When he'd become a mercenary 10 years ago, he'd done it in hopes of excitement, adventure, loot. Usually, though, it was as dull as regular duty in the Navy had been, with the added drawback that the pay was irregular, not to mention the bad maintenance, so you had to check everything yourself if you wanted to live. It's still hurry up and wait, he thought. Still do what you're told, no matter how stupid it is. He was going to quit. The pay was okay, but it wasn't high enough to counter Kolnari arrogance. Oh, missions to nowhere that last forever. And they were weird, even if they spared you the lectures on mental hygiene. Come to think of it, they seem to like it better if you're crazy. Yeah, the Kolnari had hired more head cases than he'd ever seen before. Another good reason to quit. Uh-oh. They were broadcasting on an emergency band. He risked scooting closer to pick it up. Mayday! 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 A clipped male voice recited calmly, over and over. All right with the Maydays, Craig thought impatiently. Get to the message. Mayday! Oh, sheesh. Mayday. The speaker seemed to have run out of steam. Almost a minute went by in perfect silence, except for the crisp sound of an open comm. Mayday? Craig started to laugh. On the other hand, there were compensations. The fleet would have expected him to charge in and rescue these idiots. Tell them we're in trouble, a woman's voice prompted. We are? Silence. The woman's voice sounding uncertain. Yes, I'm sure we are. What's wrong? Are we in trouble? Mayday, she said. Keep saying May something. Mad, Craig thought in disgust. This was what he'd been told to watch for. If the crew of the Weil showed signs of disorientation, he was to go over and check it out. If necessary, he was to carry out their mission to drop a life pod into Bethel's atmosphere. Mad. Attaboy, Joat said with a grin as the distant fighter began to close with them. She felt a tingling alertness, far more agreeable than the sour taste of fear. Come to Mama. How long before he gets here, Rand? About 10 minutes. Rand had long since discovered that humans didn't really want to know exactly how long until an event occurred. They were more interested in generalities. He'd often wondered how they'd accomplished all that they had, including his own invention, given their evident distaste for precision. Has he sent anything to Belazir yet? No. Perhaps he's waiting until he has concrete information. Very good, she said, eyes bright with satisfaction. Can you intercept any messages he sends once he's in range? I assume you mean stop rather than intercept. If so, no, I can't. But, Alvek said, even a tight-beam message can be interrupted so that it's garbage when it's received. I'll show you how, Rand. Thank you, Alvek, Rand said. I'd appreciate that. You're a wonder, Al. I don't know what I'd do without you, Joat said, smiling at him over her shoulder. The things you know. I had an unfortunate adolescence, Alvek said piously. Didn't we all? Joat keyed internal communications. Seg, how are you doing with that antidote for whatever they gave Amos? Not too badly, given the circumstances, he said, gesturing towards a looming Joseph with a none too subtle jerk of his head. Joat pursed her lips. Will Amos come out of it on his own? She asked. Eventually, Tassel said slowly. Why? Because I'm going to have to ask you to stop what you're doing and come up here to administer some of those interrogation drugs you brought with you. Joseph drew himself up indignantly, but Joat spoke before he could voice his outrage. Belazir put a tail on us, she said. We're luring him in now. And somehow I don't think he's going to volunteer information. Alvek barked a laugh in the background, making Joseph smile. Use your most effective drugs, he suggested to Seg, so that you may return quickly. I loathe seeing the Venusaur in this condition, and I assure you neither the Kolnari nor those they are likely to use as tools are deserving of mercy. If your drugs fail, call me. My knife will not.
I'll take that under advisement, Seg muttered. He swallowed at Joseph's expression. Usually human faces were a little hard to read, immobile, but he suspected that a good number of sentient beings had seen that expression the very last time they saw anything at all. Perhaps Spross wasn't completely wrong about adventure. Suddenly, his quiet, boring laboratory seemed much more attractive. Chapter 17. Easy does it, Craig said to himself. Had a problem? The High Clan certainly wasn't paying him enough to be a hero. Nothing but nonsense on the comm. He touched the sensitive pads under his gloved fingers, adjusting the fighter's trajectory. The ship itself continued on its way, apparently on autopilot, for neither speed nor course had changed. He dreaded tight-beaming this information to the Kolnari. It made him feel as though he had failed. His mouth twisted wryly. It was definitely time to quit if he really gave a damn what the employer thought. And they scare me? He didn't like that sensation either. "Calling merchanter ship Waiao," he said, and waited for a reply. He could hear sounds of consternation from her crew as his voice came through their speakers. Mad, he thought. I don't want to do this. Every instinct that had kept him alive for the last 15 years told him to stay off that ship, and the same instincts told him that if he left now, the Kolnari would track him down and make him regret it. "Craig to command," he said. The machine intelligence of the fighter would relay and encrypt it automatically. "Crew incapacitated. Am approaching. Waiao." It was near enough for visual scan now. An elongated spindle, more streamlined than most freighters, built for landing on planetary surfaces. He was mildly surprised that the Kolnari had let it go. It would be perfect as a fleet auxiliary for surface raids. This mission must be important, at least to whatever passed for brains inside those silver-blonde heads. Delicately, he established 0 relative velocity and nudged his fighter towards the airlock, marked out by its square of strobing lights. "So, Al, how are we going to handle this?" Joat asked, crossing her arms behind her head and stretching. The black Kolnar fighter approached delicately on the screen, like a cat advancing on a suspicious bit of string. She could think about this and stop thinking about Sperrin. Alvek's brow went up. "I thought Joe was our resident warrior," he said. "He is," Joat grinned, "but Joe's not likely to leave Amos's side now he's got him under his eye." She glanced over at her crew. "Besides, he knows we can handle this." "You'll be wearing space armor," Alvek said gruffly. He frowned and made a clicking sound with his tongue. "Can't charge a guy in space armor." "Figure he's a merc," Joat mused, "so he won't be wearing Kolnari armor. That's a plus." She folded her hands on her middle and stared into space. 90% of the space armor manufactured has lousy surge protection, she said at last. "Give them a sustained charge and—" She snapped her fingers. "They're fried." Alvek chuckled. "Set a trap?" "Either side of the entry hatch," Joat agreed. "Easily done," Brawn said, and displayed schematics of the areas involved. "These segments," bars of yellow flashed on the screen to indicate the spots he referred to, "are underlaid with support grids constructed of conductive materials. Actually, I'm a little surprised at that," it added disapprovingly. "Anyway, they're—" "I see it," Joat said quickly. "Just cut the power there to give us a chance to work."
Then when our visitor steps onto those grids—"
"You can make him dance,"
Alvek finished, rising to follow a grinning Joat out the door.
"Actually,"
Rand said, mildly puzzled,
"if this works properly, he shouldn't be able to move."
Craig's attempts to communicate with the Wyal had been met with half-hysterical nonsense and unending repetitions of Mayday. "I'm going to kill that son of a bitch who keeps saying that," Craig thought. "Quick, too, just to shut him up." In the 20 minutes it had taken him to catch up with the merchant ship and align the locks, he conceived a serious hatred for the prattling lunatic on the comm. He's crying now. I'll be doing the jerk a favor." Weight left him as he switched off his fighter's internal field. He'd have done the woman a favor, too, if he could only get out of this damned suit. The mercenary shuddered. No chance of that, not with some bug loose on the ship. He disconnected his suit from the fighter's feeds and drifted out of his seat. Gripping handholds built into the minuscule cabin, he pulled himself over to the hatch. Pausing there for a moment, he ran a weapons and systems check on his suit. All green, he thought, relieved. Even knowing he was unlikely to run into any opposition, Craig was nervous. Stage fright, one of his friends called it. Yeah, stage fright. Well, curtain up. He hit the control for opening the hatch. Grapple fields held the two craft less than arm's length apart. The hard, flat light of vacuum shone on every irregularity of hull and plating, and the undiffused glow of the airlock lights made the controls of the Wyal's entryway stand out. ENTRY, he punched into the pad. The Wyal's hatch opened after a second's pause to purge atmosphere. He crouched down and waited a full minute, alarm bells going off in his mind. It was always this way for him when things were too easy. He flipped across, catching the handbars by the merchanter's lock, and orienting himself so that the internal gravity field would pull him down on his feet. Vibration shivered beneath him as he stood and swung the exterior door closed. Air hissed in automatically. The readouts below his chin showed it breathable. He wished he had some of the fancy equipment the Kolnari had access to. Getting a nice safe view of that corridor out there would suit him fine. As it was, he'd have to rely on his eyes and the few enhancements from his faceplate. Sonic and electromag monitor showed no weapons profiles from the access corridor. He readied the needler built into his cuff and stepped out into the ship. Carefully, exposing as little of himself as he could, Craig angled himself to look out the hatch in either direction. Nothing. That didn't mean they weren't there. It just meant they weren't obviously there. The suit sensors would tell him more once he was actually in the corridor. He pitched himself out of the lock and flattened himself against the wall opposite, his heart hammering. Nothing. The sensors confirmed it. He took a deep breath and let it out in a soft whistle. Then he grinned. 'Cause sometimes when it's easy, it's just easy. Craig set off for the bridge with a jaunty walk. Now, Joat said. The mottled armor froze in a spectacular shower of fat blue sparks. Ozone drifted through the Wyal's corridors, and the life support system whined in overload to carry it off. The suit toppled forward slowly in mid-stride, left leg frozen half-raised. The 300 kilos of mass struck the decking with a clamor that echoed through the hull. Help! Craig thought, as the power armor toppled and he crashed helplessly to the floor, a prisoner inside it. Inertia flung him against the padded restraints inside, hard enough to bruise. His jaw struck the readout panel, and blood filled his mouth with a taste of iron and salt. I've fallen, he thought in disbelief, and I can't get up. A blonde woman sauntered into sight, wearing a coverall with an amazing number of pockets for micro-tools Craig didn't recognize. He did recognize the arc pistol in the hand of the bruiser walking beside her. She squatted down beside the fallen mercenary and went to work with one of the tools. A minute later, the faceplate came free. Craig rolled his eyes at the whirring head of the tool. Her thumb stroked the control, setting the tiny Phillips head up and down the scale from a low burr to a tooth-grating whine. "Now, that's the downside of cut-rate equipment," she said sweetly. "When it breaks down, it's worse than useless. Don't you hate it when that happens? I'm Captain Joat Simeon Hat, by the way. This is my engineer, Alvic Deer. He doesn't like pirates." End of side 6. To continue, change side selector switch and turn the cassette over. Side 7. The Ship Avenged by S.M. Sterling, continuing on page 277. I'm just a freelancer," Craig wheezed. He was lying face down, his limbs clamped in mid-stride position as firmly as a tangler field could have done. The arc pistol came closer. He turned his eyes until they ached in their sockets, enough to see the 4-pointed prongs of the guide field projector at the end of the weapon. They were pitted with use. "I don't like mercenaries who work for pirates either," he said, in a voice like a gravel crusher. "Brand," Joat went on, "lower the corridor gravity for a second, would you?" The mercenary felt himself lighten. Not that it made any difference, since he still couldn't move anything but the muscles of his face. The faceplate began to swing shut again. "No," he shouted, "my air's off." "I know," Joat said. They shoved him onto a cargo sled and brought him to the bridge. A sondie awaited them, with a medical kit resting beside him. "I don't want to do this," Seg said. "Neither do I," Joat said, digging in her toolbox for something to manually open the mercenary's space armor. "But we need information, and we need it now." "No, we don't. Amos will be all right whether I come up with an antidote or not. It's just a matter of time." "Oh, yeah? This guy is supposed to signal Belazir that we've accomplished our mission. I need to know what that signal is. What's more, he knows things that'll get me into Belazir's ship," she said grimly. "You may have forgotten Bros, but I haven't." "Geez, boss, you can't go back there." Alvic came away from the bulkhead with a startled lurch. "You'll get yourself killed. Let Central Worlds handle it. They've got the manpower." "Thank you, Al. That reminds me. Rand, send that tight beam message to the nearest Central Worlds facility." She turned to Alvic while she continued to manually trip the helmet's locking system. "I guarantee you I'll bet this ship on it that they can't get anybody here for 2 weeks or so." "Well?" She looked Alvic in the eye. "You want to take that bet?" She turned to Seg. "You?" They both shook their heads. "The Kolnari can be beaten," she said positively. "I've seen it happen." The helmet popped off in her hands. "Well, hello there," Joat said sweetly to the gasping mercenary. "Welcome aboard." Craig looked frantically around him, surprisingly fine dark eyes filled with panic. He was about 30, balding, with dark hair and a narrow face. "I won't talk," he said. "Really?" Alvic said, sounding pleased. The mercenary laughed. "You're worse than the Kolnari. I don't think so. And if you aren't, I'm not going to risk getting on their bad side. You know what I mean." "You're already on their bad side," Joat purred from behind him. Leaning close, she continued, "And they're in no position to hurt you right now." She grabbed his sparse hair and yanked his head back. "But we are," she said, smiling pleasantly. He went white to the lips. "My name's Craig." "I don't care," she interrupted him cheerfully, shaking his head. "There are laws, lady." "You're working for the Kolnari and you're talking about laws," Alvic said with disgust. "What's civilization coming to?" Joat coolly asked the room in general. "Seg," she said, glancing at the young Sondi, "prepare Craig here with a shot of one of those wonder drugs you've been telling us about." Seg's mouth was sphinctered tightly shut, and his golden eyes were half closed, his face grey with tension, the ear walls nearly white. But he set down his bag and opened it slowly. "Joat," Rand said, "I'm receiving a distress call." "You're joking," she said. Instead of answering, Rand opened the comm for all to hear. "Mayday," an obviously distraught young woman was saying. "Mayday! Our pilot is ill. He's unconscious. If you can hear me, please help us. We must get to Bethel. It's a matter of life or death. Mayday! Please, someone answer me. Mayday!" Her voice disintegrated into helpless sobbing. Belazir steepled his hands beneath his chin and settled himself more comfortably on his throne-like chair, gazing placidly at gnomic society. "I think this one has some trouble with his internal mapping of reality," the Kolnari warlord thought. He lounged back, resting his chin on the fingers of one hand. Behind him a holographic night scene showed a plutonium volcano on Kolnar. Down either wall stood Kolnari warriors, naked except for briefs and their weapons, armoured in their leopard deadliness. Gnomic bristled. "How dare you kidnap me and my associate?" he shouted. He ignored the subtle stirrings of the warriors, their bronze eyes riveted on Belazir. "Do you have any idea the trouble you've just brought yourself? Do you realize that I'm under the protection of your Ed family?" The woman beside him had been glancing about. She looked at the collection of plants in their netted cages, and at the shape of the gnawed bones beneath them. "Mick," she whispered urgently. The man shook off her hand. "Answer me, you mutant goon! What do you want?" He paused, panting and glaring at Belazir's mildly interested face. "Fascinating," Belazir thought, bemused. "The creature seems to think I should be frightened of him. Apparently I am supposed to be intimidated." If this was an example of intimidating behaviour, it was no wonder the scum-vermin races were so easily conquered. "You are dead meat," Society snarled. At Belazir's almost imperceptible gesture, two of the Kolnari picked Gnomic up and flung him down on the floor hard enough to knock the wind out of him. The moment they'd moved, Silken had flung herself at Belazir's throat, one hand stiffened into a blade. He watched her approach with astonishment and flicked her aside like a butterfly. She crashed to the floor and rolled to a stop not far from Society, and the two of them writhed, breathless, at the Kolnari's feet. "She is brave," Belazir said to Gnomic. "I shall speak with her first, as she is so eager to approach me." He smiled into Society's furious and frightened face. "But I shall try not to keep you waiting long." Well, that was disappointing, Belazir thought, as the guards dragged Silken's half-conscious body from his quarters. He'd expected more fire from a woman who'd thrown herself at him unarmed. Ah, well, some of them considered it properly stoic to affect total disinterest, though he hadn't made that easy for her. Who to speak to now? He sat down before his bank of screens, running a quick check on the day-to-day affairs of his people. Then he called up Roth Sperrin and Gnomic Society's cell. Sperrin was on his feet again, his body bearing yet more burns on his legs and sides. He swayed precariously, his jaw slack, eyes bruised-looking and swollen from lack of sleep. Gnomic was pacing energetically. He turned suddenly as the hatch opened. Two guards thrust Silken into the cell, where she collapsed in a boneless heap before Society could reach her. Gnomic knelt beside her and gathered her slender form into his arms, rocking her tenderly and whispering her name over and over as he stroked her matted black hair. "There," Belazir thought. "That is enough of that. Karak was bad enough.
It is time I interviewed Sperin anyway. And the houseplants were hungry. It was time to cultivate a new crop in any case. What the spores did to living flesh was very amusing. Ross Sperin wavered. When he closed his eyes, it felt as though his body was moving in a circle around the anchor of his feet. He tried not to close his eyes for too long. That meant he kept falling asleep and then over. The crisp white sheets of the bunk mocked him with taunting cruelty. Soft music was playing through the comm system, soft, soothing music. He screamed as his knees struck the flooring and current arched through them. Still screaming, he touched his hands to the floor to push himself up, then nearly staggered into the wall. Blisters burst on his kneecaps and palms, drooling liquid. He was very thirsty. He'd promised himself that if he counted to 1,001 more time, he could go to the sink and get some water. But he seemed to be stuck on 867. For the life of him, he couldn't remember what came next, or before, for that matter. 867 kept intruding itself into his efforts, offering itself every time he sought the next number. The bottoms of his feet were numb, but his ankles ached and his calves burned, inside as well as out. The thought struck him as funny, and he began to laugh. Wonderful, some distant, still sane part of him thought. I'm getting hysterical. That should move things along nicely. That same part of him was waiting for Belazir to make an appearance. It unnerved him that the Kolnari hadn't come to gloat. It signalled unexpected new depths of self-discipline in that volatile pirate. "Wake up, scum vermin," a gentle voice urged. Painfully, Ross opened his eyes. Slowly they focused on the face before him, and the wide yellow eyes blazing into his. He gasped and staggered back, almost losing his balance on his numbed and clumsy feet. Ross pinwheeled his arms and regained his balance, barely in time to prevent himself from crashing into the wall. Then he stood there, panting, head down, heart beating rapidly, glaring at Belazir from under his brows. Belazir chuckled delightedly and crossed his arms over his chest. He was pleased that he'd taken the time to dress for this interview in a long, open-necked robe of watered green silk, accented by fretted silver jewellery glittering with fire opals. It nicely emphasized the difference in their status. A refinement Sperin was definitely intelligent enough to recognize, on some level, semi-conscious as he was. "Are your accommodations to your liking?" he asked politely. I was more comfortable on the while. Ross straightened slowly, and found himself equal to Belazir's imposing height, which pleased him a great deal more than it did the Kolnari, he was sure. "You look older than I'd expected," he said conversationally. A tiny seed of fury burst into existence in Belazir's heart. His mortality gazed back at him from his mirror, with every new wrinkle and hair gone from silver golden to white, leaving him ever more aware of the hot breath of ambitious underlings on his neck, well-honed blades clutched in their sweaty young hands. To be so casually insulted by a man he was torturing was intolerable. Lightning flickered at the edges of his vision. If they were truly in the same room, he would teach the scum vermin how little his age mattered. But wait! Profound surprise flickered across his mind. Could Sperin be attempting to provoke me? To manipulate me? He raised one white-blonde brow. Clever, foolish spy. How interesting that he was so eager to die. It promised useful information as well as excellent entertainment. "Do you think," he asked casually, "that it is wise to make me hate you, Ross Sperin?" "I don't particularly care how you feel about me," Ross said. Belazir smiled serenely. "Ah, but you will," he said with utter confidence. "And in a very short time, too." He decided to begin with the drug that caused pain. As yet,
He'd had no one to experiment on, and Speron should make a fine test case. 3 Kolnari entered the cell, one of them smaller and pudgier than the other 2, and tremblingly subservient. A half-caste castrato slave, the usual type assigned the low-status occupation of medicine. He bowed to Belazir's image over the small satchel he carried. The 2 guards took hold of Broth, one on either arm, and he slumped between them, making them stagger as he let them take his full weight. It felt almost good, not having to hold himself up any more. "The drug that causes pain," Belazir said to the cowering medical technician. He turned to Bross. "An invention from the Thelebites, some of Central World's most clever allies. It ignites the nervous system, I am told, causing exquisite suffering." Bross looked up at him, tired but contemptuous. "You make it sound almost sexy, Belazir. Is this how you people have fun when you get old?" Again the creature taunted him, and he didn't care to have the issue of his age mentioned before his crew. Rage snapped through him like a power whip, and was quickly suppressed. He coiled it in to be used later. Rage always had a use if turned to the right purpose. "We are a disciplined people," Belazir observed with a calm smile. "We seldom allow ourselves to have fun. However," the smile became wolfish, "I anticipate that you will provide us with some occasion for merriment in the near future." He gestured for the medtech to administer the dose of pain-inducer, and watched Speron's eyes as it was done. Ross looked back at him calmly, as though they sat across a table in the anvil. The dose went in with no more sensation than the touch of the injector to his skin. But inside, almost instantly, a vile sensation, like worms writhing beneath his skin, began to spread through his body. Belazir watched eagerly as Speron stood upright, taking his weight on his own feet, and his face wrinkled into a mask of profound distaste. "Yeah, that's disgusting," Ross said, shaking his hands and rotating his shoulders, all the while praising Seg Cassell within his heart. What would this have been like without the antidote, he wondered. Belazir showed no sign of his shock or disappointment beyond a tightening of his jaw. It wasn't working. Perhaps the drug was unstable and had begun to lose its power. "Try the drug for fear," he ordered harshly. The medtech licked his lips, and his dark flesh turned pale grey with terror. "Great Lord," he said in a voice that shook, "there is a possibility that combining the 2 drugs could poison the prisoner." "Do it," Belazir snapped. "Or I will have you gutted where you stand," he thought viciously, but did not say. It would show too much of what he was feeling. "Yes, great lord." The second injection acted as quickly as the first, complicating the unpleasant sensation below Bross's skin with a sense of anxiety. His heart speeded up, and sweat broke out on his brow. He found himself panting slightly, and licked dry lips with a dry tongue. It was very unpleasant. Almost as much of a strain as the effort not to laugh. The combined effect was about as bad as going 3 days without a bath or shave, and it was making him less sleepy, too. "Seg, you are a genius. Whatever they're paying you at Clenst, it's not enough." If the little Sondie had been before him, Bross would have kissed him passionately. Fortunately, he was still too tired to smile. Belazir's apparent calm hid a rage that almost frightened the Kolnari. He stood with his back stubbornly turned to his fury, a ravening beast that would overwhelm and devour him if he gave it one moment's attention. "Leave him," he said coldly to his men, and watched them march impassively from the cell. Then he studied Bross for a moment longer, hating his victim's lack of reaction, hating his men for witnessing this humiliating incident. "I see we shall have to think of some other means of helping you pass the time," he said to Speron. "I shall return quite soon." Get some rest, Ross said. At your age, this kind of excitement isn't good for you.
I am going to take you to pieces, Belazir promised him, 1 millimeter at a time. Belazir flung himself into his chair before the bank of screens. Breathing heavily, he forced himself to be still, his fury as hot as the core of a sun within him. He held up a hand before his face, and the fingers trembled. There was a time when they had been rock steady, however hard the pulse of rage drummed in his ears. He would personally kill that medtech. How dare the creature care for the drugs entrusted to him so poorly they have gone off? He would tear the little eunuch apart. Belazir's mind filled with images of blood that soothed him somewhat. He reached for the comm, intending to have the creature sent to one of the rooms where discipline was administered, when his eye caught a movement in one of the screens before him. Nomic sat beside his aide, Silken, on her bunk, holding her hand and talking. He'd reached up to brush her hair aside, and that movement had earned him Belazir's attention. Belazir watched him coax the shadow of a smile from Silken. My other prisoners, he mused. Yes, his other prisoners. Civilians. Sperin was a trained spy. Perhaps he'd been instructed in methods of resisting drugs, or he might have a natural immunity, or there might be an antidote of some sort. Belazir considered that. Those who had sold him the drugs had assured him that no counter-agents or immunizers for them existed. But he'd been dealing with thieves, and salesmen who were also notorious liars. Anyone who trusted a Felobite would ask a Kolnari for an insurance appraisal. He slid down comfortably in his chair and steepled his hands before him, gently tapping the fingertips together. Yes, he would try the drugs on Society. Let Silken watch. The female had demonstrated her loyalty already. His lips twisted in a wry smile. Let us see what her loyalty will bring me, he thought, anticipating a pleasant interlude. Where is she, Rand? Joat asked. Less than an hour away, and on our heading. Well, we can't do anything tied to that fighter. I can pilot that, Hal said. Or did you just want to let it go? No, we're keeping it. Like I said, that ship and this fellow's call signs are going to help us rescue Broth. She jerked her head down, Ship, indicating that Al should go, cutting off his inevitable protest. You're crazy, Craig yelled. You're fardling crazy. Joat ignored him. Respond to that call, Rand. Tell her help's on the way. Then she stood with her fingers tapping her lips, staring off into space while Seg nervously watched her. Joat, she said quietly, you're serious about rescuing Broth, aren't you? She looked at him from the corner of her eye and nodded once. It's suicide, Seg whispered in a pleading tone. You're fardling right it is, Craig snarled, and not the easiest way to do it either. Do you have any idea what those people are like, lady? She nodded. I was on a space station they took over. He went still. The SSS 900C? She nodded again, her lip curling slightly. You may have heard of some of the tricks we played on them there. She leaned in close, filling his field of vision, and whispered, So you have some idea of what I'm like, don't you? He nodded, and she nodded with him. Joat leaned still closer, resting her elbow on the shoulder of his frozen suit. Think about this, she said confidentially. If you help us out, we'll send you to Bethel a hero. You were sent to destroy us, but sickened by the Kolnari, you decided to help us instead. How does that sound, He stared at her uncertainly. You'd do that? Mm-hmm. She nodded. For a moment he almost smiled. Then the frown was back. It sounds great, but it wouldn't sound so good when the Kolnari catch up with me.
Joat looked at Seg's disapproving face, then moved to block Craig's view of him.
Well, you know what, Craig? You're not with the Kolnari, you're with us now. And now is all you should be thinking about, she smiled sweetly, given that I am one nasty, dangerous woman. But if you're so hot to get back to the Kolnari, here's what we could do. After we torture the information I need out of you, I can fix your air pump, put that helmet back on you, and take you with me when I go. She smiled encouragingly into his horrified face. Now, how would that suit you, He went so pale that even his lips faded to white. Jeez, he breathed. You are crazy. You can't do that, Joat, Seg said raggedly. Oh, yes, I can, she said, playfully tweaking Craig's nose. But they'll kill me, Craig pleaded. I know. It's good to see that you understand your options. She straightened and stood before him with her hands on her hips. You can either be a hero or a statistic, your choice. I'll give you a few minutes to think about it. Without another word, she turned her back on him and sat in the gimbaled pilot's couch. Brand, any word from Central Worlds? No, but... I wouldn't expect any as yet, she finished with him. Rand paused, as though nonplussed by her knowing what he was going to say. Even if we hear from them in the next instant, Joat, that doesn't mean they will be here any time soon. Tell me about it, she sneered. Even Simeon couldn't get them to move their butts. It was 2 weeks before the station got help. She was silent a moment, remembering all too well the horror and anxiety of those slowly passing days. There was a shudder through the ship as Alvek disconnected the fighter's caterpillar lock from theirs. So, any word from the Mayday Miz? She asked flippantly. I've had her stop her ship. She said that it is also a fighter, that she is a Bethelite and her companions are the former captain of the Sunwise and a Kolnari. What? Seg and Joat shouted together. Her name is Soamosa bint Sierra Nueva, and the captain's name is Song. She captured a Kolnari? Joat asked. She said he was one of her companions, Rand said carefully. She made no boast of capturing one. Interesting. The Sunwise was Amos's ship, Joat said. She keyed up cargo hold C. Joe, Amos, does the name Soamosa bint Sierra Nueva mean anything to you? Joseph's head had lifted with a start at the sudden sound of her voice. Amos simply lay there, as unresponsive as ever. She is the Benasur's young cousin, Joseph said. She was travelling with him when the Kolnari captured him. He straightened. Why do you ask this? Because we just picked up a mayday call from her. She's in a ship ahead of us, en route for Bethel. Rand says we'll catch up with them in about 40 minutes. Joat out. She lives, Amos thought exultantly. And she is sane. Oh, dearest God, my thanks. Your kindness is as sweet as honey, a balm to my heart and spirit. How astounding that Belazir told me the truth. He felt Joseph's hand take his, and extended his will to respond. Joseph felt the merest quiver in Amos's fingers, but he knew it was deliberate, that the Benasur was conscious, and would indeed recover. My lord, he said, in a voice harsh with relief. Soamosa had wakened to the sound of tears, a soft, strained, high-pitched whining, followed by a series of sobs, a sound of heartbreaking loss and confusion. She blinked her eyes free of sleep and turned to Captain Sung, wondering if this time he would accept the comfort she offered him. I think Karak may have been a little rough with that catheter, she thought uncomfortably. Just the idea of the catheter made her squirm. She was certain she had installed her own incorrectly. Resolutely she turned her mind from that path. There is nothing to be done about it now except to think of something else,
It is not as though I lacked distraction, she thought wryly. That was when she noticed that Captain Song was quite still, his eyes closed, his face calm. He was snoring gently, she realized. Then what is it that I hear? Slowly, her eyes widened with horror, and the hair on the back of her neck rose in a ripple that made her shudder. That awful weeping sound, the sound of a lost and wounded child, was coming from Karak. Slowly she turned, her heart thudding like a horse's hoofs, and her mouth dry. He is having a nightmare, she thought desperately. My poor love. But instinctively she knew that the sound she was hearing never came from a sleeping man. He was leaning over his console, the helmet almost resting on the boards before him. Then he flung himself back in his couch and flailed his head from side to side as if trying to fling off his helmet. His face was grey and slicked with sweat. When his eyes opened, it was like looking through two golden-hued windows into the heart of a furnace. As she watched, tears spilled over and rolled heavily down his cheeks. Karak touched gloved hands to his head, to be stopped by the faceplate. He groaned and threw his head forward again. "Karak!" Soamosa freed herself from her couch and pulled herself rapidly over to him. "Speak to me, Karak! My love, can you hear me?" She placed her trembling hands on either side of his helmet and gently lifted his head. "Karak, you must answer me. Can you hear me?" She was terrified. He could be dying, and there was nothing she could do to help him. Locked into their suits like this, she couldn't even touch him. He opened his eyes, and after a long moment he seemed to recognize her. He smiled and moved a hand as though to caress her, then stopped, as though the effort, even in 0G, was too great. "My sweet," Soamosa pleaded desperately, "if you can hear me, you must give me some sign. Can you speak?" He looked puzzled for a moment, then shook his head. "Are you in pain?" He nodded, and his face crumpled like a child's, great fat tears falling unchecked down his sweat-slick face. "Take a sip of water," she advised him. He looked at her blankly through the plastic that separated them. Then he looked around as though expecting a glass to materialize from nowhere. When it didn't, he looked accusingly at her and licked his lips, thirsty now that she had mentioned water. "Sip on that," she said, pointing at a small flexible tube near his mouth. He complied, and his eyes widened with pleasure when the water came in response to his sucking. Soamosa smiled reassuringly at him, and then turned to the array of telltales built into the front of his suit. Each suit of space armor had a very basic autodock built in, to offer painkillers and antibiotics, to apply pressure in order to control bleeding, and to administer up to 2 pints of plasma. Soamosa directed the suit to administer painkillers. She noted that his fever was 104 and reduced the interior temperature of his suit, hoping to combat the heat in his blood. "Sweetheart," she pleaded, "why is this happening? Kolnari are never sick. Their bodies are too strong, they fight off everything. Why is this happening to you?" He smiled bravely at her through his tears and mouthed the words, "I fight." Then his eyes crossed and rolled back in his head, and he lay quiet beneath her. She had panicked then, rushing back to her seat and activating the comm, putting out a frantic mayday call, hoping desperately that it would not be the Kolnari who answered it. "Answering mayday," a voice said in her ears. "This is Free Merchanter Wyal. Report your position and status." "Wyal," she thought. That is Joat's ship." Every child on Bethel knew about the Jack-of-all-trades and what she'd done against the Kolnari on SSS 900C. Girls especially knew. She is the Abomination's daughter. That thought brought her up short like a mild slap to the face. She had thought Abomination's daughter without the slightest bit of rancour. It was merely an identifying tag, like the security director's wife or the Benesour's lady. She blushed to remember how she had yearned for that title. Well, she thought wryly, I suppose that if I have been impetuous enough to fall in love with a Kolnari, I have no business tossing epithets about, nor aspiring to be the Benesour's wife, for that matter. I am aboard a Kolnari 3-crew fighter craft, she said, her voice a little hoarse. With me are Captain Sung of the Benesour Amos's ship Sunwise, and a Kolnari. Captain Sung and the Kolnari are ill, very ill. Some sort of Taylor disease which affects the memory functions. Help us, please. The waiting was almost harder than the fear had been. Captain Sung slept on, for which she was grateful. She considered authorizing the suit to give him a sleeping dose, but fought the urge. It would be selfish of her and might harm him. Who knew how this awful disease had marred the functioning of his brain? Releasing herself from the couch, she once again floated over to Karak. His eyes were closed, and his temperature remained high, but at least had risen no higher. "Oh, be well, my dear one," she whispered fervently. "I could not bear it if you became like the captain." Her breath caught on a sob. For that must be what afflicted him, and his body, in typical Kolnar fashion, was just different enough to cause this violent battle for supremacy over the disease that had broken the captain's mind. She prayed that his body would be different enough to win. An eternity later, the Wyal slid out of the night. "Stand by for forestocking." A distant part of her was surprised that a merchanter was equipped for that, but this was Joat's ship after all. The smaller vessel shuddered violently as the freighter's lock clamped onto it. A small explosion of air, part sob, part laugh, entirely relieved, escaped Sir Amos's lips. She heard someone thumping awkwardly through the narrow tube connecting their ships, when a thought struck her. "Wait!" she cried frantically, just as she heard someone's gloves clack against the lock face. "What is it?" Rand asked. The thumper had either heard or been warned to stop, for suddenly there was no sound back there. "I should have thought of this," Sir Amosa apologized raggedly. "There is sickness aboard our craft. A very dangerous illness. We dare not expose you to it." She could feel the blood drain from her face as she spoke. Ancient tales she had once enjoyed, describing noble heroines buried alive for their principles, slipped into her mind. "We're going to die out here," she thought numbly. "This ship will be my tomb." Her heart picked up its pace, as though her oxygen were already running out, and she gasped for air in sympathy with the thought. There was a pause, then a woman's voice broke the silence. "This is Joat Simeon Hap, Sir Amosa, captain of the Wyal. I assume the disease you're referring to is the one that destroys a part of the brain, leaving its victims like very young children?" "Yes," the younger woman choked. Sir Amosa pressed her fist uselessly to her faceplate, and then snatched it away with an annoyed sound. "We're immunized, and we have a controlled environment on the ship where we can lodge you." "Oh!" Sir Amosa cried out in relief, and her heart filled to overflowing with gratitude. She disconnected from her couch and flung herself at the nearest handhold. Scrambling towards the lock, all elbows and knees, Sir Amosa felt tears warming her cheeks. She reached the keypad, released the lock, and flung herself into the suited arms of the woman who waited without. Their helmets knocked together with a resounding clang. "Easy, girl," Joat said, laughing. "These helmets cost a fortune." She held the girl awkwardly, feeling her trembling even through their suit's thickness. Joat gave Sir Amosa an occasional thump in the area of her shoulder-blades, in hopes the girl would soon feel comforted enough to release the death grip she had on Joat's waist. "Come on now," she said bracingly. "Who have we got here?" She gently but firmly pried Sir Amosa off, and turned her towards the fighter's interior.
It is Karak who is most in need of aid, Sir Mosa said urgently. His fever is 104, and he has been unconscious for over an hour. She began to tug Joat into the fighter. He the Kolnari? Joat asked. Yes, he saved us. He did? Joat quickly saw that the Kolnari would have to be removed first, before the other figure in the lower seat could get out. Sir Mosa was lithe and slim, and so could maneuver in that tight space with ease. But Captain Sung was both older and significantly thicker-bodied, and one glance into his frightened, confused eyes told her that getting him out was going to be a project to remember. "Okay," she said somewhat impatiently. "Karak goes first. Grab his other arm, Sir Mosa, then get at his feet and keep his rear end from catching on anything. Rand?" "Yes, Joat." "Could you ask Seg to meet me at the airlock with that cargo sled?" "He's on his way." Once in the wire of gravity, Karak seemed to weigh a ton. What with the thick, metal-heavy Kolnari bones and the great muscled length of him, they nearly herniated themselves getting him onto the cargo sled. Joat stood back and blew out an exhausted breath, put her hands on her hips. I should have asked Rand to flux the gravity like we did for the power suit. "Who did you say this Osco was?" she asked aloud. "He is Karak Tamarid," Sir Mosa answered in a tight, anxious voice, never taking her eyes off him. "Tamarid?" Joat frowned. Sir Mosa looked at her and licked her lips. "He is Velazir's eldest son," she said. Then she looked at him again. "Can we use him as a hostage?" Seg whispered eagerly. "No way," Joat told him with a dismissive gesture. "The Kolnari eat their young." "Oh, very rarely," Sir Mosa protested. "For special ceremonies," Karak said, "or under the most dire of circumstances." She looked up into their stunned silence and blushed. "In any case, you may be sure that if they did ransom him, it would only be to destroy him. You must not return Karak to them," she cried passionately. "He saved us, even the captain, which was very awkward. Please help him. He is deserving of your aid, I promise you. He warned us of a plot to destroy Bethel, and he was taking us there to thwart Velazir's plan when he was stricken." Her gaze turned defiant, and she cradled Karak's massive paw in her own small hands. "And what is more, I love him." "Oh, wow," Joat thought. "That ought to jump-start Amos. He'll probably come out of that box like he was spring-loaded." She held her hands out at chest level in a soothing motion, and said, half laughing, "Look, if giving him back would make them happy, that's the last thing I'm going to do. So just relax, and we'll get him into cargo hold C so that Seg here can take a look at him." "I should have put a revolving door on that place," she thought uneasily. Joat tapped in the destination on the cargo sled's keypad, and they followed it down the corridor, Sir Mosa carrying the big Kolnari's hand and cooing reassurance. Seg dragging info out of the autodoc that no one else she knew could either get or understand. "In years to come," she thought with a grin, "I'm going to wish I had a hollow snap of Joseph's face when he realizes just what her hero is." Chapter 18. Buster Rauschfuss read the memo from Dana Sherman regarding Brosferen's request for 120,000 credits. "Is Sperrin crazy?" he thought. "No documentation, no explanation, no report of any kind? Just a bald-faced demand for more money than I'll ever see in my lifetime? He couldn't authorize this, even if I wanted to. Besides, Sperrin was on leave from his department, so this request shouldn't even have come to him. I'll just kick it up to Mancini," Buster thought with sour satisfaction. Let him lose sleep over it. He hadn't liked the way Sperrin had been removed from his supervision without explanation. "Security reasons," Mancini had said. Like I'm some kind of Neo who can't be trusted. Sperrin had been his man, damn it.
and he'd felt a certain cachet just being the supervisor of such a distinguished field agent. Then Buster glanced at the memo in his hand, suddenly relieved that Prosperin wasn't his any longer. He hummed as he composed the memo he'd be sending. "Dear Paul," he began, "I'm sure you know more about this than I do." When the lock opened, Joseph rushed forward anxiously, his hands outstretched. "Lady Sierra Nueva," his eyes appraised her, "you are well?" "Quite well, thank you, Sir Ben Said," so Hermosa responded with automatic graciousness, "though my saviour is in sore distress, as you can see." Joseph glanced down at the figure on the cargo sled and choked, his eyes fairly bulging. A tide of intense red swept from his neck to his hairline, making the blue of his eyes still more startling. "A Kolnari," he said, with a quiet viciousness more deadly than a shout. "I will not allow this creature to share a single molecule of air with me." He glared at Joat. "Space him," he commanded. Joat raised one eyebrow and pursed her lips. After a moment of strained silence, he muttered, "If you would, Captain." "I've done it before, Joe, so don't go thinking I'm squeamish. But apparently this boy rescued the lady and Captain Sung for no other reason than he loves her." Joseph barked a high-pitched sound of disbelief. What's more, he was piloting her to Bethel to warn them about Belazir's plot. "You cannot believe that," Joseph protested. "I can see an innocent, inexperienced girl falling for such nonsense. But, Joat, you have seen and known a great deal more than she has. You cannot be such a fool." Joat shrugged. "I can't see any benefit to Belazir in this." She pointed at the body on the sled. "This is his son, according to Sir Hermosa, his oldest son. You tell me why he would sacrifice him." Joseph turned away with a disgusted sound. Then he swung back and said in a low, fierce voice, "We have only his word that he is Belazir's son. I do not call that proof." "It's not like you to be blinded by prejudice, Joe. Look at him." "If there's one thing I'm not likely to forget, it's what Belazir Tamarid looks like. That boy is a copy of him. In any event, the first time in recorded history that a Kolnari does a good deed, I don't think the proper response is to stuff him out the airlock. So you're just going to have to be patient with me and put up with him." Without another word, Joseph turned and walked over to Amos, leaning close to speak with him. Joat rolled her eyes and clicked her tongue in dismay. The quarantine hold wasn't that big. "Ha! The ship isn't big enough to hold this kind of rancor. Wake up, Amos. We need you." She strolled over to the sled and tapped Hermosa on the shoulder. "I need you to help me get the captain in here." "Oh," the girl looked distressed. "Must I go?" She indicated Seg with a fluid gesture. "Could not your assistant aid you?" "My friend is helping your friend," Joat explained patiently. "Besides, the captain will know you where he doesn't know me." "No," Sir Hermosa murmured, shaking her head sadly. "He will not. Nor does he recognize anyone else or anything." Her eyes filled with sorrow. "It is truly terrible what they have done to him." "Yeah," Joat agreed. "The Kolnari specialize in that sort of thing. And I'm not too happy about what they've done to Amos either." "Amos? The Benisur Amos?" For the first time the girl looked around her. Immediately her eyes fell on Amos, laying deathly still in the rescue pod, looking like nothing so much as a man in his coffin. She shrieked and fell to her knees, babbling, "No, oh no, oh no!" over and over. Joseph walked over to her again and knelt beside her, putting a gentle hand on her shoulder. "He is well, lady, only drugged. But the Benisur is conscious. He knows you are here. Will you come and speak to him?" Sir Hermosa looked at him in horror. "He is well, I assure you. Dr. Tassel here was looking for an antidote to the drug the Kolnari gave him, but then he was distracted. Joseph glared at Seg as he said this. "This is a very sick man," Seg told him firmly. "I'm afraid that takes precedence. The Benisor will recover from the drug very nicely all on his own. Karak here is going to need some doctoring." Joat watched Sir Amos's distress grow. The girl's head whipped from Karak to Joseph to Amos and back again. She laid her hand on Sir Amos's shoulder and said briskly, "You'll have plenty of time later to talk to Amos, and Karak is in good hands with Seg. Meanwhile, I need help with Captain Sung, and you're already in a suit." She gave Sir Amos a reassuring smile. "It'll only be a few minutes." Sir Amos closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Releasing it slowly, she stood. "Very well," she said calmly, her voice shaking only a little. Joat raised a brow, impressed. "Not quite the sheltered Bethelite maiden she seems. I think this oasis rose was carved from steelite." Sir Amos turned to Joseph and spoke with the hauteur of 20 generations of aristocrats. "Sir Ben Said, if you cannot reconcile your feelings for the Kolnari, then I suggest that you keep away from my friend, for I will not suffer him to be hurt." She narrowed her eyes. "Neither will I tolerate any insult being offered to him. Do I make myself clear?" "Quite clear, lady," Joseph answered quietly. "Well said, young cousin," Amos thought. "I am sorry that you have had this terrible experience, and yet you have grown. You sound like a woman now, and not a silly girl." To find her changed so much for the better, in spite of the pain and humiliation she had endured at Melizia's hands, was nothing short of a miracle. Inside his mind he smiled. "I do not think your mother will find you very easy to manipulate after this." He imagined her mother's face as Sir Amos presented Karak as her dear friend and hero. "Oh, child," he thought in amused dismay, "she will never speak to either of us again." For that matter, they'd probably be stoned to death anywhere on Bethel, unless he put guards around them every hour of the day, and he would have to pick the guards carefully. No Bethelite would accept any Kolnari on equal terms, never mind as a potential son-in-law. They had lost too many loved ones to the Kolnari's casual cruelty. Not a family on the planet had been untouched by the brief but violent occupation, and the pirates had planned to sear the world down to bedrock when they finished looting it. "This will not be easy," he thought. "It may not even be possible. Child, child." Joat sank exhausted into her chair on the bridge. She didn't know what was worse, Sung's blank-eyed terror and the small, shrill sounds he made when they'd suddenly passed into the Wyle's gravity, or the infantile gratitude with which he'd hugged Sir Amosa when she took off her helmet. She shuddered. Then she popped the top on the container of coffee she'd grabbed from the galley and gratefully took a sip of the hot, fragrant brew. Craig's nostrils flared at the scent, but he remained quiet, watching her carefully from the prison of his frozen suit. "Rand, patch me through to Al, will you?" In a moment Alvec's voice came through the comm. "Yo, boss, you wanted to talk to me?" "Just wanted to know how it's going out there, buddy." "Quiet, nothing to report, really. Wyle's where the action is." "You've got that right, Al." "Would you believe Sir Mosa's in love with that Kolnari she brought in? Joe wants me to space him. Seg, I don't doubt, wants to study him. And Amos just lies there. Who knows what he wants?" She sighed wearily. "I think we should blow the fighter they came in. It's contaminated, and we can't be bothered to salvage it, not with so much else to do. Can you manage that for us?" "No problem, boss." By his voice, Joat knew his eyes were gleaming. "You should see this weapon system old Craig's got here." "Yeah, when it comes to weapons, there's no such thing as enough for the Kolnari. Only things left regretfully behind." Seg came quietly onto the bridge. At Joat's questioning look, he said, "I've got the young Kolnari stabilized.
Fascinating reaction. I can't tell you how much I miss my lab.
It was obvious from the passion in his voice. Joat smiled. Seg was a different being when he was in professional mode. As an espionage wannabe, he might be a figure of fun, but as a scientist he was definitely a being to respect. "I'm receiving a transmission from Central Worlds," Rand announced. "Attention merchanter ship Wyal. Message received. Repeat, message received. We will act on your information immediately. Message ends."
"That's it?"
Joat sat forward in outrage.
"That's all they have to say?"
"Well, they wouldn't tell us anything that might be intercepted," Alvick mumbled, under his breath. "I never did like those straight-leg bast children of irregular origin."
"You can't intercept a tight beam message," she snapped.
She flung herself back in her seat.
"It could be days. It's already been days."
Her lips narrowed to an angry line, and her fingers beat a rapid tattoo on the arms of her chair.
"Got to do something, or he's dead."
Her eyes strayed to her prisoner and met Craig's. She smiled, showing her teeth, and his Adam's apple bobbed prodigiously.
"That's right," she murmured. "Be afraid. Be very afraid."
Seg cleared his throat.
"You're determined to carry through with this idea of rescuing Bros?"
She nodded.
"Al can take the rest of you in the Wyal," she said. "I assume Clenst has some sort of facility for this sort of thing, decontamination debriefing."
"Yes, the very finest," Seg assured her. He drew himself up to his full height.
I have certain discretionary," he waved a hand uncertainly, "powers, I suppose you could say. I can authorize engagement of up to a battalion of Yored family mercenaries."
He stood looking at her eagerly, his large eyes round like a schoolboy awaiting praise and fearing censure. Joat's smile was brilliant as she rose from her chair and gave a sweeping bow.
"The com is yours."
"Joat," Rand said,
"perhaps you should discuss this with Joseph. He will both need and want to know what decisions are being made here."
Joat blinked.
"Rand, that's downright sensitive. You're becoming more human every day."
"Thank you, Joat. I know you meant that as a compliment." She blinked again and raised her brows. Then she went to Alvek's station.
"Rand, give me cargo hold C."
They'd brought in cots and a small store of self-heating foods for their passengers' comfort, and they'd rigged up a curtained-off area with a porta-potty in it. Their passengers wouldn't be able to wash, but they'd survive that. And even if I get my debt to society cleaned up, amazing how unimportant that seemed now, I still can't afford to have the whole ship decontaminated. Viruses were nasty little things, even natural ones. Designed for durability, you might have to put the ship into a graving dock station side and strip her to the hull to get them all. Cargo Hold C was designed for live cargo and was a self-contained, self-sterilizing facility. So even if they did impound the Wyal for a few months, they'd be hard-pressed to find an excuse for destroying her. Of course, it wouldn't matter then, because after a few months of not earning any income, Wyal wouldn't belong to her any more. Come to think of it, legally, it already as good as belongs to dear old Uncle Nom. Even if they returned from this mission, which he clearly didn't expect, she couldn't see him quietly writing off 120,000 credits. And who do I have for witnesses that he'll give Wyal back to me in exchange for running this errand? No one the Yored family would pay attention to. Joat frowned at the unwelcome thought, then brushed it aside. She sat forward, her eyes fixed on Joseph, where he sat at Amos's side, glaring at Carrack.
"Joe?"
His head came up. "Yes, Captain."
Bartle still prickly.
Aloud, she said,
"We've heard from Central Worlds. Basically, all they did was acknowledge our message."
Joseph snorted. "What a great surprise that is. Did they at least imply that they were going to respond in any other way? She smiled bitterly. They'd both had experience with the ponderous bureaucracy of Central Worlds. In the broadest possible terms, we're going to have Al destroy the fighter our friends came in. We can't bring it, and we dare not leave it and risk the spread of this contagion. Wise, he said laconically. Thank you for keeping me informed. Is there anything else?
Oh, yes. Alvec will be taking all of you onto a quarantine facility where, hopefully, you will be cleansed of any trace of this disease.
Seg nodded positively at her.
At least Seg firmly believes so.
Joseph's eyes narrowed, and the cant of his head became alert. And you, Joat? Where will you be while we are being purged? Back to Joat, she thought. We're making progress.
I'm taking the other fighter, and I'm going to get Prosperin.
His brows rose. Just like that?
Suggestions are welcome, she said.
I will go with you.
Amos needs you, she said, and so do Rachel and the children. This isn't like the SSS 900C. You can't just act for yourself now. You're a father and a husband, Joe.
I am also a man, and I have a great need to see this finished, Joat, if I can. I will kill Belazir. He has done too much to us. I cannot live with my hatred.
Joat sighed.
She knew what he meant. If there was one thing she understood, it was how unsated rage and hatred could poison your life.
I wish Amos were awake to talk you out of this, she muttered.
I would not, Amos thought into the pause that followed. I know my brother's heart too well, and he is right. He has a great need to take action. That is his destiny, Joat. Do not fight him. You cannot forbid fate.
But he's not, Joat continued. And I admit I'm selfish enough to be glad of your company, Joe. I've got some stuff to take care of first, then we'll suit up and meet at the airlock. She cut off contact and sat back, her hand idly stroking her chin. Suddenly Al's voice startled her out of her reverie. Hey, you don't even ask me? I've been watching your back for how long, and you don't even ask me? I'm asking you to take Amos and the rest to that cleansed facility, and who else would I let pilot the YL? Rand, he said positively. You know it can do it. You also know that I insist on at least 2 competent pilots aboard, including the AI. That's minimum safety rules, Al. I wouldn't leave this many lubbers with less, especially since one of them is my adoptive mother's sweetheart. Come on, Al, don't give me a hard time over this. I need your support. There was a long pause, redolent of ill temper and resentment. Then, "Okay," he mumbled, stabbing viciously at the firing stud. His plasma gun fired an ultra-miniaturized, laser-triggered deuterium fusion pellet focused by magnetic fields. The abandoned fighter exploded in a brilliant burst of sun-hot violence, and the whole mass of it reduced to gases in seconds. Alvec's faceplate darkened to black, automatically protecting his eyes. He felt better, not perfect, but better. With a wry smile, he maneuvered the fighter into position just over the airlock and waited for Joat to grapple him. "I don't want to do this," Seg mumbled mutinously. Joat rolled her eyes with exasperation. "Can you get Amos back on his feet?" she asked reasonably. He shook his head. "No, not without more elaborate lab facilities. There are too many variables." "Can you do anything else for Karak?" Seg's mouth sphinctered shut in distress. "No," he said at last. "The serum will either help him or it won't. Only time will tell." "Well, you can help me, and you can help Prosperin by helping me, so do it," she said through gritted teeth. "But it's wrong, don't you understand?" Joat's lips thinned to a straight line, and she leaned forward in her chair, her eyes holding his. "You wanted to be part of Sperin's world. Well, now you are. Sometimes you're called on to hard things, Seg. It's not like I'm asking you to kill him for crying out loud.
Craig's eyes bugged, and he flicked his gaze frantically between them. But his lips were compressed into a firm white line, as though he'd resist speech by sheer willpower.
And if we don't get the code and call signs from this man, an even more unethical bunch of people are going to rip Rosferin into little screaming pieces.
She sat glaring at Seg.
Meanwhile, I'm sitting here captaining a blasted hospital ship doing nothing. Oh, Central World is sending help, she said quickly, cutting off Seg's protest. Just as soon as ever they can, she added sarcastically. And you and Cleanst are sending help again just as soon as they can. But I don't trust any of them because they don't care. You know who cares? She tapped her chest. I do. They took him off my ship, and as far as I'm concerned, that makes it my responsibility. So you choose one of those drugs and you inject him, or I will.
In the end, Seg chose the drug that induced pleasure and an overwhelming desire to please. Craig, awash with glorious sensations and having the time of his life, surrendered every secret he knew up to and including the combination of his locker. He even approved Joat's cobbled-together mercenary uniform.
Oh, yeah, he enthused. It's black and it's tight. No one's going to look further than that.
Joat raised a brow. Thanks, she drawled.
No problem. Black and tight, way to go.
Joat looked uncertainly at Seg.
You'll quiet down as the drug wears off,
Seg assured her.
Geez, I hope so, Alvec growled. Don't like the way he's looking at me.
At everybody, Joat agreed. Then she shrugged.
Seg, would you join me in the galley, please?
Puzzled, and wondering if he was going to receive another lecture, the Sondie followed her into the galley lounge. There was a display film covering the tabletop, and beside it was a box about 1 meter long and half as wide and deep. Joat inserted a datahedron into a slot at the edge of the display film, and a schematic blossomed upon the screen. Seg automatically leaned towards it and began to read. After a moment, he glanced up at Joat, read a bit more, flipped through several more schematics, and then straightened. He looked at her in perplexity, a most unhappy look on the Sondie face.
This is top secret, he said.
This is synchronicity, Joat said with a grin. Simeon and I were working on this idea for a signal jammer, and I'd almost finished the prototype when Cleanst announced their own version. Talk about disappointed. She pursed her lips and shrugged.
All for the best, though. If we'd sold it then, we wouldn't have it here to use. What I need is help in finishing up the dispersal unit.
Seg checked her data.
You manufacture 10,000 transmitter receivers by yourself? He asked in wonder. It's not that hard to make 'em, Joat said, and as you've noticed, it's a long way between systems, so time isn't a problem. It's amazingly like ours, Seg murmured, except I think the sine wave control function may be a little better for some purposes.
Well, the concept is identical. Lots of miniature receiver transmitters catching signals and sending them back out with various time lags. Result, hopelessly garbled messages. Think it'll work?
Actually, in some ways it's more efficient than our design. Cleanst might be willing to negotiate for those improvements.
Music to my ears, Joat said, smiling. Let's get to work, shall we?
I see you're using a rocket propulsion system.
Keep it simple, she agreed. That's my motto.
Have you got rocket fuel?
You purists, Joat scoffed. All we need is a volatile liquid. She put a couple of bottles of cleaning fluid on the table. We'd never have gotten farther than the moon if we'd waited for guys like you. If it'll make you feel better, I've got a form you can fill out before we begin. Seg laughed nervously. There's no control board indicated on your design, he objected. That's because there are cheap, readily available ones already on the market. Why reinvent the wheel? Joat slapped a tiny control board on the table beside the cleaning fluid. That's a spare from the food processing unit. So, it'll think it's dicing carrots when it fires up the rocket. I won't tell it if you don't. Olive Seg's eyes were shining as he smiled delightedly at her. This is real hands-on seat-of-your-pants stuff, isn't it? He said enthusiastically. Hands on the seat of your pants? Joat asked, bemused. Geez, these Sondi have weird sayings. Whatever you say, Seg. Joseph was fully suited when she met him at the lock, her helmet balanced atop the box in her arms. With a glance at the box, he placed the helmet over her head and locked it down. She smiled her thanks nervously. Our suits look awful, he complained. They look like they have been painted. Nothing we could do about it, Joat said with a shrug. Craig said they had to be black. She snorted in disgust. Only the Kolnari would insist on black spacesuits. But then I can't see them rescuing someone who managed to drift off. So why would they want to make them visible enough to pick up easily? Joseph grinned at her, his blue eyes alight with a fierce joy. I am going to eat Belazia's beating heart, he said happily. Absolute cold flashed over Joat's body, and she stared at Joseph as if she'd never seen him before. Joe, she said quietly, like a patient mother addressing a particularly wanton 5-year-old, this is a rescue mission. We can't stop for lunch, especially if we want to get away. So we're not going on a Kolnari hunt. Is that understood? His mouth twisted, and his eyes flickered away as he nodded. Joat kicked him in the shin. Don't you patronize me, she snapped. Either it's understood that I am in command and that our mission, our sole mission, is the rescue of Brosperin, or you're not going. End of story. I need to finish this, he told her, his voice so rough it was almost a growl. But this isn't the time. Her eyes held his. After a moment she smiled. If we can carry this off, Joe, Belazir will eat his heart out for us. 12 hours later, they received a tight beam message from the Y-Owl. Greetings, my brother. Amos's voice was husky from prolonged thirst. And Joat, my friend. My lord! The joy in Joseph's voice seemed to brighten the inside of the cramped fighter. Good to hear from you, Amos, Joat said with a relieved grin. It is good to be able to speak, I assure you. I wanted to tell you that my prayers go with you. Every little bit helps, Joat assured him. Thank you, Benessur. Your blessing strengthens my purpose, Joseph said. So if you could clarify his purpose for him, I'd appreciate it, Joat suggested. He hasn't spoken to me since I told him he couldn't eat Belazir's heart this trip. There was silence for a moment. Surely, my brother, you would not needlessly risk your life. There is Rachel to consider, and the children, and I would find it hard to bear if you were to die like a fool. Wow, Joat thought. I didn't think Amos knew how to be that blunt. She had grown so used to his parables and subtle persuasions, Joat wasn't even the target of his remarks, and she felt like she'd been hit with a rock. Joseph gasped. Then, I stand rebuked, Benessur. You are correct, of course. It is shameful to indulge myself at the cost of the greater good. I am pleased to hear it, my brother. This is an attitude that will serve you well in the coming years. A contemplative silence followed. And if that doesn't beg, come on, ask me what I mean. I'm a Shapalictic nun, Joat thought. What do you mean? Joseph asked. My young cousin means to marry her Kolnari captive, Amos said. His voice seemed to smile. My lord, Joseph bellowed, you cannot allow that. Hey, Joat snapped, her ears ringing. I am sorry, Joat. Benezor, you cannot be serious. The lady's family will disown her. She shall be shunned. The shame will kill her mother.
Amos sighed. I suspect my young cousin's mother is one of those who are immune to shame, else she would be unable to use it so effectively as a weapon. Aloud, just before we were captured by the Kolnar, I asked Sir Mosa how she would like it if the people looked on her as a prophetess. And of course, being a modest maid, she said she was no such thing, and surely no one could take her for such. But now I find myself seeing her in just such a light. For she truly loves this Carrack, and it is just as plain that he loves her. It seems to me, my brother, that she has given his humanity back to him. Perhaps we should try to join her in this task.
My lord! Joseph groaned and then drew his breath in a great gasp. Just because one of that demon breed shows signs of being human does not mean the rest are salvageable.
He has a point, Amos, Joat said. Amos didn't laugh, but the smile was still there in his voice. God does not challenge us by presenting us with circumstances that we welcome. And if Sir Mosa's family disowns her, I shall not. She shall be my heir, and I shall support her with all of my heart.
She is too young to make such a decision, Benezor.
Joseph, you would not be making such an objection if I had decided to marry the girl myself. Now would you? In fact, when it was arranged for her to accompany me, it was you who smoothed out so many of the details, wasn't it? Joseph was so silent that Joat glanced down at him, wondering if his suit mic had broken down. Then he said, "You would love having children, my brother," in a quiet voice, filled with pained dignity. Joat felt a little spurt of outrage. Channa's not that old, she thought. She'd always suspected that Channa was just working out her contract before she ran off to Bethel with Amos. All she needs is a little time. Profit is not a comfortable family business, Amos observed. I am not sure that I ought to have children. I might enjoy having them, but I am not so sure that they would enjoy being my offspring. Channa and I have discussed this, and we feel that perhaps we should adopt our children. Joseph was silent again, the kind of silence that fills a room with powerful, undefined emotion. On behalf of adopted children everywhere, Amos, go for it, Joat said with a smile. I shall, he said. As I have said, I will adopt Sir Mosa, and her children and Carrack shall be my grandchildren. As she is my cousin, they will share the same blood as I. He paused. Interesting. That would mean that Belazir and I would share the same blood. No! Joseph roared. How, Joe? Watch the volume control. You go too far, my lord. Amos sighed. Yes, perhaps you are right, my brother. But perhaps also there are other Kolnari, like Carrack, who do not wish only to kill and to steal. This could be a sign of hope for them, and the beginnings of peace for both our peoples. Is it all right this trip if we at least hurt the Kolnari's feelings? Joat asked dryly. I really miss that sense of closure I'd get otherwise. Amos laughed. I have not lost my mind, Joat. I merely present a new idea. This may not be practical, and in any case you have my cheerful permission, both of you, to annihilate Belazir Tamarid and as many of his followers as seems convenient, while you pursue your mission. Good luck, Amos. She shook her head in wonder. We will discuss this upon my return, Benezor, Joseph growled. It pleases me to think that I have given you still another reason to be cautious with your life, my friend. I look forward to our conversation. Joat? Hey, Rand, what's up? Your ETA is 12 hours, correct? Well, thereabouts, anyway. Depends on what we run into. Why? Your Ed family anticipates being at those coordinates in 14 hours. Joat raised her brows. Not that she doubted Yored's professionalism, but this kind of timing indicated a high level of commitment for what was a fairly casual contract. Well, I'm impressed. Clenched must be paying a premium. They are, Seg assured her. It might be wise to coordinate your efforts with them. Joat rolled her eyes. You mean subordinate my efforts to theirs? No way, to sell. 2 hours could make a major difference in Sperrin's lifespan. You tell your flunkies to watch out for us. Out. She cut contact with the YL before anyone could protest. Give them back their humanity? Joseph murmured in stunned tones. Poor Amos, Joat said. The trouble with giving people back their humanity is that a lot of the time they don't want it returned. Crikey, the last thing a thief and murderer wants is an active conscience. Poor Amos. But the Kolnari, has my lord gone mad? No, Joseph, you're just looking at the downside of loving a living saint. They will do uncomfortable things. But the Kolnari? Yeah. Let's plan what we're actually going to do when we find them, Joat said, cutting off what she recognized as an endless conversational loop. Perhaps we should try giving them back their humanity. She laughed. Yeah, then we'll shoot 'em while they stand there, frozen in shock. Joseph chuckled. I should not laugh at the Venusaur, he said, but truly this is beyond everything. One thing at a time, Joe. You can talk him out of it when we get back. She ran through the data again. Their plans were actually as set as they could be on what amounted to... It is not a suicide mission. Joat had gone through her copy of James's All the Galaxy's Spaceship, a gift from Simeon, and found Belazier's flagship. It was not quite a light cruiser. A destroyer leader built to command a flotilla of lighter craft, a Central World's Navy vessel heavily refitted for Kolnari use. Probably it had once been a Navy surplus ship, owned by a planet the Kolnar had stripped, then destroyed. She'd called up the schematic, and Craig had guided them through it. Avoid the A and B corridors if you can. That's Kolnar territory, and they like to hassle anyone that doesn't belong there. He indicated where the brig was located, a fairly large section of the ship deep in its center, and he enthusiastically described what he knew about their security system. It's fantastic, man. If they ever went straight, they could make a fortune designing security for rich guys. He'd recited the security codes and their answers so that Rand could record them, and Rand had made up a program that would answer the question asked regardless of the order in which the codes were presented. Security's pretty light on the decks the mercs use, Craig had told them. I mean, who's going to be stupid enough to sneak? He'd blinked at them. Hey, I didn't mean anything. He'd apologized for several minutes before they could convince him they weren't offended. Joseph dubiously eyed the large ball of ice Joat held ready in front of the lock. This is your secret weapon? Yep. A snowball? She chuckled. The ice is embedded with approximately 10,000 transmitter receivers, which will be dispersed at a controlled rate determined by the speed at which the snowball is traveling. We're going to push it right through Kolnari space and mess up their communications big time. They will blow it up, Joat. And if they do, some of the TRs will be destroyed. The rest will be in a good position to do what they're designed for. It'll work, Joe. Trust me. She looked up at his scowling face. Seg was really impressed. He grunted and opened the lock. Joat shoved her burden through the open hatch, and Joseph closed it again. Then she picked up a control plug and pressed the firing stud. The rocket ignited, and her faux comet was off. You really like that alien, do you not? Joseph asked as he strapped himself back into his seat. Yeah, he's a nice kid. He is a tactless, interfering busybody, but basically a sweetie. He is hideous to look upon, and he is a fool. I knew you liked him. Joseph growled. It is hard not to.
He is so much like a happy, bouncy little puppy." They were silent a while, monitoring the discreet Kolnari signals. Craig had warned them to linger just outside the Kolnar security perimeter and wait to be recognized. Joat did, and didn't mind. The waiting was hard, largely because her excellent imagination kept conjuring possible disaster scenarios. Craig might have left out something vital, or they might be given close escort to Belazir's ship, in which case they were sunk. The success of the whole plan depended on their being handled like a friendly. Yet the longer they sat here, the more time her snowball had to do its work. Suddenly there was a flurry of questions from the Kolnari. Rand's program answered as designed, and they were given leave to proceed. "Welcome back, Rendino Dupere," a woman's voice said. "Thanks," Joseph muttered. "Out." "I hope that's not his girlfriend," Joat said. "I would not worry," Joseph said quietly. "I am sure the Kolnar do not encourage chatter in their space." They proceeded quietly on their way, watching the distant Kolnari fleet loom larger as they approached. "Joat, may I ask you a question?" "Sure." "Your ship, the Wire, what does its name mean? I have tried to find a reference to it everywhere that I can think of, without success. And knowing you, I am sure it has some significance." "It's an acronym," she said with a grin. "Does that help?" "Are you going to tell me or not?" "It means, while you ain't looking." Joseph laughed silently. "Appropriate. It is pleasant to know that creeping respectability has not entirely obliterated the feral child I knew and loved." "They're not all watching me," Joat told herself. "This is normal, and this is the end of a normal mission." Lights on the floor and ceiling guided her to a berth. She parked neatly and powered down. The hangar was cramped, nothing like the cavernous hold of an assault carrier. It was a little unusual for a ship of this displacement to carry fighters at all, but she supposed it was useful when you didn't have an elaborate military organization with specialized vessels. The tips of the fighters' weapon pods just barely cleared those of the other three. There was one empty berth. That would be the one Saramosa had taken, and a scurry of crew and robots doing maintenance work. No, they're arming up and fueling. Somebody suspicious. Oh, joy. "They're going to be expecting only one person to disembark," she said nervously. "Craig told you that security was light in the mercenary section, almost casual. My advice is to disembark with me, acting like you belong here. I doubt anyone will look twice or bother to question us. As I said before, I am much more nervous about the paint on our suits." "Don't worry," she said. "We'll shed them as fast as we can. We do have a kind of orange undercast." Joat wondered if the suited figures servicing the fighters around them were mercenaries or Kolnar slaves. Either way, Jo was probably right. The ones who knew how many people should be returning from this mission sure as blazes weren't working on this deck. She grasped the strap on her black shoulder bag and followed Joseph across the floor to the locker area. Joseph was keying in Craig's locker combination when a message came through his suit's receiver. "Rendino Dupere, you are to report to Captain Hobbs-Brown for debriefing at 1400 hours, room C-780. "Acknowledged. Out." Joseph finished the unlock code and pulled open the door. Then he took off his helmet and spoke to Joat. "Now we know how much time we have. I am to meet with my debriefer at 1400. Joat was already half out of her suit. "It's 1200 now. They're not too eager to talk to you, are they?" There were 2 uniforms in the locker. Joseph proceeded to put both on. "It works to our advantage, of course, but I wonder what is going on." Joat brushed her hair smooth and retied it in a ponytail. "If we're lucky," she said. "Belazir's asleep and no one wants to wake him. If we're not, then he's with Bross. Or he is in conference with his captains or working out or just generally busy. Let us not worry about how Belazir is occupied until we must conclude otherwise."
"Joe," she said. She stuffed her suit into Craig's locker beside his. "You're being reasonable. I really, really hate it when I'm being hysterically pessimistic and people insist on being reasonable."
"I shall try not to restrain myself," he promised with a smile.
"Well, all right," she said. "See that you don't."
Joat looked him over, straightening his collar.
"Okay, let's do it."
End of side 7. To continue, turn the cassette over. Side 8. The Ship Avenged by S.M. Stirling, continuing on page 322. The Kolnari had sealed a number of the access panels into the repair tunnel that ran between corridors C and B, no doubt for security reasons. The remaining few were carefully locked. Joat pulled Sperrin's override gizmo out of her shoulder bag and set it against the lock mechanism. It hadn't taken her long to figure it out. The thing was designed to be simple to use, and she had a natural affinity for mechanical objects. Still, she was nervous, and her hands were slick with sweat. Even with Joseph's beefy body partially shielding her from view, she felt conspicuous. The fact that they'd sealed so many panels made her believe those that weren't sealed were under observation. That everybody's watching you and they don't like what they see feeling was raising chills up and down her spine. The lock clicked open, and she slipped through, half expecting to be met by a snarling crowd of armed Kolnari. "What are you doing here? Hands up! Behind your head! On your knees! March!" There was no one there. She breathed a soft sigh of relief. "Oh, I wish we could use one of your little scramblers, Joat," Joseph murmured nostalgically. "I would feel so much more secure." "You and me both," she said, smiling. "But they're just as likely to set off alarms these days as to get you by them." They backtracked until they found the access panel they wanted, one that was located quite close to the Kolnari brig. Predictably, it was welded shut. Joat pulled a roll of what looked like putty from her bag and began to stick it around the seam of the panel. When she was through, she stuck a suction cup with a handle attached onto the center of the panel and pulled on it to test its grasp. Then she and Joseph drew their sidearms, and after carefully regulating the laser's temperature, they melted the coil of heat-activated acid they'd drawn around the seam. Slowly at first, then more quickly, it liquefied and began to eat its way through the welds. Joat exerted a gentle outward pressure on the suction cup. What fumes there were stayed with them in the narrow tunnel, unpleasant but non-toxic. For the most part, Kolnari would probably hardly notice them. A small alarm she'd built into her coverall was complaining about the dreadful bride's toxic atmosphere in increasingly insistent tones anyway. She reached up and turned it off. "I know already." As the panel came free, Joseph reached out to support Joat's hand, and they lifted it slightly, but held it in place, not quite touching the frame it had once joined. They listened tensely for sounds of voices or people walking by, and were rewarded by silence. Cautiously, they lifted the panel outward and stepped into the deserted corridor. Then they fitted it back into place, reset their lasers, and proceeded to the brig. Chapter 19. The woman behind the brig's reception desk was a heavy worlder, no question. Her bones had been genetically altered for thickness, and her height was somewhat below human norm. But her expression was curious and relatively friendly. "Yeah?" she asked. "Help you?" "We're here to see Mr. Sperrin," Joat purred. Beside her, Joseph stood impassively, eyes front, hands clutched behind his back in an automatic parade rest, just so much muscle ready to spring into action. "Yeah? What for?" Joat raised one brow. "We have a specialty," she said, smiling slightly. "Oh?" "Conversation. People can't seem to resist talking to us." The woman chuckled evilly. "Oh, yeah, I heard about that. I've been expecting somebody like you. The big black baddies tried with one of their creepy little medics and got nowhere.
You'll have to leave your guns, though, she said. Joat pursed her lips. I don't mind leaving mine here, but I'd rather my companion kept his. Sperin is reputed to be an educated man. I'd like to know he has a weapon pointed at him. The woman was shaking her head, and her expression was a lot less friendly. Or perhaps, Joat continued, he could surrender it to the guard on Sperin's door. She arched a brow. I assume there is a guard on his door. Uh-huh. Let me see your ID. A little hole appeared in the centre of the woman's forehead, and intelligence ran out of her eyes as though escaping through it in a narrow wisp of steam. Joseph shook his hand, scorched by the backrush of burning gases where the laser had burned its way through the holster. A scorched smell insinuated itself through the sour chemical stink of Kolnar normal atmosphere. I did not want to do that, he said ruefully. Joat frowned. She didn't like killing, didn't like the waste. And like Joseph, she hadn't wanted to see this almost friendly hired killer die. It couldn't be helped, she said grimly. We don't have ID. When at last they'd taken the deliriously happy Craig out of his suit, they'd checked his ID thoroughly. It was entirely too complex to duplicate with the equipment they had, and as time was a factor, they'd decided to go without. They arranged the mercenary's body so that it was turned slightly away from the entryway, hiding the hole in her head. Even the single second gained by the small deception might count. Let me get to work. Joat went down on one knee behind the control console. Dedicated system, just like Craig said. That was safer in a warship subject to viral attack. A worm program could be stopped by a series of specialized interfaces, and it also made damage control in combat easier. The downside was that none of the subsystems was as capable as one big one, and data transfer was slower. This will take a second. She eased one of her tools out from behind the belt of her mercenary uniform and set to work, whistling silently between her teeth. Not too unusual. The Kolnar had been savages before the High Clan left their planet. Although it was a peculiar type of savagery, you could mine raw metallic plutonium there with picks and shovels. They'd had nuclear-powered steamboats. The basic technology of the space-going Kolnari clans was copied from Central Worlds-derived models. Here. She snipped a fiber optic line and spliced it into a converter, then plugged a datahedron into the optico-magnetic device. The screen before the dead woman cleared and began to show an uneventful corridor. There. That ought to keep the surveillance systems out of our hair until someone notices the repeating pattern. The main doors to the prison recognized them, routing through the intercept she'd placed on the computer. They proceeded through them as calmly as possible. The computer had indicated which of the cells was Sperin's, and they moved confidently down the corridors. There was a Kolnari standing guard outside the cell, and Joat could feel Joseph going into high gear. The guard showed no sign at all that he was aware of their approach. His posture had the relaxed alertness of a hunting beast. Arrogant jerk, Joat thought. Probably thinks there's no need to get excited about two scum vermin mercs. Oh, baby, are you in for a surprise? We are here to question the prisoner, she said, crisply, but with deference. The Kolnari stared at the opposite wall as though thinking deep thoughts that couldn't be disturbed. After a full minute had elapsed, Joseph said quietly, "We are here at the Great Lord's orders." That got a reaction. The body remained rigidly in place, but a brass-yellow eye glanced in their direction. After a brief pause, the guard spoke. "I have received no orders that the prisoner is to be allowed visitors." Then he returned to deep thought mode. "Obviously the Great Lord has been detained," Joat observed, looking at Joseph. "We will wait," he said grimly. Joseph and the Kolnari stood like statues in contrasting colours, but after a few moments Joat began to pace. She walked back and forth, spinning on her heel every 4 paces.
Then she began to whistle through her teeth while clapping her hands before her and then behind her back. Her fidgeting annoyed the guard. A very small wrinkle appeared between his brows, the equivalent of a full-blown tantrum in any other people. He turned towards her, lips peeling back from his teeth. Joseph's laser took him in the back of the skull, and the Kolnari collapsed, falling stiffly like a giant tree. Joe caught him before he hit the door, and Joat snatched the key from his utility belt. She aimed it at the door, and it slid open obediently. Then she grabbed the Kolnari's feet and helped Joseph pull him into the cell. Ross stood with his feet braced, swaying. He watched the mentor with no reaction whatsoever, like a man viewing a hollow show. Joat couldn't suppress an exclamation at her first good look at him. He was covered with burns. Some no more than reddened patches, but large areas were blistered and bleeding plasma. His face was slack with exhaustion, shadowed by his beard, his reddened eyes sunken in deep blue circles. He smelled awful, of infection and stale sweat and charred flesh. Joseph's hand came over her shoulder, offering the shirt he'd just taken off, and she jumped. "Yeah," she said, as if Joseph had spoken. "Ross, you've got to put this on," she said clearly and calmly. She took hold of one hand and slid the sleeve of the black shirt over it, ignoring the oozing wounds. He made a sudden sound of agony and began to struggle. Coaxing him to cooperate, she slid the other sleeve up and over his shoulder. Awareness flickered back into his eyes. "Joat," Ross said, his voice hoarse, his breathing harsh. "I've been having this dream that you'd come for me since yesterday, but this is the first time you've worn something so sexy. Does it mean something?" he leered. Good grief, Joat thought. There's resilience for you. "I think it means your subconscious really, really wants you to get out of here. So why don't you just relax and go along with it?" Fortunately, the trousers were quite loose and slid over his boots with little trouble. Ross lost his balance at one point and started to fall, but Joe caught him. Blisters broke under Joseph's big hands, and Ross gasped and cursed, but the pain seemed to make him more aware. "Can you walk?" Joat asked anxiously. "You're really here," he said, and touched her face gently. "Can you walk?" she repeated. "Anything you can do, I can do better," he quipped. "If I'd known you were going to take that attitude, I wouldn't have come," she grumbled. He leaned forward. "Give me a kiss, Joat, and I'll follow you anywhere." Joat frowned and glanced at Joseph, who nodded impatiently. She kissed Ross's lips gently, then smiled. "Like you'd have stayed with Bella's ear if I'd said no. Ross, you've got style even when you're nuts with pain and fatigue." "Come on," she said. They retraced their steps. Joat let the signal-disrupting transmitter receivers trickle from her pockets in their wake. Ross was stumbling forward in defiance of gravity, Joseph hovering nervously behind, ready to catch him if he fell. When they reached the locker room, Joat broke into the locker next to Craig's with Speren's lockpick and pulled out the suit it contained. Then she and Joseph stripped Ross of the mercenary uniform and shoved him into it without regard to his wounds. "Forgive me, Ross," Joat thought. "There's no time to go easy on you." She and Joseph hurried into their own suits, hearts pounding, waiting for an alarm klaxon to sound, waiting for discovery. They sealed and checked each other's helmets, and then marched out onto the flight deck towards one of the green-lighted fighters, fueled and ready for takeoff. Joat boarded first, and Joseph boosted Ross into her waiting arms. Between the two of them, they wrestled him into his seat, got him connected to life support, and strapped down. There were codes for taking a fighter out as well as in, and Joat inserted the datahedron they'd made for it into its slot. Then she powered up and began rolling the big machine out of line. "Ooh, but I've got to pee." And she hated doing that with the catheters in. They hurt, and they always leaked a little. The universe was unfair to females. Craig's voice responded appropriately to every code and query until at last they were given permission to launch. And if there were any questions as to why someone who had just returned from a very long mission was going out again, they went unasked. And that's the downside of disciplining the initiative right out of your troops, Joat thought with glee. They launched, and she keyed in a course that would lead them to Seg's cleansed facility. When she felt they'd travelled far enough, Joat brought out the control board for the signal jammer and turned it on. Communications chaos blossomed all around them. "It works!" Joat shouted. "I can't believe this. We're out! No one's following, no one's shooting. This is incredible!" She wanted to dance and hug Sperrin and hear Simeon tell her how smart she was. "We're going to make it! Prepare to go hyper!" A high-energy particle beam flashed across their bow, causing their faceplates to darken. "What the—" Joat said. She killed velocity and backed frantically until she could at least see who it was firing on her. A sleek, bright yellow fighter with red markings hove into view and lined up to fire on them again. "That is the symbol of the Joat family," Joseph said in astonishment. Joat brought their fighter to a halt and dove, just as the family fighter fired again. She grabbed the control board for the signal disruptor and hit the off control. Nothing happened. "Fardels," she snarled. "I can't turn it off." "What?" Joseph asked. "The signal disruptor. It's not receiving my signal to turn off. Apparently it's disrupting that too." "You are joking," Joseph said in disbelief. "This is not funny, Joat. Turn the cursed thing off." "It's just a prototype, Joe. It's never been used before. There are bound to be problems." "We're being fired on by our allies because of one of your famous gadgets, Joat. Is that what I'm hearing here?" Ross asked. "Yeah," she growled. Ross started to laugh. "It's not funny, Sperrin." "Truly it is not," agreed Joseph. "Now, I'm sure this is really happening," Ross said. "I don't have this kind of an imagination." "We've got to go back," Joat said. The ship rocked as the family fighter hit one of their fins with its beam. Joat spun the ship round and ran flat out for the dreadful bride. "I don't believe this," she said. "I don't believe that Belazir Tamarid is my only hope of survival." "He will kill us," Joseph predicted grimly. "But not right away," Ross assured them. Joat didn't deign to answer either of them. The family fighter hit one of their altitude adjustment coils, and the little craft tumbled helplessly for an agonizing minute before the gyroscopic system righted their ship. At that, it probably saved our lives. The sensors were showing multi-megaton explosions in a rapidly expanding pattern. Joat gasped. "Well, that kills one option. I was hoping to linger outside the bride for as long as possible and maybe escape in the excitement. But the family has put paid in full to that idea now, hasn't it?" "Joat, wait," Joseph snapped. "If they cannot hear you, they will not have the hangar doors open." "For crying out loud, Joe, they can't hear us, but they can see. If they don't open the doors, we're going to smash into them. They're not going to let that happen, trust me." "Trust you?" It's probably hard for him to talk with his heart in his mouth like that, Joat thought, as she aimed the fighter at the stubbornly shut hangar doors. "I know that's where mine is." "Pull up, Joat," Ross suggested tensely. "Pull up!" Joseph seconded at top volume. "I can't steer," she said. "I'm hoping they can see that." Just when she'd begun to give up hope, the huge doors began to move. She throttled back, trying to give them time to widen, and flitted through the narrow gap with just meters to spare. 2 tears of relief rolled down her cheeks, and she made a strange sound, half laugh, half sob. Her male companions cursed imaginatively, particularly Joseph. "Daughter of a mangy, limbless goatherd and a ruptured swine," he shouted. "You little spawn of Sheathan! Don't you ever frighten me like that again!" She laughed outright. "Blame the family, Buddy, or Brossia, or Amos for that matter. None of this is my doing. I'm just reacting here and doing the best I can." She unstrapped herself from her seat. "People are going to be running around crazy out there. My advice is to run around with them until we can find a safe place to lie low. And
Ross asked dubiously. Hope the family wins. It doesn't total the bride while we're on it. And if they don't, try plan A again. She shrugged. Would have worked this time if the timing had been just a little better. I don't want to spoil your plans, Joat, Ross spoke carefully to avoid slurring his words, but I'm not up to much running around. I know, she said, releasing his restraints. She pursed her lips. Maybe we could stuff you into Craig's locker. He glared at her. I'm not that far gone, he said between clenched teeth. Be reasonable, it's nearby, and I'm positive no one will look for you there. I'll keep up, he snarled. Joat glanced over at Joseph, who shrugged. Suit yourself, she said briskly, it's your funeral. They descended from the fighter to a welcoming committee of battle-armed Kolnari and black-suited mercenaries. Who is your commander? One of the Kolnari barked. Captain Hobbs-Brown, sir, Joat snapped out. Report, what is the meaning of this? Sir, Joat said. Facing the Kolnari, she sketched a salute. Your Red family fighters have infiltrated the perimeter. Communications are down. There are indications that the family people are affected by the jamming also. There was the briefest pause, as though the Kolnari within the huge battle armor was taken by surprise. Very well, she said. Report to your squad leader. Get another ship and join us outside. Yes, sir. Joat and her companion saluted and trotted off. After a moment they cut right behind the body of the fighter and out of sight of the Kolnari and her friends. They paused a moment to look around, and Joat saw a cluster of black-suited figures emerging from an elevator. There, she said, and pointed. The others followed her, and they slid in just as the doors were closing. Ross leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. His face was pale and slick with sweat. Joat thought he looked ready to pass out. He opened his eyes and met hers. Then he straightened up a bit. I'm all right, he panted. Where are we going? Joseph demanded of her. B corridor. Kolnari territory? He asked in disbelief. Surely you are joking. Geez, you really think my sense of humour is getting the better of me today, don't you? Ross grinned. The brig, he said. Last place they'll look for us. We couldn't all fit into Craig's locker, she muttered. The elevator doors opened onto B corridor, and a scene of organized chaos. And we couldn't very well slip into that repair tunnel without being seen, now could we? I figure the brig's our best shot. She glanced at Joseph. Suggestions are welcome. Speak with authority and behave as though we belong, he said. Don't I always? She asked, and led the way. They rounded a corner and blundered into a squad of Kolnari. You! Bellowed their leader. What are you scum vermin doing here? Sir, Joat saluted. We are to report to Captain Hobbs-Brown, sir. All she could see in his black face to late was her own reflection, looking determined. Thank the powers that be for Captain Hobbs-Brown, her mind babbled. I wonder if Hobbs-Brown's a he or a she. How long can I keep referring to him, her, without using a personal pronoun? Hobbs-Brown is not here, the Kolnari sneered. You will fall in with us. With all due respect, sir, I am under orders, Joat said. What is wrong with that man? Kolnari demanded, unexpectedly pointing at Ross. He's still getting used to heavier gravity, Joat said. He's a light welder. Pah! Weakling. He said it almost indifferently, as though thinking of something else. He's wondering if he dares to interfere in the kind of orders that would allow me to defy him, Joat thought. Make up your mind, creep. Hobbs-Brown does not need 3 of you. I will take this one. He pointed at Joseph. Fall in, he bellowed. His face a blank, Joseph did so. What is your name, sir? Joat asked, so that I can tell the captain where this man is. The Kolnari went very still, the way they did when they thought they might have made a mistake, but weren't certain yet what it might be. Scarrick na Marid, petit noble, commander of a section is my name, he growled, and I tremble at the thought of displeasing your captain. What is your name, scum-vermin?
Rendino Dupere, Joat said crisply, and rattled off Craig's ID number. It's not like he can check it out, she thought nervously. It just has to sound right.
On your way, scum-vermin, before I change my mind.
Then the Kolnar barked an order, and his squad marched off, Joseph bringing up the rear. Joat watched them out of sight. Joseph never looked back. Silken jammed her fist into her mouth as though she would ram her scream back down her throat. She bit down until she broke the skin, and blood, hot and salty, spurted onto her tongue. She flailed out with one hand, as though to clutch Belazir's green robe, only to have it whisk through thin air. Gnomic Society screamed, a hoarse, bubbling scream like she'd never heard before. He was balanced on the crown of his head and his heels, his back arched in a great bow, arms held stiffly at his sides with his fingers clawing the air. Gnomic's eyes were wild with disbelief, and foam dribbled from his mouth. Belazir watched with satisfaction, his heavy arms folded across his chest, and his expression one of sensual enjoyment, pleased that the drug was working as it should this time. The medtech stood by the hatch, looking almost as aghast as Silken. The two Kolnari guards watched with academic interest. "Please, Master and God," Silken begged, blood running down her chin, "make it stop, please. Whatever you want we will do, I swear. Only make it stop." She collapsed in incoherent sobs across the hollow of Belazir's feet. He looked down at her in mild interest. "You are not as strong as I thought you would be," he remarked, "but I am generous to women. I will instruct you in the causes of my displeasure." He frowned slightly. It was difficult to make himself heard over Society's screaming. "First," he said, raising his voice slightly, "you sent to me the daughter of our worst enemy to perform an important task for us. I cannot help but feel insulted by your lack of sensitivity." He sighed in exasperation as Gnomic screams reached new heights. "Kick him onto his face," he instructed the guards. "Perhaps it will stifle some of his noise." He turned back to the wide-eyed Silken, who had her hands pressed against her mouth, as though that would somehow help to silence Gnomic's cries. "Where was I? Ah, yes. Second, as part of this woman's crew, what do I find? I find Sperin, one of Central World's most notable covert operatives." He spread his hands, raising his brows. "What am I to make of this? One thing was bad enough, sending me the girl when I could not torture her to death without wrecking my greatest scheme. But the other, it is intolerable. So, you are fools or you are enemies. Either way you must be punished. Surely you understand this. Incompetence and insults must always be addressed." Gnomic's body collapsed, and he lay panting, whining slightly. "Ah, it is over." He turned to Silken and said reassuringly, "There are supposed to be no permanent effects." "You bastard," Gnomic gasped. "You bastard." Belazir compressed his lips. "Of course," he drawled. "Sometimes. With some individuals. A lesson must be repeated a number of times before its meaning is comprehended." He raised his hand to signal the medtech. Suddenly another Kolnari appeared beside Belazir. "Great Lord!" he said excitedly. Belazir backhanded him, knocking the man to his knees. His yellow eyes blazed. "How dare you enter here? What is the meaning of this intrusion?" "I abased myself before you, great lord." A one-word expression in Kolnari. The soldier bowed his head and placed both fists on the floor where he knelt. "Communications are down," he said urgently. "The fleet is under attack by Joat family fighters." "What?" "They've come because of us, you fool." Gnomic lay on his side, glaring at Belazir. "You can't kidnap someone from Rohan and not answer to the family for it. They're going to kick your butt, asshole." Everyone went still. Belazir drew a deep, angry breath. His nostrils grew pale and pinched. "Give her the antidote," he snarled at the medtech.
Give him the disease. Then report to your stations."
Then he disappeared from the cell. One of the guards grasped Silken's arm and raised it. The medtech touched it with an injector. He moved over to Society and applied another to one of his arms. Then the three of them fled the cell, and Silken crawled over to hold Nomic in her arms. Belazir threw off his silk robe and strapped on a utility belt, checking the charge in his plasma gun.
"Report,"
he barked. "There is little more, great lord. Ships have been launched to meet the foe. The battle-worthy ships have closed around the mothership in protective formation. With communications out, we can do little but wait." "Fool!" Belazir snarled, and marched out of his quarters, moving towards the bridge. Outside the door, Scarrick Namurid's small squad formed up around Belazir in a protective square. Joseph strode along behind Belazir, eyes blazing, his heart full of hate. Amos's words rang in his head. "It would grieve me, my brother, to have you die like a fool." "Belazir, what am I to do? God has placed our enemy in my hands. Can I turn away in fear for myself and still call myself a man?" He could almost hear Amos's answer. "Wait for your best moment before you strike, and do not condemn yourself as a coward if no such moment arrives." Before them, an elevator opened and disgorged another crowd of Kolnari warriors running to their battle stations. Joseph's whole body pounded with his heartbeat. It was all that he could feel, the blood raging through his veins. Never have I felt such desire, not even in the arms of my beloved. He grabbed Belazir by the neck and flung him into the empty elevator with a mighty shove, drew his laser and threw himself in afterwards, just as the door closed. He hit a floor at random, then spun and kicked Belazir's legs out from under him, bringing the butt of his pistol down on the back of the Kolnari's neck with a vicious crack. Joseph fired on the elevator's control mechanism, and they lurched to a halt. Then he turned back to his prey, his blue eyes alight with joy. "You!" Belazir screamed, staggering to his feet. The blow would have killed any normal human. "You!" The Bethelite cast his weapon aside and drew the long curved knife. He could hear Amos's voice again, this time condemning him for a fool. "And I do not care. Some things are beyond even loyalty, my prophet and friend." The lift cage was large, built to transport a section or more of troops in power armor. Belazir sidled crabwise, tearing off the remnants of his robe. His body was matte black, except where the dusty grey of scars seamed it, a gaunt thing of massive bones and muscles shrunken and knotted, and still powerful enough to crack teak beams. There was no mind behind the golden eyes now, and a string of saliva dangled from one loose-curved lip. "You!" he screamed, and leaped with his hands outstretched to tear. Joat was relieved to see that the corpse she and Joseph had left behind was still on duty behind the reception desk. Ross laboured along beside her, and at last she felt safe enough to put his arm around her shoulder and give him some support. "No," he said, resisting her, "not until we're behind a locked door. There's no telling who we might run into." She blushed and compressed her lips. He was right, and she was embarrassed. It wasn't like her to get soft like this. They moved into the brig, and she started, trying doors, looking for one that wasn't locked. Around the corner came two Kolnari and a medtech, moving so fast they almost collided. "What are you doing here?" one of the guards demanded. "We've been sent to relieve Kolnari guards for duty elsewhere," Joat said. "No," the other guard said, looking hard at Bross. "No, she lies. He is a prisoner." "Ridiculous," Joat snapped. "We are heading into the brig, not out of it." "This is Bross Sperrin," the guard insisted. "I know him." The other guard and the medtech began to grin. "Oh, shit," Joat thought, and went for her laser. The first guard slapped her hand aside and kicked her legs out from under her. Joat lay for a single instant, stunned. She had forgotten over the years the inhuman speed of the Kolnari. "Bross is unarmed," she thought, as she crashed to the floor, and she saw both guards moving in on him,
Before she could get her stunned body back in action, the medtech had her in a hold that immobilized her. He stripped off one of her gloves and pressed an injector against the inside of her wrist. The last thing she saw as her vision darkened was Bross going down in a flurry of kicks from the 2 Kolnari guards. She heard something snap, and then there was nothing. She woke to the sensation of something heavy resting on her lap, holding her against a wall. Her eyes flickered open, and she snapped them shut. The light in the room was so bright it drew tears. Cautiously she slitted her eyes open and looked down to see what was so heavy. Bross lay in her lap. He was perfectly still. Blood trailed from his mouth. She snapped the locks on his helmet and tossed it aside, clutched her bare hand to his pulse. Chief Family Enforcer Vand looked down at her impassively. "He is alive?" Vand asked. Joat nodded wearily, then glanced up at him. Vand was much taller than she'd expected, and twice as intimidating as he was on a screen. "It would seem they questioned him very thoroughly," he observed. He looked away, his eyes never resting long on any place or thing. "Just as well," Joat thought. "When he looks at me, I feel like I'm about to be dissected." "The family would very much like to interrogate Mr. Sperrin," Vand said, considering the notion. Joat made a small flinging gesture, and a knife slipped into her hand. She pressed it up under Bross's jaw. "But you won't," she said with fierce determination. "No," he said, his face still impassive, but a look of something like respect touched his cold eyes. "Of course not. In addition to restoring the family's honor, the object of this mission was to rescue Mr. Sperrin. It would hardly do to compromise Joat's honor immediately after saving it. Now would it?" He smiled, and she wished he hadn't. "Our honor is an extremely valuable commercial property." Joat had the impression she was being laughed at, though nothing visible backed it up. "You must excuse me. We're in the process of teaching the Kolnari a rather sharp lesson on maintaining a certain standard of professional etiquette when in a family port. Remain here," Vand commanded. "I have some medtechs on the way." Then he was gone, moving lightly despite the bulky battle armor. As if I was about to scamper off and get into trouble, Joat thought sourly. She leaned her head wearily against the wall and closed her eyes. When she opened them, she found herself looking into Silken's. Silken sat on the floor across from her, with Nomic's head leaning against her breast, in a pose that mirrored her own. Tears ran down Silken's cheeks, and her expression was tired beyond all bearing. Her hair was wild, and there was blood around her mouth, bruises on the porcelain skin. Joat knew a moment's sympathy for her, realizing that Silken must be broken indeed if she was too weary to make threats. Eventually, the promised medtechs came and suited them up in quarantine outfits, like the ones they were wearing. They lifted Nomic and Bross onto pallets. Each of the women walked beside one, looking down. Joat wavered, wondering if she should try to find and destroy Belazir's store of stolen virus. Then Bross opened his eyes and looked up at her, and she found herself taking his hand and walking beside the pallet. "Ah, well," she thought, "if I did find it, Vand would only take it away from me. Whereas if they don't know about it, then they're very unlikely to find it." Joat was uncomfortably aware of how unlike her it was to hope for a miracle. "Then again, sometimes they happen," she thought dazedly. There were other pallets waiting at the lock, with medtechs working around them. One in particular seized her gaze. A thick-bodied blond man lay on it. The uniform had been cut away from most of his body, and devices hummed over it. You could see broken bone on one flank where the ribs had been hammered as if with a maul, and the tech's fingers were straightening the left arm above and below the elbow so that the positioning sleeves could be fastened. Inflatable casts already covered the whole lower half of his body, and it was only just possible to tell the color of his hair, because something had ripped half the scalp off his head as if it were a wig. She walked to the side of the pallet.
Incredibly, the blue eyes were open. "Joe," she whispered. He tried to smile. She bent closer. "No pain," he whispered. "Drugs." Joat closed her eyes. "Thank God you're alive." "Thank a God indeed." "Who did this to you?" "Bella's here. To married." Joat's hands clenched. "That debt keeps building up and up." Joseph saw her expression and tried to smile again. Blood ran down his chin and his eyes rolled sideways. Joat looked down on the floor. The head was quite recognizable despite the cuts. She could never forget those eyes, and they were open and staring. Chapter 20. Buster Rauschfuss chewed his lip and considered this second request for clarification and/or credits from their contact on New Destinies. Mancini had never bothered to get back to him. Obviously he hadn't dealt with the situation either. "Typical," Buster sniffed. "Kick somebody up a notch and they think they're too good to answer their mail. Well, Paul would answer this one." "Dear Mr. Mancini," Buster wrote, "this matter is growing more urgent. Perhaps you should look into it yourself. Surely I shouldn't even know about this. After all, when Mr. Sperrin was removed from my department, you'll recall that I was told nothing for security reasons. I must say that it worries me, therefore, that I keep getting these messages. Let me know if I can be of any help on this." That ought to shake Mancini up. Buster received a reply that same afternoon, lightning speed for inter-office communications at Sensec. "Buster," it began. "All I know about your man Sperrin is that he was taken off a Kolnari battlecruiser in the company of Gnomic Society and that he's in security quarantine. You can tell your contacts on New Destinies that we have no intention of giving that many credits to a station notorious for graft and bribery. Certainly not on the say-so of a man under that kind of a cloud. Word it however you like, but the answer is no. I would hate to see you pursue this." Buster noticed the "your man Sperrin" and the lack of signature, and he felt a little frisson of alarm tickle the back of his neck. "I can't believe that Ross would have anything to do with the Kolnari," he thought dubiously. "The guy hated them." But the bare facts were damning. He frowned. "It sure looks bad." And it was rumored that society could convert a sate to the devil's cause. He shook his head. Enough credits can get to anybody. Certainly with this to go on, he couldn't be expected to stick his neck out. Buster chewed his lip, then sighed, and began composing a note for Dana to send to Sal on New Destinies. Sal Valriguez was not authorized to make this kind of payment. Short, sweet, and to the point. That ought to take care of that, Buster thought with satisfaction. It had the virtue of being the absolute truth, too. Joat left the while glumly. She ignored the cluster of newshounds and floating pickups. Even on Rohan you couldn't avoid the media. Lies and distortions would be flying all over the human part of the galaxy, many times faster than light. At least on Rohan they didn't try to grab her arm to force an interview. She smiled bleakly. Not with Enforcer Vand backing up the rules. The bloody lesson taught the Kolnari had shown just how seriously the family took them. She forced her legs onward. Not a word since we got back to Rohan. She wondered uneasily whether Silken intended to honor Society's stated intention of cancelling the Wile's debt. Maybe she'd just been waiting to recover fully before putting in the knife. Joat had been relieved that Silken hadn't required her to do anything blatantly illegal. Several times she'd been ordered to ferry some rather creepy passengers to equally creepy destinations. And who knew what contraband they had in their personal luggage, but no outright smuggling. Joat sighed. She'd been so sure that Ross— her mind shied away from the fierce disappointment she felt in him, or someone representing him at least, would have released her from the debt that bound her to her uncle and his concubine.
So much for being a hero. Not even a message. Beyond the pain was a sadness that frightened her. They'd been separated by the medtechs as soon as they were brought aboard the family ship. Despite her protests, she'd been taken into a cubicle to have her own wounds treated. Then a sedative had been pressed on her, and she'd been escorted, dizzy and sleepy, to a berth and sealed in. She'd slept through most of the journey. When they reached the quarantine facility, she woke up in a Spartan room wearing nothing but a pair of plastic slippers and a disposable shift. They kept her locked up for 3 weeks, until her wounds were well healed, and they were certain she carried no trace of contagion. She was able to communicate with Al and Seg, Amos and Soamosa right away. Then Joe, when he'd recovered sufficiently, but never Bros. Joat sighed. Maybe he thought it was fair turnabout. She'd abandoned him on Belazir's ship after all. No, I went back. She'd attempted to relay messages both directly to Sensec and through her old contact at the Anvil on New Destinies, to be blandly told that they had or would be forwarded to Sperrin. Not that she'd expected them to be eager to contribute that many credits to gnomic society and Rohan's burgeoning economy. In fact, it would seem to go against their charter. But damn, this was like being a slave. Joat hung on, hoping that Silken was at least crediting the work she was doing against the debt. At least that. If she won't return the wile to me outright, at least let me work it off. Though so far, Joat was paying her own expenses. She'd seriously considered enlisting Simeon's aid in getting through to Bros, but had been too ashamed to send her father anything from her Rohan address, or from any of the other ports she'd been in lately. I will not whine. When she entered the bland waiting room at Society Research and Development, there were 2 rather nondescript individuals seated in the lounge area, but no one was behind the reception desk. She huffed impatiently and put her hands on her hips, frowning. "Excuse me," one of the men in the lounge said, rising and coming over to her. "Are you Captain Joat Simeon Happ?" A sort of icy foreboding swept over her in a numbing tide. "Who wants to know?" They looked like accountants, mild and innocuous, with smooth, chubby faces. They smiled little, amused smiles at her response. Joat was willing to bet they were carrying weapons, and that they weren't amused at all. "Why don't we just cut the crap and get right to the point?" the taller man said. "We represent New Destinies, and we've come to repossess your ship in lieu of the debt you owe for a fine levied against the Wyal." Her mouth went dry, and it felt as though all her blood had run down into her extremities. After what seemed a long time, she croaked, "What?" "We're foreclosing on your debt," the smaller one said slowly. "But Gnomic Society bought the debt from New Destinies. I was working it off for him." "I am sorry," the tall man said. "We have no record of any such purchase." He actually did look marginally sympathetic. "You can file a complaint, and if there's been an error, you're certainly entitled to recompense." He paused. "Now, we'll require you to vacate the Wyal immediately. Obviously, you'll only be allowed to take personal possessions. Any items which might be considered integral parts of the ship will naturally have to remain." "Rand," she thought for the first time. "What's going to happen to Rand?" This wasn't supposed to be happening. She'd never believed that Sensec would let her down like this, not once. "Let me talk to Silken," she said, trying to keep her voice from shaking. "She's running things here. Perhaps she can explain this. And it had better be good, or I'm going to rip her pretty little face off." She sat behind the receptionist's desk, and after a moment got the comp to release Silken's private number. A few moments later, Silken's face, looking thinner, sharper, and deeply annoyed, filled the screen. "You?" she said in astonishment. "Me," Joat confirmed. "There are 2 men here claiming that there's no record of Society's purchase of my debt from New Destinies. Do you know what's going on?" "Ah, yes," Silken murmured, leaning back with a half-smile. "I've been so busy that I'd forgotten. When Mick told you that he'd bought your debt, he had every intention of doing so, but—" she made a little move. "Your extremely negative reaction changed his mind." She shrugged and said indifferently, "Too bad. But it's not like it makes any difference. You never could have paid it off in any case." "I notice you didn't forget to use me to ferry your friends around," Joat snapped. "I told you I forgot." Silken's eyes were disdainful, as yielding as stone. "Even you have to admit I have a great deal on my mind." "Yeah, like how to keep my uncle from drooling on the carpet." Silken went white. "You heartless, spiteful, cruel, vicious bitch," she said, each word a separate insult, sincerely meant. "You're right," Joat said, ashamed. Suddenly she understood Silken's malice so completely that she was utterly disarmed. Enough so that she couldn't forgive her own. "That was uncalled for. I'm sorry." "There's nothing that could happen to you that would make you sorry enough to appease me," Silken told tightly. "That damned ship is the only thing you care about, and I'm glad you're going to lose it. It's not enough, it's not nearly enough, but it will do for a start. I'll be watching you," she continued, fire beginning to kindle in her cold green eyes. "And whenever it goes sour for you, whenever you lose or miss out or get passed over," she tapped her chest with one slender finger, "that's me, my work, I promise you. You don't know what sorry is, you slime-hag, but you will." The screen went blank, and Joat just sat there, staring at it. One of the repo men cleared his throat awkwardly, and she looked up. "We might as well get this over with," he said. She nodded, feeling freeze-dried inside, hard and brittle and shredded. Joat rose carefully, weirdly numbed, and began to ask pertinent questions as the three of them left the office, headed for the Y-Owl. They gave her permission to download her logs and personal correspondence, and to tell her crew herself. Joat sat in her pilot's couch for the last time, listening to Alvek curse. "I never would have believed it," he said for the 12th time at least. "Geez, he seemed like an all-right guy, you know. This isn't right." "Excuse me," the taller repo man said. "We'd like to get our own crew on as soon as possible. Could you speed this up a little, please?" Joat started to speak and merely squawked. She cleared her throat. "I'd, like to leave the wireless shipshape if possible. You know, tidy her up." He smiled knowingly. "Yes, we get a lot of that kind of thoughtfulness. One of our debtors was so tidied that his ship didn't blow up for 3 weeks. Killed a family of 5. So I'm afraid you'll just have to pack and go, leaving things just as they are." She nodded coolly. "Just a few more minutes," she said. "5," he said, holding up his spread hand for emphasis. Alvek rose and walked directly towards them, as though he didn't exist, leaving the hapless debt collector to leap aside or get walked over. "I'll meet you on the dock, boss," Alvek called over his shoulder. Joat turned her chair and looked at Rand's blinking face. "What about you, Rand?" After a moment's silence, it said, "Obviously, I can't leave, can I?" "No," Joat said, her voice soft with shame. Even if they would allow her to download Rand's personality, she had no access to a computer powerful enough to receive it. Through all of their troubles and misadventures, she'd somehow managed to overlook this. She'd failed to protect a friend, one who had done far more than his share to help her. Yes, his share. Rand was most certainly not an it any longer. What a fardling, stupid time to realize that. "I'm so sorry," she whispered, ashamed of her powerlessness and fighting to keep her tears from falling. "Like you, Joat, I find I don't like the idea of a life of servitude." "Oh," her voice creaked. Might not be that bad. They'll probably declare you an AI ship and send you out on your own. You'd be making your own decisions and not getting yourself into the kind of trouble I've led you into. AI assignments tend to be the most tedious kind, Rand said. No crew, no stimulation, not even an allowance for virtual reality in port. Computers don't get paid. And I would scarcely be making my own decisions, Joat, other than, should I allow myself to be hit by this rock, or should I avoid it? I'd scarcely call that autonomy, Rand said with scorn. One side of her mouth crooked. You sound like me, she said. And why wouldn't I? You've put a great deal of yourself into me. And children often resemble their parents, she thought morbidly. Excuse me, the tall one said. Are you through yet? Just a minute, she snapped. The repo man glared, but withdrew. Joat thought she heard him say, I think they've got an AI on board. Turning back to Rand, she said, It's not over yet, buddy. Maybe there's still something we can do. At least now I'm free to move around. Correct me if I'm wrong. You have no credits. You're wrong. Little Silky owes us a considerable amount, and she will pay us. Why should she? Rand asked reasonably enough. You can't make her. May not love him, but I'm Nomic Society's niece. A quick genetic scan will prove our relationship, and the family is very fond of backing family rights. Probably all I have to do is make the claim, and I could put his whole empire, such as it is, on hold. You can't hope to win such a claim. Rand's voice was almost surprised. Of course not. But it would cost more to hire an assassin than it would to pay me what she owes, and it would cost twice that to retain an attorney. She could challenge you to a duel. I can take her. If I were human, I would laugh. Silken hates you, Joat, to the point of obsession. I'm sure that nothing would give her greater pleasure than killing you herself. Probably she hasn't challenged you simply because it hasn't occurred to her. Joat grinned savagely. Oh, it's occurred to her all right, but she won't risk leaving society alone and at the mercy of the family. If he were dead, we'd have crossed swords long since. So you'll be able to leave? Yes, and I'll be able to call in favours, perhaps get a loan. She was silent a moment. Maybe even get through to Bross. So don't give up on me, okay? I won't make that in order. Philosophers might debate whether it was possible for a computer to commit suicide, since it wasn't certain that they could be self-aware in the first place. Rand's impassive face blinked multicolored lights for a few moments. Very well, I will abide. But if I am sold to someone else, Joat, I won't serve them. If worst comes to worst, I've saved a copy of Seg's worm program. Should some other bidder obtain the vial, I shall trigger it. If I don't fight it, it will be very quick. You can't be serious, Joat whispered. She couldn't believe her ears. Aren't you even willing to give a new owner a chance to prove their worth before taking such a drastic step? She wondered if she'd programmed him for self-preservation. Of course I did. I couldn't possibly have left it out. It's too important. Not that it was unknown for Rand to erase bits of programming he didn't want any more. She'd never locked down any part of him, preferring to leave that freedom for himself. I am an individual, Rand insisted. There is no more individual choice than this. Joat sat still, too horrified to speak. All right, that's enough. The shorter repo man struck the back of her chair, making it spin towards him. Stop yakking to the computer, go pack up your belongings and get lost. Her mind was wholly on Rand, or she would have kicked his tubby form through the bulkhead. Instead, she gave him a disgusted look and headed off the bridge. Hey, don't forget these, he said, and handed her the collection of datahedrons she'd made. Personal files erased, said Rand mechanically. Joat sat in the auction room with her heart in her mouth. It was an enormous hall, too brightly lit, with a strange, sharp smell to it,
The hall was furnished with ugly, uncomfortable chairs, each having one arm that terminated in a small computer with a display screen. Currently it displayed the ship being bid on. There were a few controls that would call up information on the ship, schematics, history, and beside them a slot into which a successful bidder's credit chip would go. Almost every seat was filled with junk dealers, purchase agents, and bargain hunters. She had with her every credit she could beg, borrow, or earn, and it was still 40,000 credits short of the fine. Weil was going on the block. It was third on the list, and the closer it got to the top, the faster her heart beat. Her palms were sweating, and she rubbed them surreptitiously on the fabric of her dark blue business suit. The strange formal garment she wore in hope of looking more respectable only succeeded in making her feel obvious and awkward. I should have robbed that bank. I should. Robbing banks on Rohan. The hammer went down, and the Weil moved one place closer to the block. Her breathing grew nervous and ragged. She knew that she wouldn't get her ship back. Silken was certain to have agents among the bidders who would know to the credit how much she had. Agents who were, no doubt, instructed to bid just one credit more. Albeck, who was working short freelance hops, had offered his life savings. "I can't take this," she told him, horrified and deeply touched, as well as terribly tempted. "So make me a partner," he'd said. And she'd smiled, hope blazing. But it hadn't been enough. It had never been enough, and Brothsperren remained beyond her reach. So here she was, facing certain defeat, feeling humiliated before she even began. How could I have been so stupid? She railed at herself. When had she grown so soft that she would put her freedom on the line for someone else, mind you, with no expectation of cost or reward? My own fault playing at spy, she mocked. I'm no better than Seg to sell. Albeck was furious with her for not asking Amos for help. I asked my father, she'd said, though of course she hadn't told Simeon why she needed credits. That's as much as my pride can take. That was partially true. It had hurt to ask Simeon for help. Even though he gave it willingly and offered to take out a loan for more, no questions asked, it hurt. She'd felt like a complete failure. First Brawn school, and now this. Nor did she dare to ask Amos for help. Bethel was a poor planet, most of her credits already committed for years to come. And though he was very rich, Amos was in the habit of pouring most of his wealth back into his world's struggling economy. She couldn't very well ask him to choose her needs over the good of his people, and she didn't think he would really understand about Rand. Joat wondered if Joseph and Amos hovered in the same state of anxiety that tortured her, wanting to give, not daring to offer, or if they even knew. Either way, she simply couldn't afford the time or the money it would cost to ask, only to be told no. A deeper truth was that she felt Amos should have offered, or Joseph should have. He knew all about the debt. Yet the total silence from all the powerful people she'd counted as friends, or more than friends, never varied. In the end she was just a forgotten detail, an unimportant loose end. Joat frowned. Oh, stop it, she thought disgustedly. There's no poison deadlier than self-pity. The mistake was yours, and so's the punishment. Although that last wasn't completely true, Rand had made it very plain that he didn't count himself as part of the ship. Rand's threat had certainly inspired her to new heights and depths in her fundraising efforts. Sometimes, late at night, when she couldn't get to sleep for thinking about it, Joat told herself that was why he'd made it, to get her over her shyness about asking friends for help. Probably he doesn't mean to erase himself at all, she comforted herself. Ha, a computer that plays with you. Somehow I don't think this idea will sell. Joat knew that if she lost the ship, and Rand erased himself, for the rest of her life she was going to feel like a failure and a murderer. There might
Still be time to get through to Amos on Bethel, she thought.
The next ship up was a tasty offering that seemed to have excited a lot of interest. Of course, sometimes those were the ones that came on and off the block so fast you couldn't get a decent look at them. Then there was the cost to consider. A tight beam interstellar comlink could cost me 4% of what I've got. On the other hand, Silken's bidders wouldn't let her have the while anyway unless she could exceed Nomic Society's entire fortune. And she couldn't even pay the fine. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened them, she saw that she'd been right. The bidding was over, and the ship had sold. "I have an announcement," the auctioneer said. "The Wyal, which is the next ship on the list, has been withdrawn from bid. We're sorry for any inconvenience this may have caused. I'll repeat that. The Wyal, a merchant freighter ship, has been withdrawn from bid." Joat felt the bottom of her stomach lurch into 0G. "My ship! What have they done with my ship?" Absently, she noted 2 bidders that turned to stare at her. Silken's people, no doubt. Well, they seemed satisfied by the look of white-faced horror that she knew she must be wearing. They'd be happy to report this disaster to their employer. "I can't do that," Joat said desperately. The Sondi next to her looked up when she spoke. "How can they do that?" she asked. The Sondi shrugged. "Sometimes they get a private bid that more than meets the minimum price. In this case it wouldn't take much. The Wyal is a crummy little ship." Joat raised an eyebrow and glared. Instead of defending the honor or her ship, she spoke. "What if you had questions about something like this? Where would you go to ask them?" "Why, at the same office where you were assigned your seat. Through that door down the hall, first door on the right," the Sondi said helpfully, then pointedly turned back to the auction. Joat found the office empty, which infuriated her. She swore and muttered, pacing back and forth before the tall counter more and more rapidly. At last, frustrated beyond bearing, she shouted, "Hello! Is anyone working here?" No one answered. She marched out into the hall, determined to open the first door she detected a being behind and demand service. At the end of the corridor she turned left. At the end of that one she found the president's office and went briskly in. "I'd like to speak to someone in authority," she said to the surprise secretary. "Do you have an appointment?" he asked politely. "No, but I do have questions." "Perhaps I can help you." "I said someone in authority. That wouldn't be you." She marched over to the door of the inner sanctum, and before the secretary could disengage himself from his desk, she was through it. A well-dressed human in his mid-60s sat behind the wide wooden desk, a pleasant smile frozen on his face by her entrance. The younger man, seated before him, turned to see who had entered so precipitously. It was Bross. "You!" she said, her voice a near shriek. He rose smiling, and extended his arms as though to embrace her. She backed up a pace and stood glaring at him, breathing hard, wanting to hit him, and knowing that if she landed a blow it was because he let her. "No, thank you," she thought. "I think I've been humiliated enough lately." She turned and walked away, thinking over and over, "I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him." "Excuse me," Bross said over his shoulder, and followed her. She was moving pretty fast when he caught her by the arm and pulled her through the first door they came to. It was an empty office. He shut the door behind him and leaned against it. She paced back and forth, too furious to speak, glaring at him. "I don't blame you for being angry," he said at last. "But there was nothing I could do until now. I didn't even know that this hadn't been acted on. I told them about it in my report. I insisted that we had an obligation to see that your debt was cancelled, reduced, or paid. But I didn't know it hadn't been done." He held out a datahedron. "This is yours. Wyal's paper." She took it carefully and swallowed hard.
And where were you that you couldn't answer any of my messages? That you never attempted to get in contact with any of us?" She stood with her arms folded, looking him square in the face and asking with her eyes, "And how could you leave me believing that stuff about caring about me? How dare you make me believe in you like that?" "You have to understand, Joat. I was interrogated by the enemy. It's customary to hold an agent incommunicado for at least 2 months afterwards. There are very solid reasons for it. If the Kolnari were a more sophisticated people, I wouldn't be free now." He frowned at her unchanging stare. "Look, I came as soon as I knew, okay?" She nodded reluctantly. "So, what happens now? Can I just leave? I've really got my ship back?" He nodded and gravely watched Joat smile. She couldn't help herself. The tension disappeared and joy broke over her face like a sunrise. How did you find out? You must have just been released. Was it the first question you asked?" She blushed. "I mean, did you say, 'What's going on with the Weil,' or what?" "Simeon told me. He's the one who speeded up my release, in fact. Officially, I should still be in quarantine for 3 days. "My father?" she squeaked. "How could he possibly have known?" "Rand sent a message blip to a passing brain ship, who relayed it to a city manager, and so on and so on." "Oh, Fardels!" She clutched her hair. "They're the biggest gossips in Central Worlds. This means that literally everybody knows about this." Her voice had grown hollow, and she leaned weakly against the desk. "I'll never be able to show my face in port again. And as for visiting the SSS 900C... She hid her face in her hands and groaned. Ross grinned at her and shook his head. "Talk about looking a gift horse in the mouth. It was a private letter and was treated as such. The problem your father had was wondering why you didn't ask him for help. You were certainly entitled to it." "I did ask him for help. I asked him for a loan, a huge loan, and he gave it to me, no questions asked." "Oh, I wouldn't say that," Ross said, laughing. "He had 1,000,000 of them for me." Joat looked at him earnestly. "It simply never occurred to me to ask him for official help. You were the only one I thought could help me because you guaranteed our expenses. I tried every avenue I could think of within Sensec." She shrugged helplessly. "But Simeon never occurred to me." "And what about the Benessur?" "I couldn't afford to go personally. Travel time was time I wasn't earning credits. I kept wanting to contact him, but time was short, and I didn't dare risk the credits a tight beam would cost. What if he couldn't afford to help me? What if he had to say no? Then I'd be out all those credits for nothing." "Good thing Rand was thinking more clearly than you were." She laughed. "Yes, it was. He's very bright, don't you think?" Ross nodded, smiling. "I brought this for you," he said, and held out another datahedron. "What is it?" She looked from the hedron to Ross. He straightened. "Well, after this and 10 years, I've gone about as far as I'm going to with Sensec and still be allowed to do anything," he explained as he casually closed the distance between them. "But I've got a strong suspicion that Joat Simeon Hath Enterprises is going to go far, and you'll definitely need a good security man." Suddenly Joat found herself wrapped in a warm embrace. She stiffened and opened her mouth to object. He kissed her lightly and smiled warmly down at her, then gently pressed her head against his chest, resting his chin on her smooth blonde hair. "It's okay to lean on your friends, Joat. There's no harm in it." "Oh, all right," she grumbled. "You're hired." "Good." He kissed the top of her head. She looked up. She could just see an earlobe beyond the curve of his lean jaw. "Are you sure you want to do this? Silken could be a problem." "I'm sure she will be." And some of the Kolnari got away. You know what they're like.
Yes, he said comfortably, and stroked her back. I do. Joat wriggled unhappily, enjoying the sensation but not trusting it. She couldn't help wondering what he really wanted. Ross smiled. I'd love to tell you that I bought Wyal back for you with my retirement fund, but I don't dare. He'd never let me get away with that. He'd also resigned from Sensec over their refusal to help Joat, though, to be honest, he'd been disappointed and surprised when they'd accepted it so quickly. Still, it was the least I could do for you, he thought, considering what Belazir would have done to you if... He let the thought slide, his embrace tightening unconsciously. And we can still work for Central Security sometimes, right? He asked. After all, I'd hate to feel completely cast off. Don't push your luck, he said, and pulled away to grin up at him. That's better, she thought, feeling more in control. All she'd needed was a handle, a reason behind his behavior. Clearly Sensec thinks they can use me, so they've sent Ross along to be their agent in residence. Still, might be fun. In fact, she was already looking forward to it. She'd enjoyed bargaining with Sperrin, especially since in the end I got the better of him. Ross smiled down into her amused blue eyes, aware that she thought she had his number, and sighed in his mind. This thing is going to take a lot of time, he thought. Good thing I've got plenty to spend. There was a slight pang at the thought of his lost career. So, she said, stepping out of his arms, let's get going. Yes, boss. Joat snapped him a look. You realize that you're not going to be making big credits right away? Yes, boss. I'll bet you expect me to make you a partner one day, don't you? Yes, boss. Don't count your chickens before they're hatched, Sperrin. You'll have to earn it. Anything worthwhile has to be earned, one way or another, he said. Joat let out a long breath, feeling the stiffness flow from muscles she hadn't known were tense. She smiled and turned her head away.